The EM Showdown presents the best game of the week played in the EMEA Masters. Experience the best players and watch the upcoming stars from the LFL, TCL, Superliga, and many more. The action starts now.
Welcome back. Game 2 between Geo and KC,
Thank
the
you.
LFL derby.
Rescued. Indeed it is. And we're straight into picks and bans because this is a pretty serious one because I think the desk had it right. The early game went pretty awry. And yes, the draft we had some questions with, but Carmine Core rather didn't get to play out their draft particularly easily, and honestly, the 2v2 kills were not what you wanted to see. We wanted to see some adaptation here and some change if Carmine Core want to come into a mid game with less of a disadvantage.
I mean, Dagda mentioned it as well. It's like, it's not good enough. If you're going to play Renekton, play for him. You know, take that Rift Herald, play towards the side. It was Cabo and Cabo alone trying to bail out 4 other players that I felt like were a little bit idle in the very early game, and you cannot do that when Geo's composition scales to the gods. Now, KC over on the blue side for this one. Blue side is usually the side that teams will choose primarily, unless they lose 2 times on it, then you see the swap. Blue side is the favorite one, and Azir still open in case KC want to snatch it. Forsaken. Rel still up. Tristana has been banned away. Now, I'm looking for potentially something like the Zeri, because if KC choose to go for something like the Rel, for something like the Azir that we mentioned, Zeri gets left open. It's one of Jesu's go-to champions.
And there's also things like, we have seen a little bit of things like the Kalista as well as kind of that kind of gotcha moment. It was an interesting time in the quarterfinals where it almost worked but didn't quite in that game.
It sounds like a meme to me, man. Kalista on Kalist is like saying the champion's name but in a silly way.
Yeah, no, but it'd be Kalista versus Kalist because it's Jesu who would be playing it. So you'd be like, oh no,
all right, Rel.
My brain. But Rel first pick again.
I'm worried.
Last game, it's coming this way around. Now the response is it just going to be the Talia Zeri for the time of Geo?
The Ivern is still open.
Oh, true that.
Still up and available. And I don't think Geo are gonna let it go away. They're gonna lock in the Talia for themselves. We've seen how hugely impactful this pick can be, especially against a lot of engage. Rel provides you with that. Once it's in, she gets stuck on the rocks. You throw her up, she gets poof.
I mean, exactly that, and I think there are a couple options you said, because look, there is that Zeri, which could just be a repeat of the last game, just converted. It could well be that Ivan, as you said, and
do it.
That's a decent Emperor Palpatine impression. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, we both got a little bit high-pitched there, but this is one of Jesu's most famous and most comfortable champions. He played it a lot this split. He played it a lot this year and looked very, very good on it. It's another option to follow up on a Talia. We know how well it scales, and Kai'Sa has been terrorizing ARAM on the AP build for a little while. It's certainly been doing the same in Pro to boot.
Okay, I say please get Synchro from something like the Sejuani potentially. You've locked in something that could potentially be your top lane, your bot lane. You've got the Rel right there, but please, I'd like to see Synchro from something a little bit more facilitating. He has been a monster onto the Sejuani. Maga Sejuani, extremely strong when it comes to finding picks, and it's also a non-committal ultimate also on the Sejuani. You can snipe someone from far away and follow up with the rest of the team. Second, come on, man.
If this gets locked in, I'm going to have to do some very swift looking up into fear.
You know what? It happened.
I saw it to you, didn't it?
It happened in groups. I was like, I've no clue what this jungle does. Let's learn it together.
It shoots dogs at people. It's very angry. But instead, it'll be the Nico lock, and of course, it's something that Seiken is very comfortable on. It obviously provides a lot of engage and some sort of follow-up to pair up with that Magnet Storm. But of course, the response will be something like Camilius on the Alistar. And Alistar, one of those champions that has been very, very potent across the Emir Masters, and of course just generally in pro play at the minute. Very, very strong champion.
Yeah, and I love Nico for very many various reasons right here. One of them being that if you look over at Geo, Alistar, Kai'Sa likes to dive into the backline, melee champion Alistar, you're most likely going to have another melee champion instead of Geo. Nico loves all of these melee champions. Stun them in place, absolutely blow them up with the Zeri. We saw Seiken as well, found some fantastic and extremely creative flanks over in the quarterfinals that KC had. But now, of course, Jungle Pool could get pinched right here. We have the Sejuani out of the picture. Also, don't let the Talia fool you guys. Linzas does play Talia.
He does, yeah.
From the side of Geo.
But he does play it, and there is that world where it goes into the jungle, which would be a little bit of a throwback. And again, it's something we certainly used to love seeing when we got the chance. But of course, that was a very different meta. It was a very different time when you could pull the Talia out in the jungle. And there's still a world where it happens, but I think it is more of a necessity than an expectation here if that doesn't come on through.
I feel like Ivan here could be huge as an R4 from the side of Geo. They can lock in the Ivan, and then since you have the counter pick over the top side of the map as well, you can actually get that counter pick melee for Ragnar in the top lane. Helps a lot having the Ivan around as well. You can play for Ragnar. All the tools are there for Geo. If KC leave that Ivan open, I'm pretty sure it could get locked in.
Geo have just decided, look, Synchro, you've been most potent when you've got a champion that can force picks. The Maokai, the Sejuani, the Nocturne, they're all off the table. Maybe you go back towards something like the Jarvan. It didn't look particularly great last game, but I wonder whether this game, it might be a little easier to execute, not having to deal so far with things like the Zyra.
There he is!
But instead, it will be Linces onto the Viego, locking in the Ruin King. It's a little bit more of a carry option, and if you overdive and you give over the body of a Rel or a Nico or a Zeri, that could get a little bit dicey, and it's certainly a champion we've seen a lot from Linces in years gone by.
You don't have a lot left from the sort of Synchro, though. You've got things like the Trundle, but it's not particularly a huge pick right here. If you want to play towards that, you could go the AP route if you want to. Something like a Lilia is huge. There's so many melee short range champions right here, but Synchro doesn't tend to go towards these. So the only facilitating champion that I can think off the top of my head right now is only Trundle that remains in the pool. And Synchro wants to go towards something crazy like a Lee Sin, which doesn't do very well into Alistar and Talia anyway. Oh, hold on.
Because the Rel's
it's Rel jungle.
Yeah, of course. I would say we've still got the Rel locked in here. So I was following along with you. Then wait, hang on. Rel's been first picked, and of course, Rel jungle has been so potent. It's Targamas back on the Nautilus, who didn't have the easiest time of it in game 1. I think that early 2v2 where the dredge line went wide up a couple times didn't look fantastic. Was getting blown up in some of those fights, trying to face check against some pretty scary champions to face check. Looking for a bit of redemption this time around, but I think honestly, Trouble, it feels a bit more playable for Karmine this time around.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of playmaking in their hands and a lot of engage with the likes of Rel and the Nautilus, but I'm looking onto the other side, and every time there's a Viego locked in, of course it's in Linces' hands. He used to play a lot of these fighters, more aggressive junglers that in your face, I'm gonna farm a lot and then one-shot you. And usually when you see champions on the other hand side of Viego, you're looking at them without the ultimate, because when he steals the soul, he cannot use their ultimate. And I see so much value in the Rel, in the Nautilus, in the Nico, in the Renekton for the follow-up of Viego taking these souls and being able to prolong fights and chase people down. These 4 out of 5 champions are so valuable for him to steal.
We'll also say for Karmine, it feels like they've got more ability to play through a strong Cabochard. Now between Synchro and Seiken and Targamas, your ability to find some of those big team fight picks and set up for Kalist and Cabochard in that mid and late game to blow up some people feels pretty good. Of course, Ragnar, it's not carries, it's not a Yone, it's nothing like that. It is the Malphite he's gone for this one, which feels perhaps a little bit against what we've seen across most of the tournament here, but feeling a little bit happy about that one. Of course, see whether they can make it work between the Malphite and the Alistar. They can make themselves some pretty scary picks happen in those team fights, should they hit the correct R buttons.
Absolutely, I think Kalist cannot afford to misplace himself, especially in the team fights. He doesn't have much protection once the rock is in. The rock is in, you're gonna have to flash if you don't have it. Bad luck, you're going down. On the other hand side, Seiken is also extremely immobile. Now, what I've learned from the LFL, and a old but a new face for KC, which is called Adam. He was,
Never heard of him.
He was very adamant. That's
very good.
Okay, no pun intended. He was very adamant at roaming. Level 3, you push down the lane. Of course, it was with bruisers and fighters. It was very easy for him to push with the likes of Olaf, with the likes of Darius. But now, Ragnar, the second he gets that level 6 and leaves the lane, he is a threat. The second he dips into Fog of War, you actually have to respect that. Seiken extremely squishy. You get hit by the knockup from the Malphite. You'll get hit by a consecutive one from Taquisalia.
I completely agree, and also, you know, with some of those changes that came through a patch or two ago to teleport, you can get down towards that bot lane a little earlier at the 10-minute mark. What you can also do, guys, and those back home, is head over to forward/AM tickets to get yourself those finals tickets for Montpellier, where you can see the finals of this incredible tournament live and in person in France. Hell, the LEC is happening at the same time, so you can double it up and have double the tournament fun.
Hey, it's a big weekend. It is. Just go on holiday, you get some esports up in there.
Sounds like a great time.
Yeah.
I know. Also, you know, it's a pretty part of the world. If you've never been to Montpellier, it's a beautiful city.
I have not.
It's great. Recommend it.
I've heard.
What we also have to do, though, perhaps highlight a player who has been having a pretty good tournament on a bit more of a carry option. Linces. This guy on the Viego is feeling like a bit of a monster. He's moved on to a team where he's not having to be the carry himself. Last year, he was a carry jungler. This year, he's been asked to be a bit more facilitating, but my God, has he done it so well.
I mean, it's great. Look at his stats. On facilitating junglers mostly, your KP at 1491%. You're basically included in every single kill, maybe except one that maybe Ragnar got on his own in the top lane.
Or the bot lane this time around, right?
Or the bot lane, right? Yeah. Every other kill is generated by Lincers. And the cool thing about... I was having a chat with some other pro players about junglers in general, and it's like, it's so easy to take a fighter jungler and one that has a lot of bite and aggression and turn them into a good facilitating jungler. But a good facilitating jungler is hard to be a fighter. Lincers is it.
Gonna try and make this one work. Lincers gets the stun. Cabochard, though, will throw down a Kolvamik and be just fine. Takui and Synchro will spot each other in the river, but Synchro flashes in for a shattering strike. Can still crash down. Misses the seismic shot, and Taken is here as well. Takui may well need to flash. Trying to hold on for as long as they can, but Cabochard will just dice over the wall. Takui with no mana in a spot above them, and now Cabochard is on the wrong side of the wall. Had to flash in the up buff. This is absolute madness in the early game. Synchro eating the wrong end of Ragnar, who doesn't have any mana, and now he's in danger. Remember, he doesn't have a flash, but over the wall, Takui still throwing out some more rocks, but I don't think he's got any more in the pot. He's out of mana. First blood goes the way of Cabochard's Renekton. Synchro dies, and now the body can be stolen. But I just don't know how much further he can go. We're going to crash down, but look at Takui's ball. He can just throw autos, flash.
Oh, he got the other one!
But the double root, Lincers desperately trying to run away, but can get no further. Cabochard ends up with 2 kills.
Oh, baby, if Cabochard was left all alone in game 1 and tried to 1v9, guess what he can do right now? 4 minutes in, almost 1,000 gold up on the map. And let's look at this again. Synchro flashes very aggressively. A lot of question marks were raised there because no one was around to follow up on that flash. But they forced Takui into a choke point, into the Baron pit, and then forced him to flash over the wall. Now, Cabochard is in deep trouble right here, but a very quick flash away forces Geo to split around that red buff pit, and by that time, Saken's there, Synchro free joins him as well. That Crocodile is a pretty beefy. The only scary part is Lincers getting that reset right there and hoping that he can turn this around, but Takui has no mana to follow through. So KC, what a fantastic skirmish. I felt like this was like,
Never mind, we don't get time. He's right back at it. Lincers looking to right some of those wrongs, but a well-buffered Dredgeline gets Targamas out to safety. Will cost them the flash, but they stay alive.
You know what I was thinking about? A lot of these police movies where it's like they're chasing the thieves and the thieves are like splitting.
Yeah.
So the police doesn't know who to chase. That's what I felt like KC did there, and it worked wonders for them.
Get away with it. I hadn't seen that, but now I'm there with you. Maybe that's going to be an Arcane Season 2. Saw a little thing on Reddit earlier that maybe the date has been announced somewhere out in China, so we might see what that's coming.
Arcane is my favorite.
I know. It'll be great. It's a good movie. Good movie, good series. Not a movie yet. Maybe one day.
You know something we don't?
All the time. I just pretend I do.
Movie
and then
coming
just
out, guys?
Why is it Sage? Exactly. I've just spoiled it. Riot's going to come to my door and have a stern talking to with me.
All right.
What have you got?
Cabochard has already established the 1,000 gold lead.
Yes, he has.
I want all hands on deck to play towards that Crocodile. Render Malphite completely useless. Get him to build all that AP. I love what Synchro is doing right there. Crash that tower under tower. Ragnar is on level 5. Cabochard is level 6. Pop that ultimate. Get him down. Grab the tower platings. GG, well played.
Level 5, he's a very stoppable force, and Cabochard looking more and more like Godzilla in this game. Will not be asked to pick up. No, what? They didn't quite get it. He walks away. Oh no!
Huh? I want to
Missing pings. Get that sound effect on right now.
I want to say this again because I think Synchro cancelled one of his auto attacks. Cabochard walked out because he was tanking, of course, the tower. He is the tankiest member between the two, has level 6 for that extra HP, and Synchro was only level 4. But that was disastrous. That should have been Cabochard getting away with the kill, pushing that wave and the tower, getting some tower plates for free, and it was disaster. Absolutely disaster. We're seeing this again. Thank you very much for the replay right here. So Cabochard is going to tank the most of it. Lots of CC onto this, and Synchro gets body blocked and can't get that last auto attack down. And of course,
minions.
You can't overchase because Takui was there by that time, and Ragnar has that level 6.
Calculated.
He has unstoppable ultimate, and you lose Dragon on the other hand side of the map. Disaster.
Geo get away with absolute murder, or perhaps in this case without it, which is a huge, huge moment. Of course, this Renekton still very, very scary. Still up 1,000 gold, 2 kills, and 20 CS. So it's not the end of the world, but that should have been lane over. That should have been Ragnar in an absolutely desperate position.
Yeah.
He's still hanging on. in part because of some very lucky minion placement.
Yeah, it was the perfect timing because he had no ultimate, he had no flash available, and he had nowhere to go. Right now, you need to pull more power towards the top side of the map, potentially have Seiken arrive. Targamas has been known to be one of the best roaming supports we had in the LEC and in the ERLs currently, so get some power towards the top side of the map. I think Alice is at a very great position to stand towards the bot side of the map in a more safe position on his own, but as you can see, Seiken already towards top side of the map. Synchro going up top side as well. We'll get that turret plating almost.
Watch Louis leaving the lane, and Linsis is going to be on that side of the map as well. So we've got Herald spawned and started, and of course Renekton at Herald is a notoriously strong champion. Seeing a little bit of attempted roam that's cancelled out. And I think Geo are wisely saying, look, that's going to be a very rough fight to take. We're going to leave this one well alone.
That's exactly what Dagda was talking about.
The
strong side of your map is that Renekton right here with 1.1k app. You've got the whip in your pocket. You've got the other component. I don't remember what it's called. You probably do. Thank you very much. You're so close to your first item as Renekton. Of course you're going to want to take these objectives towards the top side of the map. Use that to your advantage and snowball that. So very well played from KC. You saw that Kalis and Targamas also shoved in the wave and instantly started roaming towards the top side of the map in case a fight breaks out. I can English, I promise.
We might also be seeing some big game hunting appear as Linsis looking to see whether they can make this bait work. They're going to find a huge chunk, going to burst him down. Woo! The heal is good. Gets away, still has the flash. Gets a slow, is forced to flash and survive, but that's Cabo shot down all of his utility.
Oh, they chained their CC so perfectly together, and Cabo just about manages to press that ultimate button and get that HP back. But knowing there's two members of KC towards the top side of the map, Synchro knows there is not going to be a jungler around. Tukui is also a little bit hurt with not enough mana, so they're popping down that Rift Herald for Seiken. Seiken's going to cash in 2 tire platings, a third one on the way. So a really great play in general towards the top side of the map for KC.
And I think it's also worth pointing out that actually this is much more reminiscent of what we expected from Karmine Corp.
Absolutely.
Particularly from the quarterfinals onwards, a lot more coordinated in the early game, a lot more in control.
Hey, maybe they need a warm-up game.
Well, maybe they just did. We saw that a lot last year with the Wildcats, right? Who, defense Karmine Corp put to the sword in their quarters, so...
Well, they showed better.
I realised the moment I made that reference, like, maybe that doesn't work so well in the current state of the tournament, but Karmine Corp looking a lot more in control, a lot calmer, and a lot more proactively, because last game, in the green room, both me and you were pretty disappointed with Synchro. He didn't get a lot going on that Jarvan at all. This time around, Cabo shot much better off in terms of where he's at in the lane state. The Goldie in general, much better off. They've got the early Herald. Yes, they have lost the Drake, but they are feeling pretty happy. Look at that goal at the top of the screen. This time it means something.
It's only going to get wider, the gold gap on the top side of the map. You see another tire plating going down and another tire plating going down for Cabo Shard. 1.6k up in the lead right now. And sure, this Malphite is going to slowly but surely start stacking armor, but it's not going to matter if you get a Renekton on top of a Kai'Sa that plays very low range. On top of it, Aaliyah, Linsis as well is going to want to play this fight at some point. You run into the Renekton, you're dead.
Looks like Karmine Corp are throwing a party. They've certainly got enough plates to serve everyone at this point. I'm feeling very happy with this early game. As, Ragnar loses his shield, but again, this is a Malphite, and eventually you hit a point where the Renekton doesn't do meaningful damage to the Malphite, even if you can get the shove on in.
At the end of the day, your Malphite right here is just going to be your trigger for starting a team fight, right? He's not going to do necessarily too much damage, even though his base damage on his spells, as you level them up later on, they do hurt a lot, especially if you hit an ultimate on the Seiken or a Kalis, who are extremely squishy carry champions. This hurts. But at the end of the day, what Cabo Shard needs to do is to bully the Malphite around the side lane to try and break open a lane. Talking about breaking open a lane, KC are looking towards the bot side of the map that Synchro has not necessarily visited too much in this particular series, in this particular game, not series.
Worth pointing out as well that despite trying to avoid vision, Synchro was spotted on that red wall just the top left of your screen, so they will know that Synchro is starting off this dragon. And Linsis is still around, so we might just be about to see a little bit of a fight. Both those abilities go wide.
But look at the mid lane, right? Seiken was able to shove in that wave, which means he's the first one in the river. Now, don't get me wrong, I feel like Taliyah is one of these champions that can get away with not being the first one in the river, because you can throw down your walls, split the fight, and then your team can engage however they see fit. And this is going to be exactly the case. Tukui is going to throw down the wall.
we go. The wall comes down and the teleports are summoned. Everyone's ready to go. Dredgeline goes wide, but now the dragon goes down. It is taken by the side of Signal, but the fight commences. Pop Blossom lands, but not as well as they were hoping. Body stolen. That's a Rel. That's a massive shattering strike into a crash down, and Jetsu to the backside begins to unleash a Cathy in hell. Targamas has no flash, no hope, no dreams. He's dead to rights, as well as Linces picks up another one. Can look to hop over the wall. Cabochon and Kalist must back to safety. That is an angry bee, but I don't think your sting means much in this one. Go bite back.
That was a beautiful wall from Tukui to force the entirety of KC in a pit. Forcing you in a pit versus a Malphite and a Talia, making sure all the spells are being landed because you're stuck in a chokehold, is so great placement from the side. And honestly, Tukui, what a fantastic play from his Talia. KC, a little bit lost right there. They get shoved in. Don't necessarily have a reply for this fight. They're lucky to get 2 out.
They very much are. Jesu comes away now with kills. I'm looking at a 3-kill Viego, who is looking to become a real threat. The Trinity.
He didn't have any before that.
Oh, no, he didn't. Now he does. Let's look at this one again, because it just turns into a bit of a snowball once those first kills come through.
Look what a great wall. The wall comes out from the left and the TP comes out from the right. The right one is the Malphite. So KC are funneled either in the pit or towards the choke point where Gio are running through, and you cannot follow through a Talia. Look how Tukui is sort of guarding that choke point and allowing Gio to play around that. That was a marvelous played team fight to get KC exactly where they wanted them.
And Kui and Jesu both got out of the Pop Blossom. Neither of them were hit, and that meant that didn't really land that much. You hit an Alistair who was ulting and a Malphite who already ulted. You're not getting much value with that Pop Blossom, and then suddenly your Rel gets stolen, and then Linces begins to rub his hand and goes, excellent, I have the Rel jungle now.
Trinity Force.
Exactly, and now he's got a Triforce. Now he is very much in a position to be a threat in this game. Syncroft and Targamas maybe about to face check Camilius and Linces, but nothing too much more to be found.
And mind you, again, it's very good to reiterate the value of the champions that this Viego can get once he gets his shutdowns. He stole Sync of Soul, became the Rel, stunned people right behind him, which then snowballed onto Seiken's death. He takes Seiken's Nico and then stuns the next person with the next person with the Nico. So the value of the champions that you can steal from the KC is chef's kiss.
It very much is. Calming Core, though, doing a very good job of walking together as a unit to put down absolute tons of blue vision into this kind of bot side river to ensure they get the ability to shove on through the jungle and make sure that the likes of Camillus, the likes of Linces are known quantities. Herald number 2, though, has spawned, and this is a side of the river that Geo have a little bit more control over.
You would think that with the Renekton 1-point-something K up in gold, you wouldn't do
go.
that, but Syncroft has been caught.
That's a Hex Splash into the headbutt Pulverize. And Pulverize is exactly the right to him as the horse is crushed. Geo. Cabochon has thrown down the Dominance but gets stunned up. Another big double headbutt Pulverize buys time. Herald secured by Geo, but they won't go for the eye quite yet. Camillus needs to try and escape. Will use the headbutt as a taxi to try and get out to safety, but his Dreadside will surely fall. It is a 1-for-1, but the Herald is secured by Geo.
Yeah, and that's the list of the Warriors right now. You just lose your support from the side of Geo. You got what you wanted. You got that Rift Herald in your pocket. But KC are now got them in the numbers, and they're going to take millions.
Targamas needs to be a little bit afraid. I wonder whether Jesu might consider coming in on that fully stacked Plasma, but instead Calming Core will get an additional prize in the first turret there in the mid lane of all places.
And that's a great stuff right there. Getting that map a little bit darker potentially gives you that chance with Targamas onto the Nautilus, with Syncroft onto the Rel to find some angles in this fight. You see Syncroft, Hexlash is over the wall like, what? There's no Geo players around? And he instantly gets jumped by 4. And look at, again, what a marvelous freaking wall coming in from Tukui. Absolutely gets KC stuck in this corner. And even though Cabochon is flanking from the left side of the map and trying to get into these fights, the fact that Tukui misses that knockup is what allows KC to chase over onto Camillus' Alistar right there. Other than that, again, honestly, I am mind blown by Tukui, and the way he places walls on the map forces KC in a very disadvantageous position when Geo want to find them.
Still need to give credit over, though, to Calming Core, who are up a fair amount of gold and are, as we said, still in the position to be very scary.
I wonder where all that gold is lying.
Well, it might be towards that top lane. Seiken as well, doing pretty well in this mid lane. Gets himself another turret there, of course. There's a Herald available. It's dropped towards Ragnar of all places, but it will ensure they get a turret up here. And there's a dragon being spawned in about 8 seconds. I I suspect both teams might be looking to contest that one. Ragnar doesn't have his ultimate quite yet, but all the while, Karmine getting on towards this tier 2. They've done this across both games now. Play towards these side lane split push conditions pretty damn well.
Yeah,
tier 2 secured.
I would think that with Gio having the Rift Herald, they're going to use Shelly to push that tier 2 in the top lane as well. They had Linces around. He's emptied the entire jungle, pulled down the ward. So they knew that KC had the advantageous position when it came to moving into that Dragon area because they were already on that side of the map. So you give one up, it's fine. It's only 2 Dragons in. You take 2 towers to your advantage. Linces took the entire top side quadrant of Synchro's jungle as well. So you take this straight for Gio.
You absolutely do, and I kind of agree with your statement there, because again, it would have been risky to teleport in there and try and fight that dragon. When look, it's only second dragon. We can get more gold into our hands and keep the gold within 2,000 or so, which is very reasonable considering, as we said, the Renekton has managed to earn themselves a significant advantage themselves. We're seeing kind of match discrepancies in jungle and mid, but you have spotted something.
I'm getting a lot of pings on Jezu in the mid lane from the side of KC. They're like aggressively pinging that he's in the mid lane, and they're looking to potentially get a pickup onto Jezu, yeah.
Kalista goes forward, but there's a teleport behind. That's so much damage! My god! Flash on forward, but the ult afterwards is good. Kalista taken low! Gets the solo kill! Bot lane though, fights commences. Linces looks to get a kill onto Seiken, does so. Massive damage! Double kill! That's not Seiken getting, because of course, it's a stolen down body as the Ruined King ruins Karmine Core's day. Cabo shot knocked up, trying to survive, slices, dices, and will roll well on this one. Still gets stunned up, will not roll well enough the second time around. That's a nat one, and he will die. Linces claims another one, and that is a damn terrifying Viego.
What a wild turn of events! Jezu gets absolutely ditched by his top laner.
What's happening?
He gets engaged by Kalista, he gets ditched by Ragnar, but for a good reason. Again, if we look at this replay, we're not going to look at this replay, but we might in a bit. But that's a great turn of events for the set of Gio. Linces on the carry role this time around, not on a facilitator, on that Viego 6-1 and 2, and now we're gonna have a look at this replay. So Kalista engages onto Jezu in the mid lane if you look at the minimap, and Ragnar absolutely ditches him because he sees the potential down the bot lane. Linces is their carry this time around, and they're facilitating for him. So the TP from Ragnar secured Linces another 2 kills. And again, look at the follow-up once these souls who are so valuable come through. Then Nico with the root, the Rel with the root as well. They're just such great targets for Linces to put his target on.
And sometimes it feels really good when you set things up earlier, and again we bring up a little graphic about the guy.
I would be salty if I was Jezu. If I was Jezu and I went past my top laner and he pressed his TP button while I'm dying, I'd be pissed.
He's not as important this game. Clearly it's Linces. We brought up the graphic for him. He's 6-1 and 2. He's got 2 items. And in fairness, Jezu nearly played that one pretty well, but he can't outrun a ghosting Zeri, it turns out. That
oh, wouldn't you want to have your Malphite there?
Like, Malphite, please! Like, no. I see 3 kills in the bot lane. Goodbye.
I'm out.
Fades into the distance.
All right, on the other hand side, though, for KC, 2 kills for Kalista. Now, what Kalista needs to be very careful of course, is that he's moving into the next fight in 2 minutes without his flash.
Yes.
He becomes a really easy target for Ragnar to go for. And of course, once that target has been locked from the Malphite ult, it's such an easy follow-up with Linces and with Tukui having that long-range access with the ultimate on the Viego and of course the knockup from the Talia. So that would be a very easy lockdown from the side of Gio. Now KC have the Baron in their sights.
Minded Jezu and Tukui don't have flash themselves, but this looks like a little bit of a flip. Last time around, Gio won the flip. The burgers went their way. Looks like we are back in the kitchen. We're back in the burger joint. As Seiken is going to have a clone in there. Massive 2-man knockup into the follow-up. Oh my god, it's a beautiful wombo combo. Cabochon though into the backline, trying to play time onto Jezu, but he just can't do enough damage. But whoa, come on! He can just at least get the Kai'Sa, but not before the rest of his team is forced to run to the hills. They must try and escape. The wall comes down, and they will claim Synchro's life as well. Kalista goes to the backline, can't get anybody. Falls down. Karmine Core are wiped. The blue wall crumbles.
What a terror! I never expected KC to come up with a desperation Baron to cause a team fight. Yes, they see Tukui down the bot lane, but it's Talia with teleport. He teleports in, throws the wall down instantly. What a fantastic engage by Camilius, followed up by Ragnar, instantly zones away Kalista. Kalista's on 10% HP. That Zeri cannot walk up to assist you and put down the damage. It's your only damage dealer remaining. excuse me, on the map, and Geo absolutely spats on them. I'm lost for words. For words. The world is lost. My words are lost. Everything's KC. So desperate.
It really is. And honestly, Geo, a team that in some ways a lot of people have written off. This is against Karmine Corp, who just slammed the defending champions, who are, you know, 3 times at EMEA Masters, 3 championships. They're here for their 4th. And they're about to go down 2-0. It feels like they just lost Baron. They can't win a team fight. And this is a team on the side of Team Geo who struggle with communication, struggle to find consistent team fights, who have been so inconsistent considering the raw star power on their roster. About to take KC to match point, it feels like. Maybe this can be a moment to turn it around. Maybe this can be a moment to get themselves to soul point, but you have to start to fear if you're a Karmine Corp fan.
What's Shaken and what's Kalist's positioning right there? They both have flash. They can get out of Ragnar's ultimate whenever they wish. But what angle is KC gonna find? Look at Targamas. He's playing from the right side to angle.
To get on in, just gonna get that much value. Ragnar gets to the backside, takes down about halfway. He gets stunned up. That's a massive ultimate. But wait, the Power Blast comes on through.
This is dead.
They finally prevent the engage. Cabashon, gold to the backside, does go down. Jezu stunned up in the back end of it, but will survive with attacking the dragon. Chameleon is also desperately low, and now Geo are the ones in danger. Ragnar needs to run away. Kalista begins to breathe fire. Gets another one onto the side of that Talia. Does go down. Ragnar gets down as well, and actually Karmine Corp finally bite back, finally stop Linces and get themselves to soul point. Baron will be absolutely neutered to boot.
Saken. 4 times, because he's looking for his 4th title if he goes over to the finals. He's the OG member of KC. He's been there for all 3 titles. He's been there for the entire era, and he baits Geo in the pit. He eats the Malphite all because he knows he is not threatened by anyone else, and when Linces jumps him, he sees him to death. The whole of KC jump on him as well, and he gets out scot-free. Gets the root over the wall of the Jezu as well. What a fantastic performance in this team fight by that KC mid laner. And again, one of the staples for the organization. He's been there from the very beginning. He has been part of all 3 titles and their success. And he's coming back in this team fight to bail them out. 1, 3, and 5, his KDA does not speak for how much he did in this team fight.
And let's be real, if that stopwatch hadn't come through, Linces was claiming another kill. That was a body stolen, and the game looks very, very different. Instead, Linces dies, and look at the gold. He's 4,000 gold ahead of this 056 Rel. Syncroft has been struggling, Linces has been feasting, but you kill off the Viego, and these fights look a lot more playable when the Renekton, when the Zeri get to free fire on those very low health members afterwards. Ragnar ults on the top side, and Saken's going to be forced to ult early. Now the teleport's coming on through to try and prevent a further chase down. I think it must be. They're going to try and get in here, but there's not much of a wave left. Still jumping onto Ragnar, who doesn't have a flash, but will get on out, and that's a teleport force, and Ragnar gets to walk away.
I think it's kind of fine because mid lane is pushing, top lane is pushing, and now KC can actually split through mid and top. There's only one lane that is actually under attack for KC, and that's the bot lane, so they can actually trade 2 towers for 1. KC can actually keep pressuring right here. Geo, until the reply comes through, you will see that Saken does have the teleport, so he's going to be the one going back to base to defend that bot lane push coming through. But that was a very clever TP, I feel like, from KC. It resulted in them having both tier 2s in the mid lane and the top lane. Great macro.
Helped defend Saken as well, because you felt like the Malphite could keep running at that Nico for a while. Otherwise, I think he said Zeri, but that's very much the wrong champion. Play does buy some time there. And yes, you got the tier 2 for Geo, but Karmine Corp get both tier 2s, as you mentioned, and that was against the Baron that really got absolutely nothing done. What have you spotted?
The story of the carries has changed for Geo. Last game, it was Jezu onto his Aya. This game, it's Linces onto the Viego. And if he's slippery enough and difficult to kill, and Saken had to pull out every card in his box to get him trapped into this pit and play fantastically that fight start to finish. Now you need to kill Linces twice.
Yeah.
He has gotten his Guardian Angel, so has Caboshot, to be fair, but Caboshot is playing more to zone away the fight and try to dive into the backline, whilst Linces is looking for this opportunity. This Ragnar, he's flanking.
Just picked up for Saken. That could be important in this potential fight. Saken just get a bit of a route onto Ragnar, and everyone's around. Caboshot looking to get onto the Malphite, who gets hooked up, taken very low. Still has the ultimate, gets into the backline, but may well likely be traded out for it. Saken gets a pop loss, but it's not the highest value. Resurrecting his Linces. He's surely dead here. Saken trying to buy space and time, and he's dead. He's down. It's a double kill kill to Kalist and Karmikor, Cabochard, this incredible roster of talent beginning to come online across these last two team fights.
It's a KC Magic, baby. They're coming back together. They were lost game 1, game 2. They're doing everything possible in their power to pick Geo apart. Look at that TP coming in from Seiken. It's guarded by Ragnar on the top side of the map. Seiken, though, plays around Ragnar, and KC pull the trigger to engage on the tank, because if Geo pushes through that choke point, there's a gigantic Renekton and Nico ult that can stop you dead in your tracks. And Linces falls for the bait. He sees the low HP bars and falls for the hourglass again, which means not only does he go down, he lost his GA.
Jesu just had to cleanse an ult there as well, continuing to run at him. He's not having the easiest time on this Kai'Sa, been pretty quiet. At least at 3 items now can be a threat, and Linces back on the map, looking to try and redeem himself. It's a couple important deaths, and yes, he is strong, but the problem is now he's diving into 5 people by himself, and that is just so hard to deal with. Zhonya's stopwatch, GA, you can look across the board and see some very difficult targets to deal with. Kalist now with the Bloodthirster. Who on earth are you getting to burst through?
Now if you're KC, you have the reins of the game. You are sitting on soul point, so you can choose whether you want to go for the dragon or allow Geo to try and stop your soul and just take the Baron.
Double headbutt pulp, Togmus has to flash. Cabochard also taken pretty low. That was a little overeager, but Cabo doesn't actually have the teleport. 30 seconds on Infernal Dragon might cost Karmikor.
Tukui's chasing.
Tukui has gone down. Yes, he has. That's a wall on the backside. Looking to see if we can get someone in the pit. Leaves Karmikor in an awkward position. Cabochard does have the start of that GA. Into the backline goes Ragnar. Kalist taken low. Trying to run down. Big Pop Blossom. Gets onto Jesu. He's dead. Seiken uses the stopwatch well. Ragnar cannot kill Kalist, but does so finally at the end of the day. Looking to get some more work done as Linces. He's got himself a body. It is, of course, the Nico. Tukui trying to run away. Cabochard still trying to survive. Chameleons into the backside. Does get a big knocker, but there's just not any damage left. Big knocker onto the side of Tukui, trying to run away, gets the shove, gets the GA. Linces needs to back. It is a 3v3. Cabochard doing some healing, desperately low in Synchron, body secured by Linces. He gets to hop on through, and despite the health bars, GO win out.
Oh my god, I think this game has been the story of the 2 mid laners. Tukui played this to absolute perfection. Again, look at the TPs coming in. You will see that Kalist gets hit by the big rock from Malphite, and then Ragnar walks him down while Seiken has his eyes onto that Kalist. He's like, that's the carry, that's not the carry. Linces is. So when you use your entire HP bar to take down the Kai'Sa and allow the Viego to take you down, all he needs is one reset, and Linces got his reset that game, that fight, which was on Seiken. They have been hunting him for 3 team fights straight, and now that they got him, you saw that there was no damage left.
Got so close here, but Chameleons finds another big pulverized 3-man knock up there at the end of it. Unspoken MVP, and now with the GA down, and they head straight back towards his Baron. Here we go again. Those are some big damage numbers. We'd love to look at it, but we just don't have time. Baron secured, and Geo looking to extract, looking to get back to base, looking to ensure Karmikor cannot collapse them as they escape.
I don't know if they can chase right here, but what Cabo is looking for is potentially for everyone to back, and then he catches somebody onto the retreat. He sees Jesu right there, but Jesu eyes him down, and he's like, yeah, I don't want none of that, so they're gonna back off. Close. Huge wave over on the top side of the map. You want to be able to push this away before the Baron Siege starts and the minions become a lot stronger. We'll see right now what Geo can actually do with the Baron, but this has been, again, a very close game. 2,000 gold difference over for Geo, but all the gold lies within Linces, within the jungler. If they can manage to find him in one of those fights, if they can manage to bait him in again with Seiken's Hourglass, and you take him down, that's great. But if Linces survives, KC lose the fight.
Stopwatch now on Zeri as well, increasingly hard to take down, but I'm looking at Jesu. He's at 3.5, he's got a stopwatch. Yes, he's down 3,000 gold, but in terms of active fighting power, he's not miles off. He's still a threat. And again, this Viego, unless you deal with them early, before the resets begin, is such a problem. It's that additional X factor that Karmikor dealt with for a couple fights in a row, but that last one they did not. And he survived and managed to win out a fight that looked oh so dicey, no puns regarding Renekton's abilities intended.
I feel like it's been so difficult to deal with Ragnar as well, because Ragnar is literally body blocking every auto attack from Kalist. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm here.
Yeah, what does Zeri do against Malphite? Exactly.
Ragnar literally is walking down Kalist, and Kalist can do nothing about it. He cannot use the power that he has onto this Zeri, into these team fights. Another wall coming in from Tukui, gonna zone away KC, take out this tower in the mid lane, the tier 2, easy peasy without any commitment right there from the side of GO, and now KC are looking, what have you got? You're engaged, it's not the easiest. They hit a route onto the Malphite, but that's not the target you want to be taken down.
Cool. And again, it's always been one of Zeri's flaws. She's not been the best anti-tank champion. She's wonderful at running down low health bars. She's wonderful at staying alive. Can certainly deal with the absolute best of them. You can see that in the amount of pentakills, that's for sure. But against a Malphite, you kind of said it right. You just get run down a lot, and you've got enough targets to be dealing with. And Seiken and Cabochard played out some of these fights beforehand so well to ensure Linces didn't get the resets. Great stopwatch timings, using the GAs, all of those things, but it's easier said than done. 2 minutes until what would be Infernal Soul for Karmine Corp. That would be a win condition, but it does feel like this game could go either way right now.
We talked about a lot of the times the Soul being the win condition for a team, but it's also the downfall, right? Because you need to get there and team fight for it. It's not like GO are going to be doing anything else on the map. There is nothing else on the map for them to do.
Elder for next the whole thing.
Yeah, their Baron's about to run down. 3 minutes and 10 seconds for the next Baron to come up. So they literally have nothing. Their weekend is open currently just for that dragon fight. So
just call me. I'll be there. Just whatever.
Exactly. They're going to be there nevertheless, right? They still have the Baron, which is very valuable for them because they can still pressure the waves, which means that allows them to freely put down a lot of vision before that dragon gets up. So a lot of setup. They'll have vision onto Karmine Corp before that dragon begins. And by pushing in these waves with the remainder of their Baron buff, that also allows for very free resets while Karmine Corp is dealing with the pushed-in waves.
Most important though, Cabochard no TP quite yet. Of course, Seiken does. Ragnar and Takui still up with both theirs, and of course Takui, but it also means the opportunity to reset, to move around the map pretty high for GO if they can get some of these lanes shoved in.
Camilius need to press B. Yeah, there you go. Presses B. He set down all of his wards, but because KC, you see right here, they have to deal with the waves that have been pushed into them due to the Baron buff. They have the time from the side of GO to reset while still all of their vision is down. The problem from the side of KC is that they don't necessarily have anyone to face check for them. Syncroft is kind of squishy because he's gone for more the protective build, if you will. Exactly. He's more of the supportive, protective build onto the Rel. Cabochard as well has the GA. Doesn't want to lose it by just face checking for some vision. So everything's going to be played around that mid lane wave. And if KC can enter the river on that side, Cabo loses half his HP, even attempting to walk into that river.
Linces, never mind completing a 4th item, just gone for the
Kalista zoned out.
That's a big zone out. Kalista can't get hit. Targmas goes golden. They're trying to buy time. Syncroft runs away, but Targmas must flash. Must try and stay alive. Gets knocked up, but that is the ult used to kill off the Nautilus. It's taken away now. Linces, squishier, but has stolen the Nautilus body. Lands the dredge line. That's still the Nautilus.
Seiken!
Golden. Seiken doesn't get as much value as his own before Cabochard on the back. Now it's Jezu, who dies. He's dead. Ragnar staying alive. Takui trying to do as much work as he can on the backside, but still Ragnar down. A double kill to Cabochard who's trying to stay alive. Kalist desperately low. Has the GA to work with. It's a 2-for-1. But importantly, the health bars for Karmine Corp are just desperately low.
Cabo and Seiken still have TPs to get back into this fight. Syncroft can stay around. He has 50% HP. They can TP straight back into this fight and fight for the dragon. Only 3 members of GO and 4 for Karmine Corp. Kalista's also gone mid lane. He's stolen back so much HP. KC found their soul.
They got it. Honestly, I thought for moments they jumped Kalista, it was going to be a disaster.
Seiken.
But Seiken gets the stun. Let's have a look at it again.
Oh my god, this is why this guy says, I don't care if they pinch my pool, I still have Nico, it works pretty well. Now, Targamas right here gets a little bit too deep, Casey cannot commit right there, but most importantly, Ragnar commits the ultimate onto one support. And Kalista right there, you think he gets gold? Look at that beautiful flash ult from Seiken to lock down 3 members that threaten Kalist. And the second that Jezu goes down, Litzes doesn't get his reset because Targamas hourglassed it earlier on. It is beautiful to watch from the 2 mid laners. The things Takui and Seiken have done to win these fights has been incredible. Seiken coming out on top in this one.
You thought when the stopwatch came through that Jezu could play it out, but Cabochard was right there to snap him up. Infernal Soul for Karmine Corp. Gold lead nominally to GO, but I don't know how much it means right now. Whew. Game on a knife's edge. Karmine Corp perhaps with a decisive edge with this Infernal Soul, perhaps. You know, I felt like I've said that a couple times this game to both sides. Oh, that certainly stings now.
Now, of course, Hourglass still not quite up from Seiken. He's gonna go all the way back to base to purchase a blasting one, I think it was. A little bit more AP power for these fights to come. But Syncroft is engaging right here. You do not have your Nico. If you get caught out, it's a 4 versus 5. He was trying to see if GO would commit anything, but again, your Nico is way too far away. No flash on Seiken, no flash on Kalist. You cannot overexpose your 2 carries because Malphite is still there. He's still praying, he's still looking. All eyes on Ragnar. He finds the target and Viego can dive in.
All right, Baron started. Cabashard trying to zone people off. Linces over the back, does not have flash, does have ult, can get into the pitch. So hard to stop a Viego from getting in. He's off vision as well. They don't know where he is. He can get to the pit. They know where he is. It's gone. Cannot get there in time. Seiken will be resetting with a clone. But now Karmikor needs to run back out of his. Ragnar in danger. Gets jumped on by Cabashard. Karmikor want the fight. They want to do this. Over goes Kalist, who gets stunned up. They must try and reset. I don't know about this.
Oh, that was so scary.
Where are they going? They've got a wave. Are they going to keep shoving?
KC are going to shove towards the top side of the map. I mean, they have an entire wave. They have two cannon minions. They're gonna Baron the map as well. Seiken is gonna press B to try and see if anyone pushes further from Geo. It's not going to be the case. Every single member of Geo went back to base. They want to defend that top lane side of the map. Ragnar still has his ultimate.
Baron, hook goes down onto Ragnar. And Karmikor continue to siege on forwards. The depth charge comes on and Ragnar knocked up but knocked down. But he's still got to ult in. Seiken takes a big chunk back though for the temerity of stopping forwards. And look at this Kai'Sa, now very much online. That's a sorcery elixir on as well. These W's certainly begin to sting. Still though, the inhibitor is down. The inhibitor turret has fallen, of course. Before that, Karmikor get a decent value out of that initial shove top lane.
They still have 2 minutes left on their Baron buff as well. And they've got 2 more lanes of attack from the side of Geo. So Seiken, Kalist, I think their flashes are about to come up as well. You see Kalist has finished his last item, full item Zeri, 4 items on Nico, sorry, for Seiken as well. We're looking at their flashes right there. They still have like just a couple of seconds left on them on the cooldown. The second you have flashes on both of your carries, you can play even more aggressive. If you are KC, they have been fantastic and fighting these angles. On the other hand side, I'm looking at Tukui. The placement of that wall will be so instrumental for their team fights, for splitting apart KC and allowing Linces to dive in, not to fight people.
Oh, they're going to catch on to Syncrop. Pulling him across the wall, can't quite kill him.
Camilla's dead.
Desperately low. Kalist, shot back though, will still survive. Still has the flash, still has to go, still has the GA, and is just fine with that. An attempted pick goes desperately long. Camille's down. The wall behind them is Cabashard's not going to get into this fight, particularly Syncrop gets a stun onto Ragnar. Seiken throws out a clone forwards. It's not him, of course. It's just that W, that trickster. Karmikor get another inhibitor.
Funnily enough, these 2 creeps had to walk around because of the wall of Tukui and went towards that mid lane. But Geo, they're chasing the jungle. There's no objective, Geo. What are you doing?
Trying to get something in the back end of it. Cabashard has hysterics pop and not down. Targmas gets the depth charge onto Jezu into the Pot Blossom. Not as much value as they were hoping for as Ragnar goes over the wall, but can't get that much. Seiken desperately trying to...
Cabo!
Cabo to the backside though. This is Godzilla, all right. It ain't no alligator from the swamp. He's a city-destroying monster alongside Kalist, who claims Viego. Linces, what a game he's had. It's just
KC are ending. Seiken and Cabashard both have teleports. They still have Baron. They have a wave towards the bottom. They have a wave in the top lane. They can pressure Geo. Linces dead. Jeju dead. All their carries dead.
The siege continues with all the minions crashing into the base. The gates are broken. Their bodies are broken. And we're going to 1-1. Karmikor, even the series out.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, hey. Are you done now?
Yeah, I need a break though. That
Yeah.
was some. Oh,
Hi, Ben.
Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, now?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Qué alegría más grande. Tu alma brisa y me hace cantar.
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died. Awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this
All right, here, listen up, folks. I got a problem. Fans hate Mad Lions. No matter what they do, good, bad, ugly, doesn't matter. They've always got a problem with it. I need solutions now. New guy, what you got?
How about we make them lose in a very bad way, like a 7th in spring?
Yeah, knock that stupid smile off your face. All right, let's keep it going. What you got?
No, I love it. I love it. 7th place in spring. We write them like that, and then everyone's super disappointed and sad and down on them, but then they turn it around. Redemption, make it to semifinals.
I love that. All right, glasses, smart guy, Mr. Iceberg. What you got? I need Oscar winning, Titanic storyline.
Why can't we just write them as a strong, consistent team we can trust internationally?
But it was a good idea.
LEC studio this year before we head off to Montpellier, Occitanie next week to crown the LEC 2023 season champion. When you say something in French, it's like all the words after that also stay a little bit French. But that's not what's happening. Caps is happy, acting like he already won. But that's not the case. We'll be the judge of that.
Well, we won summer.
Yeah.
Just not the season.
Yeah. Today is G2 Esports fighting against the Mad Lions for a spot in the grand finals on Sunday, surpassing that match on Saturday. But my name is Shax, and once again joined by Ender and Odewamne for this historical occasion.
So historical.
The historical occasion is that you two are here.
Yeah.
That is quite historical.
My MVP right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not every day you get to hang out with your, like, biggest fan or idol. So
it's true. It's true. Well, Goldberg gets to work with me every day, so he knows what it feels like. He's right there. I was kidding. I'm sorry. We've been here for a long time. We've been rehearsing a lot of stuff, so we're a little bit crazy, but it's fine. We'll lead it into the right direction, like talking about BDS versus Fnatic. Yesterday it was Fnatic that advanced to Montpellier and also the world's Swiss stage, and these two analysts did not believe in them.
I mean, in our defense, we didn't think Wonder was going to show up and actually, look good. He started performing really well towards the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, he wasn't doing the best, but he started ramping up throughout the season. And towards the end, I think his teamfight presence was great. He was doing his job pretty much throughout the whole game, keeping it stable. But yeah, I think everyone else from Fnatic popped off really hard. Trimby had an amazing series, and I think he was exactly everything that he needed to be for his team.
Yeah, I mean, the Razork Karthus as well, just 5,000 gold ahead, 3-level lead almost the entire game in that number 2. That was a really interesting spin on the series, because you saw as soon as he had that game, obviously loving the win moment there for him. But he completely, he was just farming bans after locking in the Karthus. The only time we'd ever seen it this year, I believe, was when Bo played it. So crazy that he was able to get that value in the series.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a lot of bans towards jungle like the way we did this series, because there was 6 jungle bans, I think, towards, but yeah.
I could not see you because the camera's in the way.
I mean, I couldn't see you either, so.
It's all good. Here's the bracket. So, I mean, also, let's spare a word for BDS. A great run so far. We will be seeing them in Korea. They'll be playing the Golden Guardians, but it's Fnatic that punches their ticket to the Swiss stage. And about Montpellier, by the way, we can't wait. Next week is going to be awesome. Big stadium, also 1-hour pre-show. We'll have bingo. We'll have the LEC Expo back and close by. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. But we won't see BDS there. They will be facing off against the Golden Guardians in the world's qualifying series for a spot in the play-in. So let's check in how NA feels about their opponent.
Playing versus BDS, I always kind of saw them as kind of like the Golden Guardians of Europe. You know, they had like a rough start. They were kind of like no names at the bottom, and then I guess seemingly out of nowhere, they kind of rose to the top. And ever since then, they've been really solid. But yeah, I don't really know too much about them. I know both of our top laners have kind of interesting champions and playstyles, so I'm curious to see how that one plays out. And as well as we both have boomer AD carries. I've been watching Crowny play in the LEC for quite some time now, so I'm excited to play versus him in a real match. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, you know, it's North America versus Europe, so it's gonna be a banger.
What is this? Stick say, oh, it's very cute. You want to play Crowny, whatever.
I'll trash talk for him.
Yeah, where's the?
Let me take control. Look, top lane, it's gonna be an embarrassment for BDS. Look, Licorice is coming in, the GOAT of top lane this year in NA. He's gonna be throwing fists. He doesn't even know who this Adam guy is, any of those champions. It just doesn't matter. He's gonna smack him.
What's he gonna do? He's gonna blind pick Poppy and stuff like that?
He's gonna pick the Yone Hullbreaker and just run down top the entire game.
Yone Hullbreaker, when my boy Adam has like Axemen in his champion pool, like Olaf, Darius, you know? What's the little
sounding like a one-trick pony a little bit. Also, like the most predictable play style in the universe. Like
what? He's gonna stomp lane?
Look, I think Licorice might be able to run down to the dragon and team fight around 6 minutes. I think that's something he can do.
I mean, he's gonna get wins like that.
But I mean, even if okay, top lane, I'll give you that. Look at bot lane. What a glow up this man has had this year. Absolute machine. And if the meta stays on engaged supports in the bot lane, you're not going to be able to match that down on the bot side of the map. I'm sorry. The laning is going to be a little bit too strong.
Yeah, Golden Guardians is just too good. We can move on.
No, I actually don't think we can, because the streets were also talking during MSI, and the streets were saying that Golden Guardians were owning all the LEC teams in scrims. You're not going to disagree with the streets, are you?
No, I'm not.
He's not going to disagree with the streets.
I think he's conflicted because he's like, he doesn't really want to defend VDS. Like, why would he?
I mean,
I was just trying to have a fist
I'm
fight.
Just a hater.
Yeah. It's true. But Odo, I have something you might want to talk a little bit more about, because you don't get to play top lane in LEC anymore, but other people do.
Oh, man.
So maybe you can teach us something, because Goldberg's standing by. He's one trick. Shyvana, teach us something.
Yeah. Okay, Goldberg, hit me up.
Yeah,
what do you got in store for me?
I'm a biggest fan. You know, let me take a moment real quick. All right, top lane, you're pretty good at this. So I got a few clips I want you to talk about.
Yep.
At least second best in Europe. I think we can give you that. But
ooh,
let's take a look at
that's high praise. But
let's take a look at the best one, because this is a special we've seen from BB quite often. It's Kled into Renekton. Now we've only seen the click into Renekton specifically. Why is that?
I think it's good that especially for today's matchup, because it's something that not a lot of people play. Renekton being a strong meta pick right now, he's looking to play very aggressive level 1, because that's where Kled's strength lies in this matchup. He's trying to zone from these like 3 minions over here. He wants to trade his HP, because right now, even if he loses his mount, he gets to... Renekton doesn't have enough damage to just kill him level 1. And as you can see, he made the lane very, very volatile. And now he got Prio, and he's gonna get level advantage. And right now, given on how Yike's jungle pathing is gonna look like, they're either gonna look for a level 3 dive on top here with XP lead, or to invade on Krugs. And right now, you can see this 2v2 is super, super strong. Renekton doesn't even have 50 rage, and now it's a great engage from Yike here to just Q flash on the Ivan, and BB follows up well. And right now they play to Kled's win conditions so well right now, and right now it's a little bit of a misplay, because Rel ends up tanking the tower. It would have been better if BB tanks the tower, so he can reset
specifically, I can tell you, BB said, "You tank. I'm not tanking this." You can call it a misplay if you want to, but he didn't want to.
But it's good, because the thing is, they have a reliable point and click CC with Rel. So the 1-for-1 was good there because of the wave. And now it's just every time the wave bounces and Kled gets an XP lead and a goalie like this, he can look to make it volatile, because he kind of works like Elise, where everyone on top lane needs to be terrorized of Elise because she can reset tower aggro. Well, Kled can do that by himself with just the way his passive works. Every time he will fall off his bike, the tower is not gonna like hit him anymore, and he can just pretty much tower dive by himself.
So what you're saying is we probably shouldn't expect blind pick Renekton. There's probably a click coming into it.
Yeah, it's gonna disrupt a little bit of the draft phase today. This Kled pocket pick that is happening, and it's gonna be interesting to see the adaptation.
Now, I was asking you as well. All right, Odo, what clips would be interesting to break down? And you told me that there has been some cool things happening in the LCK with Jax. We haven't really seen it in Europe, but why is it this was a clip that you wanted to break down?
Yeah, this is a strat that is happening quite often, and it's been happening not so much in EU in the official games within our screens as well. Jax being such a strong laning or like such a strong level 1 pick, he can get prior into almost any champion in the game. And what he's doing here, he doesn't want to push too fast. He wants to stack 3 waves so he can go for something that we haven't seen, I think, at all until this season, because Jax rose to popularity so much. But now he's going to crash the 3rd wave, and he's going to look to proxy on the 4th wave and look to get the base so he can abuse his cheetah recall pretty much. It's like an advanced cheetah recall because the minions are going to stack into the tower. Well, right now, if we look at the tower, there's going to be around 8 minions that are crashing into the tower. But right now, he's going for an extra wave, which it's a little bit greedy. It gives him the Sheen base, but I think it's still a little bit of a mistake. And now he's going to get to run into the lane, arrive at the same time as the minion wave. He doesn't even need to expand TP, and he's going to be effectively laning with item advantage against the Own that, I mean, it's on. He can build his items.
I would like to show it. My minimap is kind of broken when I highlight it. But basically what you're saying is that Ornn is stuck on the turret right now. He can come in on this minion wave that's going to appear in a bit.
Yeah.
I couldn't zoom it. My bad. And then I have another one as well, because we've seen this matchup so often. It's 9 to Renekton, which most people actually favor the 9. Why is it specifically the 9 so favored in it?
Yeah, early game it's a little bit hard, but with time, when Gnara gets after 1 base, he starts winning because he gets to buy Ninja Tabi and he gets to lane and he gets to be super tanky, and then Renekton loses his prio so much.
Tell me about this scenario, because the Renekton got prio here, he's just in level 6. What actually happens here? What is it that goes wrong?
Yeah, I think the Gnar is messing it up a little bit. He flashes a little bit too late. He should have anticipated that this dive was going to happen because he's in little range from the Renekton and he kind of just committed a big mistake. And
So let me put the highlight on what we're actually looking at here, Odo, because this is your game against Broken Blade, and I can see Broken Blade on Renekton. He's playing again today. I can see the minimap. There's 2 junglers right behind the both of you.
Yeah.
What happens here? Why is this working for the Renekton?
Yeah, I mean, the Gnar player is a little bit bad. He doesn't realize that it's level 6. The Gnar player also says to Maokai, hey, look at top lane. And in all honesty, he did look at top lane. He just watched me die. So he kind of did everything I wanted him to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's enough hype for G2 today. We already got 2 clips for VP doing good, so it's enough.
All right, enough about the juice's top lane role, that's what I'm saying. Because look, it's time to reveal the LEC 2023 Season MVP.
Towards comps, they're leaving him on side lanes. They want this Sivir to big. Wow. Once again, their sentence connects. Box was dropped. The zap connects. Oh! Sentence! Mickey just does not lift. Thought forward. Doesn't connect with the chase. Stand in place. Finally looking for a kill. No, it doesn't do it. What? It does not do it.
They'll find you in pieces.
I'm a super
On to the next.
Just shy. That was gorgeous, and then here. Nicky is surviving once again. Sidestep, Peaches. Come on.
Clean from Mickey X, immediate lockdown on the shield. He's continuing to the face check. Look, once again, the one hook. The hook once again lands onto Nuke.
From this bottom quadrant, that trench line threaded through the minion. Shax Spectre forced to flash away. Third blood secured by Han Summoner G2.
At the both summoners on the dive. Oh, it's just rubbing salt into the wound.
Can he pull the trigger? Will he pull the trigger? Symphony can stand up, locked down. G2 is focused and destroyed by G2. Who I am. Stand tall.
Unbelievable video and fantastic MVP for the entire year, the entire season.
I mean, he's good.
Mickey.
He's good for sure.
I mean, best support in the league. I just think in terms of like the actual stats, I did some numbers crunching, and I actually talked to the Cloud9 stats guy, so I have a great comparison as to why he is actually my runner-up for MVP, and Odo is #1. As you can see, in terms of like damage per minute, Odo is more than 2xing. The CS per minute is really where it gets embarrassing, where Mickey's only averaging 1 minion.
He's missing so many minions.
Yeah,
it's
that's
crazy.
half a minion
like,
away.
You know, people ridicule me when I miss a cannon, but it looks like he's missing.
How does he have 2 solo kills?
Yeah, that's not just -1. That's like -9 every minute. That's tough.
That is tough.
Actually, -11 because there's 6 minions. Twice.
But then the cannon comes, 15. And then it's actually even worse.
Yeah, it's even worse.
See, this is why you're the MVP. Is he just knows the numbers, and the numbers don't lie.
2 solo kills. I'm really curious who he solo kill. Like, I just imagine Mickey just running around the map. He's just finding someone. He's like solo killing him, and I'm like,
probably, or something
that's
like that.
crazy.
Who knows?
Supportal combat.
Supportal combat, literally.
Yes. Anyways, we just want to make you feel better. But actually, it's Mickey who's the MVP. And
I needed that.
of course, we'll be talking to Mickey over in Montpellier. We saw him preparing now to take on the Mad Lions. But Odo, this is really impressive, I think. We haven't seen a support get MVP in a very long time.
Yeah, I think last time we got support MVP was Yellowstar in 2015. Back then, where there was like also 2 MVPs per split per year, because it's like, you know, MVP of spring, MVP of summer. So that's even more impressive, considering there's been like 14 or 15 awards, and ever since then we didn't get the support MVP, and it just goes to show that he's been so consistent, and he's had off games, you know, every once in a while, but he compensated with so much. He's been incredible. He's been doing everything that his team needs him to do, and a lot of confidence in his champion picks as well. I feel like he wasn't really like following the meta. He just always picked what he believed in that was the best for him and his team to enable them to succeed as much as possible.
I think there's a lot of times these awards, like at the end of the year, can sometimes be like recency bias awards, but this is not the case. Like this dude was dominating every single split, especially back in spring, right? Like everyone was playing the cringe enchanters down in the support role. He's like insta-locking Nautilus every single game, getting kills inside lane, and the forward percentage at like almost 40%, where he's on the other side of the map. Like what we saw from him was lane domination turned into presence inside the enemy jungle, invading, and it was that tag team with Yike way back at the start of the year that was so sublime.
And there's a couple of things that make this as impressive as it is for me. One, you said already about the support not being usually the benefactors of the MVP. The fact that he's on a team where there's a lot of players that get the attention and that can be the star player on any given Sunday. And the fact that he's had such a long career in which he's had ups and downs. He's had arguably some of the highest highs of some of the players in Europe back in 2019, then having to go back and work on himself and everything before finding his way back to G2.
Yeah, that's the key thing, though, because I think exactly you talk about a player that gets overshadowed. I think even sometimes during like that 2019 run, right, you would look at other areas of the map, and that's where a lot of the praise ended up coming, whether it's like caps in the mid lane or whatnot. And then he comes back to this G2 team. He's back reunited in the bot lane with Hans Sama, another guy that could easily eclipse so many players, and yet it's Mickey who is crushing inside the laning fees time in and time out.
It's wonderful to see. Very close on his heels was Yike. Yike was crowned the Rookie of the Season, Odoamne, and he's been super exciting to watch overall. I don't think anyone could argue this one either.
Yeah, I mean, he's been incredible. For me, he was my MVP, but at the same time, Mickey is totally deserved. I think he had a great year, but Yike coming into the league as a rookie and fitting into a team with superstars just like G2 is, you know, with everyone just showing up day in and day out, and he's able to bring this confidence and this, or like not even confidence, this rookie level of confidence where he brings out champion picks like Belvet, Lilia, Kha'Zix in a meta where no one is bringing this out, and he's doing exactly everything that his team needs him to. So he's been nothing short of exceptional this year.
Yeah, and it was the fact for me that G2 knew from like week 1 that they can put him on those carry junglers, right? Like he was playing those back in Winter Split and looking so good. They were building comps around his champion pool with like caps on the Sejuanis and the Zacs and all those tanks mid lane.
Yeah, but I really think the tanks as well, specifically for Yike, the fact that he started to actually pick those up is one of the most impressive parts, because yes, he performed when he got facilitated, but when it came to facilitating the lane of G2, that's actually where he didn't do too well in winter, but come spring and summer, he really doubled down on it and decided to just practice these champions, pick them every single time, and it showed how good he actually became at being a facilitator for G2.
Yeah, for me, I think it's credit to G2, because usually when a rookie comes into a lineup like this, it's really easy for him to be like, hey guys, what do you need me to do? Would you guys like me to try to make himself fit in the playstyle? But instead he came and made everyone fit around his playstyle. And I think the fact that he got this much confidence from the staff around him, when the time came for him to give back to everyone and be like, okay, we gave you some, we empowered you for so long, let's have you pivot a little bit towards these meta picks. What can you give back to us? And he delivered exceptionally.
Look, I want to start a petition here, right? Because like EU mids, thing of the past. It's EU junglers now, man.
Okay.
EU jungle, like Elyoya, Yike, all these guys in recent years have been so sick, inspired. Oh!
What a great segue into the matchup at hand today, which is G2 versus the Mad Lions. And you're right, Elyoya was once upon a time in these exact shoes, a rookie of the split as well. We gotta say though, coming into today, we haven't been seeing that Elyoya, Goldberg.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because despite Elyoya being the one who had the almost perfect rookie year into then solidifying himself to a veteran, has now actually not been performing to the same style or at least to the same level that we're used to. He's the one who's playing catch up to Yike. Yike is coming in as the favorite today in his rookie year as well. And it's a shame we have the meta that we currently have, because I would love to see the Elyoya Lee Sin and the other things come through it. But I think Elyoya really needs to step up his gameplay. He's not been as visible on the Rift that Yike has been around his laners, for example.
Has it been different, Odoamne? Of course, you played them and you've played him for a couple of seasons now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely in 2021 when he came in as a rookie and they won, I think, twice, when they won Spring and Summer. He had a little bit of what Yike has right now, you know, with this rookie confidence where he feels like unstoppable and he can do whatever he wants. And right now he's transitioning into this more of a leader role where he's kind of like the veteran and he needs to have these consistent results and performances every single day. And yeah, you could see his impact kind of change since 2021.
Yeah, and I think also sort of like coming into this new patch as well, that's where you need to see a little bit of adaptation, because like we're going into a world where like maybe AP junglers are just like much better, right? And you already had a guy like Yike that was playing that towards the start of the season, the Ivern. So there's a lot of like transitions going on right now just within the jungle role. And I think that's definitely going to push him, but maybe where he can get it back.
Exactly, and we'll see how both teams choose to attack these drafts we're going to see today. But Odoamne, you of course played the Mad Lions. It was a 3-0 in their favor, but is there more than meets the eye to that result?
Yeah, when you look at the result, you can say, you know, 3-0, easy win. Excel didn't even pick up a single win, but their early games have been shaky. Even in the first two games where we were kind of dominating in the early game, their numbers were not good. They were averaging 1.1k gold down at 14, and I feel like against a team like G2 who has, you know, this style of being really, really dominant in the lane, but also their fundamentals and the way they approach mid-game and objective setups is so clean. I feel like you can't really drop the ball like they did against us, and one might say that it was, you know, maybe poor draft choices. They favored mid-late game scaling and empowering Karzi as much as possible, but I feel like they need to find this fine line between early and late game where they need to match G2, because I feel like you cannot do the same mistakes that they did against us.
No, I absolutely agree. Those stats right there, that's a losing team stat. The fact that that's a 3-0 is absolutely mind-boggling. And the fact that they still did...
That's something about the opponents.
It did a bit as well, I'm sorry. But I think another thing as well is just the fact that they had good tools in terms of coming back in the late game by opening the map, by catching Odo every now and then on the side lane or splitting the opponent apart. But the thing is as well that G2 is not the kind of team where you can do the same. Like, if they get a turret in the beginning, if they start getting ahead with the objective, it falls apart. You need to match them in the early game because they're not going to be able to team fight their way out of it the way that they did with Excel.
Look,
Sorry,
I didn't even get caught,
sorry,
man.
just
Come on.
Getting ganked in game, getting ganked on the analyst desk is just brutal.
Fired, man. It happened.
Look though, because I need to jump in here on this conversation because, like, yes, I agree you have to play a better early game versus G2, but I don't care about these stats. Like, I don't think Mad Lions came in and were trying to play early game. I think they were coming in, playing an Excel that largely were scaling. No, and I think you're fantastic at that. And I think that's exactly what they were trying to match. And they were saying, we're going to draft either equal or better scaling and then out team fight you in the later stages of the game. So, like, yes, they lost in the early game, but that was the intent going into that series. This team is going to look completely different today in draft and in how they attack the server.
That's a vote of confidence coming out of it. And they're, well, one thing is for sure.
I didn't say they were going to win, okay?
One thing is for sure, if Karzi plays the way he did versus Excel in those late game team fights, it might be spicy. Let's check in on how he feels about the upcoming weeks.
I'm pretty excited to go to Korea now. Even if we end up fourth, we are still going there. So that's really exciting. I've never been to Korea. And also I'm excited to play Korean solo queue. So yeah, I'm very happy about it. Also, we show that we are pretty good right now since we just stomped Excel in this BO5. I'm very excited because I've never played in like a really big crowd and I expect a lot of people in the Montpellier. So for me, it's gonna be like a next step in my career where I can play in front of a lot of people. I think it's gonna make me play even better.
Very exciting for Carzy to be able to play on that one of the biggest stages, he says, which I actually didn't think about yet. But yeah, they had, of course, the COVID year where they had their victory, I believe. And then after it was in the studio as well. So
they did play MSI, but LEC itself, yeah.
They don't do well there.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, it's going to be cool to see them over there. But it'll be the question if Mad Lions will be going straight to the grand final if they win here today, or if they'll be playing Fnatic first on the Saturday. But this guy has been phenomenal, and Goldberg, it's going to be very, very important today as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'm curious to see what kind of style they're going for, because there was the approach that Ender was talking about as well, where it's a scaling, and that's the style that Carzy has been absolute best at. But I don't think it's enough. I do think that you need to match the G2 bot lane, maybe not in the early game of finding 2v2 kills, but you do need to have some sort of power that allows you to go for the objectives, like a Drake or rotation for Herald, because if your stats mimics what they did against Excel, once again, G2 will take over. And I think the bot lane matchup is a great way to do it. If not for Carzy to match Hansama, at least for Hylissang then to influence the rest of the map instead.
Yeah, I feel like Carzy, it's been a tough player to read, especially in terms of like community sentiment, because like throughout his career he's had like ups and downs, of course, but then like when it comes to big games like this, like he will just put on clinics come the team fights. Now, granted, once a series there will be a moment where he just gets picked. It happened in the series versus you. Like it literally happens once a series, but that's the thing. It's the difference.
Which
between...
ADC doesn't miss position?
Yeah, sure. You know, this guy. No, but in all honesty, it's the fact that he will just like almost silently carry games in terms of community sentiment, because that one game will like take something away, but so consistently, like even he'll bounce back in a single game and be dominating after he gets picked.
Definitely so, and there's so many players we haven't even touched on. It's just because it's a stacked matchup, because these are the two best teams of 2023 of our LEC season in the way it is formed now. Is that a sock? Is that...
No, that's a neck warmer.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, get the blood flowing.
Could be both.
I need one.
Anyways, these are the two best teams we've had this year. Of course, G2, Odo Wamne picking up 2 titles. Mad Lions also picking up another title in the middle, but they are the two teams we're looking at when it comes to the top of Europe.
Yeah. It's an interesting point because you say Mad Lions consistent, and I feel like a lot of time people are ready to brush them off. But even when they won the split in back in spring, they were in a tiebreaker to almost miss playoffs, you know, and the fact that they get to bounce back and so strong and so dominantly speaks a lot to them, because even right now, sure, they had this bad summer split where they ended up, I think, 7th, if I'm not mistaken. Right now, it's time to show up, you know, and Mad Lions does have this tradition of when it comes to pressure moments, when it comes from them showing up, they always deliver.
Especially versus G2 in best of 5 series. Like, this team just has that angle to be able to do it.
And that makes it even more interesting as well, because historically speaking, Mad Lions haven't been a regular season team, and that's not just this year. It's literally almost every single year we've had them in the LEC. They've underperformed in the regular season, and they show up in playoffs. And as you've already said, G2, one of their comfort matchups. I'm not saying I believe in Mad Lions, but, you know, the Science have aligned before.
Also, let's not forget, G2 all across the first All-Pro team. Coach MVP. He's the rookie of the split. Uh-oh, it's stacking up.
It's stacking up indeed. It's very possible. It's true. I mean, some people might grin and say, Mad Lions, one out of the 2 best, but when you look at how they've done in the playoff runs respectively, you have to say that. And they are a team that everybody loves to hate. So let's see what happens today as they go into their huddle. Would be, of course, a great honor for them to go straight to the grand final. But G2 has their eyes on the prize as well. Let's see what happens and who gets their ticket to Sunday. It's time for our LG Ultra Gear Match of the Week. G2 Esports versus the Mad Lions.
Take the fight as despair for the Lions. Mad Lions are way too healthy and way too hungry for the win.
I do think we are probably the best team from Europe.
And now Yike is in a perfect position for the engage. Cam's coming in from the side as well, and Granny is immediately locked up, stunned up, and shut out of the fight. He's got 200 HP left.
A little skeptical about Mad, but it sounds like Berlin is not, rightfully so, after a commanding 3-0.
I hope that after this game we keep going and we don't stop. I feel like we improved on everything. Now I believe we can have the formula of what would work for us in the future.
Otherwise, the series would probably be a bit too one-sided, but now might actually be close.
Healy over the wall! Patrick into the pulverize! He's flown up and cleanses for his life, rooted in place, and he's distorted to death!
I mean, G2 is always a fun team to face. I think they're probably the best team in Europe right now. When playing on stage against them, you can feel the pressure. I think you just have to be as aggressive as them. I don't think you can just wait and scale.
Go on the target, trying to use those sand soldiers! The Emperor's Divine scoops them up! It delivers Kazi for the quadra kill onto XL!
This is the only team that won against us, so we really want to stomp them. And I think we can do it again.
Mostly we just want to make sure that we keep them down so they don't get too overconfident. So if we share that confidence, they probably won't recover.
TP invested by G2 as he's going to charge behind the tower. Flash Magnet Storm. Crowley trying to get away, but there's no time on his flash.
I go straight to the finals, play the finals versus whoever we meet, and just win it all.
I think it's the best shot we can have to show everyone that we are domestically one of the best teams in the region. We do have some strats that we're actually saving for Worlds and that we might pull out only if we really need to.
I think against G2 we will truly see if we are back or if we are gonna stay the same.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. Welcome to Berlin, Germany for G2 Esports taking on the Mad Lions. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dagda and Kadril, and I am intrigued to see what Mad Lions have cooked up against G2. There is no doubt in my mind that G2 are the heavy favorites. So how do you think Mad are going to approach Game 1 and the draft today?
It's going to be a hard one. I think the G2 conundrum is something that no one's really solved throughout the entirety of the year. I mean, they're just seeing the stats of Yike and Mickey just being first in everything throughout the entire year is quite scary to play against. There's a little bit of pre-game chat going on where they're having a bit of banter back and forth about this MVP vote, Niski and Mickey. So they're trying to trigger each other, which is good, and Karsi's just trying to get Hans riled up by saying, let's go Liquid.
I think kind of coming back to your point, though, it does feel like you have to solve G2, because there's so many things even coming into the draft where you're like, well, what the hell are we supposed to do? Because you look at things like the Draven, that's permanently banned against the bot lane. Even the Kalista has started to be a perma ban against them. Then you've got Kog'Maw Braum that's in their back pocket as well. It feels like G2 are always a step ahead. Even the lads hinting on at Euphoria as well, that like you got a Felios mid as a backup for Caps as well. Like, you never know what these guys are going to bring to the table.
We saw the Evelyn last week against BDS from G2, not the most successful of cooks. Will we have any more unique picks today? Let's find out. Jumping into draft, G2 picked a blue side for Game 1. Poppy immediately removed from the pool, followed by the Jace as well as that Lilia. So Dagda, no bot lane bans as of yet. The question is, where will Mad Lions be prioritizing their next moves?
It still means you got a lot of stuff open, like the Ivern, the Maokai, Sejuani, Xayah. Like, there's a huge amount of these power picks that are still up and available. So I'm curious to see what the game plan is. The fact that Mad Lions are already banning the Nico, though, you can tell that they're a bit fearful of Caps and what he can bring to the table with that pick. But again, this is kind of like a unique ban against G2. This isn't something that we see a huge amount of the time against a lot of the other squads.
Yeah, I'm just considering the Draven right now to see if that's a last ban for Mad Lions, because if it is, things like the Tristana are open, the Maokai's open, and I feel like there's a lot of power picks available. See if G2 try to cut off a couple of those, because on red side, that'll be actually quite helpful for Mad Lions in this kind of scenario. You know, the Azir is still up as well, which would be a nice pick for Niski if he wants to go that route.
The Taliagon, Tristana, still up and available as well. So there's a huge amount of these power picks that are still there. And I'm curious to see exactly what the plan is going to be. Maybe, yeah, okay, Rauch's going to be taken off. So Draven will be left up and available. But again, it kind of coming into this, like we've seen the Mad Lions aren't prioritizing your typical AD carries. So like the last series that they had against XL, they were leaving Xayah the right way through to the second ban phase. They were going for things like the Sivir, the Varus, these kind of things, not your traditional AD carries that we've come to expect in the patch.
No doubts there for the Maokai. Locked in. Yike has played that 5 times this summer. Every single one of them has been a victory for Mad Lions. Currently looking at that Rakan pick. Obviously, in terms of the the jungle pool, Alyoya also going to consider just locking that SH1 immediately.
Got a really exciting jungle matchup. You know, the double AP tanks. I feel like the Mad Lions Rakan blind here is a bit dangerous. I think picking Rakan on 2, I think G2 would slam Draven Nautilus or something, and that would be a bit sketchy to play against. I think Tristana can work well, the Azir can work well, the Renekton can work well here on the 1-2. We've seen many different things, but if they go for the Rakan, I feel like G2 can go for Draven Nautilus, unless they want to prioritize other roles. No Kled will come through because there's no Renekton blind. Mad Lions are aware of the Renekton blind, and they know G2 will have that in their back pocket, so we'll see how top lane pans out.
Yeah, there's also the option just take the Xayah here and just take away the Xayah Rakan on the opposite side and even just go for a bit more of a steady matchup to Tristana to be expected here, but I think you're kind of looking at, for G2 Esports, you're happy out with the way that this has gone through. Like, you're getting so many of the super strong picks, and I think if you do finish with a Xayah, like, what exactly is Carzzy going to bring to the table in that response? You could
Kalista.
go for... Okay, going to be the Kalista instead.
So what do you make of the Kalista then as an opposition to the Draven, and we talked a little bit about?
I think this Maokai could be a bit of a flex in a sense, because Kalista will want to play with things like the Nautilus, will want to play with things like the Alistar as well. And if those two are pinched away with Rel down as well, and Rakan taken away, you kind of lose the engage support.
I think Leona is your other option as well. Like, we saw it creep up a little bit in the Mia Masters as well, so I think that's still very viable as a pairing as well, especially into the Rakan. You get a lot more of that lane bully style, so always an opportunity. But is here going to be taken for Niski on the opposite side? I think this is still a nice pick and will lead to good team fights, but again, AD carry gone to the second rotation.
Yeah, the thing is, I expect Mad to ban Alistar here, and then if you do go the Leona route, that's great, but also Yike's most played jungle is Trundle, and the Sejuani is already picked up, so they could also just pivot and just put Maokai support, pick Trundle on 4, but then they're going to need some kind of AP top out of BB. It's going to have to go for something like the Rumble, so I'm not sure if that's a comfort direction for them to go in. So we'll see how this Maokai pick pans out. They can also just do the Renekton Cassante blind on 4-5 for Broken Blade, or the Jax or something along those lines, and then just pick a support anyway like the Leona.
If that Maokai does go to Mickey, it'll be first time in his hands. Xayah has now been banned away, denying that bottom lane duo from Carzzy and Hylissang.
If they ban Ezreal, do you think they'll go Blitzcrank actually?
That's actually a good one, yeah. Maybe that's the option here. I think with Sivir still up and available, though, maybe that's not the best direction.
Well, Alistar's up now anyway, so I think they're out of the trenches with the Alistar being open.
So let's talk a little bit about the top lane, as we've not really highlighted them just yet. Chasey popped off on that Camille last week. Broken Blade obviously has had a stellar back half of the year. In terms of picks that are still available, you see that Renekton's been removed from the pool, potential for the Jace as well. I mean, Dagda, what do you make of this top lane matchup and what direction it could take us with draft?
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton coming away just kind of gets rid of some of that aggression on that top side. You've still a lot of picks open available, though, and things like BB has kind of been the one that's able to respond a lot to the Renekton with things like the Kled, so I'm not fully surprised to see Mad Lions take it away, but I am curious. I think you leave counterpick for Chasey. Chasey's been willing to bring out things like the Camille and have actually Mad Lions play heavily towards him. We saw it in game 3 versus Excel, so I think Mad want to try and keep that under wraps a little bit here.
I don't understand this 4-5 from Mad Lions from G2. Why didn't they take away Ezreal? They're giving them Aphelios and then they can play the Alistar or Blitzcrank, but I feel like if they're playing Maokai support, it's fine to give them Ezreal, you know, but playing Alistar or Blitzcrank or some engaged support into Ezreal just feels a lot more difficult. They are going to play the Maokai support, so that makes more sense to leave the Ezreal open. Beryl plays Maokai. I mean, as much as they got knocked out, he plays it into Rakan. As Rakan W's you just W him and you can't get knocked up, and you can also Q his dash as well. So we'll see if they... Is that Lissandra support?
Wait, hang on a second.
It's Lissandra support.
Okay. And Cassante. Okay, so what do you make of this in terms of the lockdown? Fantastic, right?
Yeah, I think it's great. Same idea. Lissandra at W as soon as Rakan goes in. I think you end up in a pretty nice spot where you can just send her in. She's a lot of safety there. But I am actually curious to see what Mad Lions want to lock in here for Chasey. I feel like, yeah, going some sort of a bruiser top laner like Camille, Jax works out super well against the Cassante. Cassante nice in the blind pick, but now with the Ezreal on bot side, I think you just play heavy for chasing top side.
Yeah. This Lissandra support's caught me off guard a little bit. It must be Lissandra support, right? This isn't going anywhere else. Now, we were expecting Alistar Blitzcrank into Ezreal, but I think they didn't want to go that route. That's a really tough lane to pull off to get kill pressure. They've gone Lissandra instead. Now, I was playing a lot of solo queue recently. Lissandra support is really strong into Rakan. That guy W's in with ult. You ult him first, he's dead instantly. If you don't have Merc Treads, there's no way for you to come out. So it's a really good answer to the Rakan, similar to the Maokai support in negating the Rakan's engage. The Ezreal will play with Cleanse, I expect, but with a range support who has engage as well, you can get a pushing lane as well.
First time we've seen that in Mickey's hands. The last time we saw Lissandra support was 2019 in the LPL. So straight out the gate in game 1, we've got some shenanigans afoot.
I'm actually wondering, wasn't it Hilly who played the Unsealed Spellbook Rakan on back in the day as well, or maybe you end up taking like something like an early cleanse and you try and play for the with the unsealed spellbook, so you still have exhaust and ignite and all that for your fights.
I'm looking at it here. Mickey's played a hell of a lot of Lissandra supports recently in solo queue. Aftershock, he's going to go for something like Evan Shroud Zonias, or he's going to go for Everfrost sometimes as well.
So how well will this work for Mickey and G2? We'll find out as we're hitting the rift for game 1 in this best of 5. Both of these teams are going to Montpellier. The winner of today's series will be waiting in the final. The loser facing off against Fnatic. Let's hit the rift for game 1. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Kadril, I'm immediately going to ask you to set some expectations. How is this 2v2 going to play out in the bottom lane, or what would you anticipate from the early stages of this game?
I think G2 can just play a really heavy bot side. I think Maokai Lissandra lockdown post 6 is just, there's no counterplay. Niski's really going to struggle into that if they want to move mid as well. But yeah, I think Lissandra should get the push in this lane with Kalista, and it's on Mad Lions. Do you match that and try to punish the mistakes, or do you just play top side and just sack your bot lane? G2 already going for some kind of invade.
Yeah, gonna go look for the invade, but I agree with Kajal here. I think the focus though on that bot side is going to be on Hilly. The claw coming through from Mickey is going to be very telegraphed, and Karzi also having that cleanse means it's going to be very difficult to try and keep, try and lock him down. So I think it's actually going to be trying to focus down Hylissang and see if they can burst him out with the Maokai, with the CC coming through from Mickey as well, before he can try and get away.
Yeah, they just swept that ward on the top side of the map, so they know Sejuani's starting there, but of course the Azir and the Jax got some experience, so that helps on the first wave in terms of trading. Caps is going to then invest a second ward to make sure they can keep track of Sejuani, see where she goes afterwards. Caps just jumping on top of Niski.
A lot of damage already from that rocket jump. Niski's down to at least half. Caps takes a couple of slashes from those Sand Soldiers, and Niski fancies a couple more autos. Caps already pushing this wave just a touch, and keep an eye on whether or not he's going to dive forward, because Caps has several times this year gone very aggressive very early.
I think there's a really smart pathing coming out of Elyoya here, because I really feel like there's a really easy clear bot side into enemy bot sides for Yike. So he's doing buff to buff here to mark that off here, Elyoya. He can do blue into Gromp, but bot stacking a wave, so he's making sure he can't get invaded. Yike will walk in and maybe try to contest some wolves, but it's really smart here from Elyoya to cover off his jungle camps.
And you can already see here, Hansama and Mickey already taking control of this lane, pushing Kazi and Hylissang all the way back, trying to deny as many minions as possible. I think for them, a little bit lucky Elyoya starting the bottom half of that map, making his way top and getting a little bit of trading here, not expecting too much. Here's already another move, Yike stepping forward into the jungle.
Why didn't Yoya do his Gromp? He's left that up now, so Yike can walk in. That'll be contested instead of the wolves.
All right, Hylissang already moving towards that tri-bush, as well as Mickey into the river. So contest over this Gromp for now. While that's going on, Caps is looking for that bomb to explode on Niski's head, finds it and starts to back away.
It's still level 1 though for Hilly as he's trying to help out on this. Mickey and Hans have already hit the level 2, so you got to completely back away here for Elyoya. And as Kadra said, I'm not really sure why you didn't try and clear that Gromp before you tried to move through here. Cutting back on him means that you just lost it.
Yeah.
Punished for this one. Hold on, keep your eyes on this. Mickey, that glacial path can get him under the tower. Didn't quite see if he has leveled it up just yet. Here comes Yike, Caps as well.
He can just flash W, can't he?
Oh, yes, just over the wall, and first blood secured by Yike. Not going to take any more turret shots. Mickey does get caught by the wall. Couple more autos is all that's needed. Oh yeah, does get the reply at least.
Yeah, nice reply from Elyoya. Might just get him at Chasey, knocked him underneath the tower. There's 2 tower shots.
Chasey's taken down. Well played by Broken Blade.
That's a disaster in the top lane. Chasey should have so much control there, but unfortunately he takes that step too far, and now Hans might have done the same.
Using that passive to try and dodge away from skill shots takes a lot of damage. Kudos to Hilly immediately landing that knock-up, knowing Mickey wasn't in lane.
Yeah, trying to punish the roam from Mickey, but you can see they can stack bot waves and threaten dives to make Elyoya hover, or they can use that bot push into mid and just look to target Niski. It's only going to get worse post 6 because, you know, Lissandra ult with the Maokai is no real way he can move, and this big stacking wave back into G2 means Mickey will catch a lot of experience. Unfortunate for G2, it's a 1-for-1, but I think the way they played out that sequence was very well played.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you've managed to crash this wave, though, means you lose out a little bit here for the Kalista in the bot lane, but this is just super nice from BB. Chasey takes that step too far forward, tries to go all in, and it means that BB's just able to knock him underneath the tower. That's a massive mistake from Chasey there. That should never happen.
A lot of blocking there from Broken Blade to try and be annoying to get that second shot in. Otherwise, Chasey would have been able to run away. The body block comes through.
And committed the flash as well. So Broken Blade, that first kill in the top lane. Take a look at some of the stats he's had throughout the course on the season finals. 10 KDA, 20% damage share. Gigantic 500 gold difference at 14. I mean, he's been one of the standout players on pretty much any pick. You just saw him there executing Chasey under the tower while that's going on. Hilly as well as Alyoya challenging for some control in the river, pushing forward. They've got another ward down. Keep your eyes on that bottom lane. No movement yet from Hansama. Cap's going to be happy to trade some of this damage back. But yeah, Mad Lion's already 1,000 gold down, and he's going to escape that one immediately.
Yeah, they are committing to this bot side, but you can see Yike's coming out of base now. They haven't really got the pressure. Mickey's managed to defend this Raptor camp well, and with Hansama roaming out of bot side, bit of wasted time from Alyoya. So Mad, they're trying to get aggressive because they kind of feel like they need to, but there's not really these areas where they can actually try and punish.
It's interesting because Yike wasn't even there, and it's the jungle support of Mad trying to take Raptors, but because G2 had push in mid, Caps defended them with Mickey. That was really important, because if they just gave that up and just went to base, or they just stayed in their lanes, Sejuani would be even with the Maokai, but right now she's still one camp down in terms of experience, and then Yike will finish up his Krugs, and then one more camp and he'll be close to level 6, so that really helps Yike out with them defending his camps.
I mean, G2 already 1,500 gold up at the 6-minute mark, punishing Alyoya in his jungle, setting up a fantastic tower dive mid. Admittedly, there was that counter kill. And once again, Yike making his way towards this bottom lane, clears out the ward, starts to step into Mad Lion's jungle, and for the time being, this bottom half of the map seems to be G2 controlled.
Yeah, and I feel for Alyoya in this one, because your winning lane is supposed to be on that top side, and because Chasey ended up screwing it, it means that now Broken Blade is in a position where he has Sheen, he can trade real effectively, he's pushing in now. Looks like Alyoya going to try and make a play on the top side, because he assumes that G2 off of mid and bot push would go for Dragon, but will be spot on the ward here.
Really like that move there from Yike as well, waiting for that vision from Skull to time out. He finds the route onto Kazi. He was able to buffer that E at least, but a good trade from this bottom lane. Like he's inching closer towards level 6. He's going to be starting off the Dragon and keeping an eye in the middle lane here. Caps the level advantage. Will get scooped back underneath the tower. Buster shot, rocket jump, and the auto will not kill Niski. Sand Soldiers continue to trade, and Caps forced to back away. I think he had a minion there just on that last second. Now all of a sudden, Broken Blade may need to use that flash. Dashes for now, gets stunned up by Alyoya. It's gone on the pulls Chasey underneath the tower, and he does it once more.
That was nasty from BB. Manages to catch out Chasey with the flick back. Beautifully done, punishing the lack of flash.
Oh, Kazi and Helisang, both of them are rooted up. Hansama pushes forward and gets the kill with that rend. Another secured for G2.
I mean, G2 are just styling on them at this stage, winning top, winning bot, and Alyoya running around trying to see where he can have an impact, but just doesn't have a chance here.
Oh, BB sees Alyoya on the ward. He just kind of made fun of him, didn't he? Dashes away, W's the stun, then gets hit by the Sejuani. He Qs the Jax, flashes behind him, ults him into tower, gets him into a tower shot, and then dashes back to avoid the last auto attack. I mean, what more can you want from a top laner who's playing this quote-unquote weak side and just letting his team play towards mid-bot?
It does not get more beautiful than that. And you take a look at those gold differences. Every single member of G2, barring Yike, is significantly ahead of their opposite number. As a team, they got the Dragon as well. Their gold lead continues to bloom. And I mean, Dagda, you talked about it a little bit. The fact that this top lane is falling further and further behind. Now Mad Lions are going to commit even more resources. Both Hilly and Alyoya making their way towards this top lane. And G2, if they wanted to, they could have tried to surround them.
Yeah, they were hoping maybe they could pick Broken Blade, but at least get a freeze here for chasing that top side. If they got the pick, maybe they could try and contest for Rift Child, but there's not a hope in hell they can try and go for it now. So BB with support, chasing in trouble.
Does Mickey commit to the dive? No ult, no flash for Broken Blade. Alyoya is waiting in the wings. He's got that ult available as well. And it looks like Yike is sticking on that Rift Tail for the time being.
There's a ward in between Tier 1 and Tier 2 bot lane that's going to expire around 20 seconds after Caps' TP comes up. So there's an option for G2 to get Herald, reset, go towards bot, and then TP behind, but Niski might be in trouble.
So running out that Emperor's Divide. Hillisang's rooted in place. Mickey and Caps are going to be able to just walk their way out of this one. Yike, level 6. Maybe throws down that Nature's Grasp. Holds on to it for now, but he did secure the Rift Herald while Niski was using that ultimate somewhat defensively.
You have to be so careful here, is mad, because you can see G2 want to try and move bot lane. Caps.
Oh, Caps gets caught out, throws out the ult, and knock up lands onto Mickey. He's going to be able to use that Glacial Path to get away. Mad Lions now running, rooted. Niski's held in place. The Nature's Grass doing work. Wait for that bomb to explode, and Niski's just about popped in his own jungle. 5th kill of the game for G2.
And that's just what I was about to say. You've no flash on Niski, and you got to try and move into this bot side of your jungle to cover the potential roam from G2 down to this bot side with the Rift Herald. Mickey nearly gets caught out, but it's going to be G2 once again winning on the map.
I think, Kedril, you mentioned him a second or two ago. G2 are just styling on Mad for the time being. Not only are they moving around the map more effectively, hands-wise, they're also outplaying Mad in the skirmishes.
They just have so many priority lanes. Bot has constant push, mid has constant push, and top's just outplaying. So when you get fights like these where the 3v3 is actually somewhat playable for Mad, in comes the Kalista. They're all forced to run away. You know, Mad could try and fight back there, but the fact that Kalista's coming means they have to run away. And BB's already trading on Chasey again. This matchup, obviously, Jack's favorite after one item, but yeah, BB's just way too far ahead at this point in time. They're going to look for a desperation play onto Hans here. Oh, he hit someone in the bush. Hans should be a bit careful.
He is nearby. This is a 3-2 for now. This steps out. Mickey stepping into the bush. Let's find out. Mickey 6 throws down the 2. Hans Summer's already picked up a kill. Kazi forced to flash for his life. Glacial Path forward. One more Pierce. One more auto. And it's a double kill for Hans Summer. And Mickey escapes with his life.
It's beautiful. It's art. You know, every single lane, constant push, constant pressure. And every single time Elyoya tries to gank a lane, it gets turned on its head in numbers disadvantages. 2v3, 1v2, G2 just own the entire map.
So for game 2, imagine really 2, it's not any of this.
Bot tower's gone in 11 minutes. Top's lost 2 plates, 3 plates. Mid's just under tower the whole game. This game is unplayable for Mad Lions.
It is a shellacking to start off the series. And this is, of course, one of the more frequent matchups that we've seen all time. 28-21. 5 series wins for G2 to the 4 of Mad Lions. In 2023, it's pretty heavily G2 favored. I think in terms of coming into this matchup and into this series, G2 was still expected to be the heavy favorite, still expected to come away the victor. But the way that they are playing this opening game is even further beyond my, biggest expectations for what G2 could do.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that they're just flexing on Mad Lions, right? You get Mickey who's bringing out this Lissandra as a great answer to the Rakan. Broken Blade, 1v1, 2v1 is managing to turn around top lane plays in a bad matchup. Like everywhere across the board, G2 are just showing that they are far better, at least in this game, than Mad Lions are.
Look at the itemization as well. Major items completed for 4 of the 5 members of G2. In terms of combat gold, 7,000 over Mad Lions. And they can just bully their way anywhere that they want. 12.5 minutes on the clock. Dragon number 2 is spawned. And look, Mad Lions, they see them coming, but they cannot stand toe-to-toe because they simply cannot look for a straight-up head-to-head fight.
Yeah, and I think this is where you want to try and move Hilly to work with Elyoya to see if maybe you can get Chasey something in this top side. Like, kind of just watching G2 take Dragon is going to help.
All right, round 2. Level 10 for Broken Blade. Got the flash, got the ult, steps forward. Gets the knockback, continues to run for his life for now. Elyoya's holding on to that prison. Broken Blade literally is walking away.
Not again. BB can knock them.
Oh, no. The ult comes out. What is to go out? Broken Blade's got 1. He's not done just yet. A 3-level advantage. And Elyoya is trying to get as far away as possible. You cannot stop Broken Blade. Can he get the final kill? Looking under the tower. He gets it. One last auto. And Broken Blade wins the 1v2.
It's just an absolute montage around the entire map. BB pulls it off again and again and again.
I mean, what's the definition of insanity? Well, actually, you might need to wait here.
Let's find out. Yike will get taken out, but he manages to cast the ultimate before being taken down. Buster shot in the last order from Caps. Gets an immediate reply. So at least a small solace for Mad. But this is a huge mountain to climb.
I was going to say, because it's not even. Hans is going to take red. Immediately, Tristan is going to go top and potentially take that top tier 1 as well.
Mickey does have that frozen tomb available. And Hylissang's being burnt down. Tick, tick. Mickey gets himself another. Play was secured as well. And Mickey and Hans Summer now looking to take even more gold from this mid-out turret.
It's just so difficult, isn't it? It's not only the gameplay here. BB just outplaying constantly. W's them both. Dashes away. Stacks the Qs up while he's taking all of this damage, and as Mad Lions come underneath the tower, he's going to Q3 the Jax, and then he's going to get the ult. Flashes away from the stun at the same time on the knock, buffers it. Then he dashes to exactly where he knows he'll be. because he knows he has to escape tower range, and then it's just a chase down, isn't it, on just landing Q3 the second time around against Elyoya. The Kalista Lissandra, the Cogmore Brown. How many more bot lane combos has G2 got ready to find ways to just get push, be able to roam, or even threaten dives constantly?
It's also Chasey basically signing himself to Orange duty for the rest of this series, because after this, Broken Blade has completely dismantled him, gets the 1v1 in the early stages, and then every time Elyoya has tried to help out, it's only ended in disaster for Mad Lions.
Take a look at this. 4 members of G2 making their way towards the middle lane. Yike will taxi forward onto Hilly, and this tower is a breath away from dropping. Mad Lions cannot stand toe-to-toe. Down around 8,000 gold at the 14-minute mark. Gonna lose their second tower immediately. Herald will be available if G2 want to pick that one up. Look at the resources now, looking to secure the third outer turret in that top lane. 2 members of G2 being jumped on.
Oh, really?
Will be the target first and is taken out immediately. No other support from Mad was stepping forward. So unfortunately, that's the 12th kill secured here for G2. And I think, Dags, I want you so for game 2, let's think about this one just a little bit. Because for G2, they are just executing beautifully. Take a look at this. That's once again the Frozen Tomb. And just to get that Emperor's Divide out is enough damage from Kazi to get a reply kill onto Mickey. Elyoya throws out the prison, catches up Yike. He's stepping away, and Hans Summer may need to body block if Kazi continues the chase. But while that's going on, look at the top and the bottom lanes. Both Caps and Broken Blade continue to press forward, continue to chip away at those towers.
Yeah, I mean, Mad trying desperately to hold on, but there's just not really a huge amount they can do. You're winning it across the map. They have to overcommit members everywhere. And it's 16 minutes into the game. It's Rift Herald is only just available now. They get to just crack open the tier 2s.
It's a 10,000 gold lead in 60 minutes as well when this Rift Herald falls as well. So, I mean, what do? You think about game 2, you can see Niski on the player cams laughing. I think Mad Lions will just have to say this is just a happy little accident game and just focus on the next one. See if G2 can close this out smoothly, but G2, no strangers to having a few happy mistakes during a game that's inevitably so clean. But they have the champion to scale well. They have so much skirmishing power there. Baron secures super easy. Lissandra Maokai ults, the Kalista as well, just for safety.
Yeah, but I do think for game 2 coming into this, I think getting Chasey onto just tank duty in that top side and then trying to see if you can play more heavily around this bot lane. Because when we think back to the Excel series, look, Mad Lions were behind pretty much across the board. You saw the stats earlier, like no first towers, no first Rift Towers, no first blood. Like nothing went well for them in the early stages. But a huge amount of that was, well, we can rely on Karzi on a thing like a Sivir or something along those lines in the later portion of the game. So let's go towards that. Having this sort of composition where you've got Karzi and Ezreal and you're like, well, we can't really play around boss. Our top lane has been an absolute disaster. And then you're still trying to play around mid, but Mickey is beating you to the punch line every time. So I think for Mad Lions, you got to try and find some way to figure out how to play this early game and specifically shut down Hans and Mickey, the MVP in that bot lane.
I mean, don't forget the fact that the early jungle invades really just gave G2 complete control. Stepping into challenge Elyoya, he skipped the Gromp, was punished for it. Then opened up for the tower dive, and once again, Hillisang the target. Caps and Mickey looking to run him down. One more auto will do it. Caps is on the board, the first of the game. Mickey's not done yet. Continuing to step forward, push that vision line, got back up from Yike. Once Caps brings the weight forward, Mickey's going to self-cast in a little bit of trouble. Gets pushed backwards into the waiting arms of Kazi. Teleport coming down now here from a Broken Blade. Yike throws out Nature's Grasp, and True Shot Barrage won't find its target. So yes, another kill. Take a look at just how much map control G2 have. We're not even 20 minutes into the game. They're starting to continue chipping away. Rift Herald's available to them, Dragon's available as well. If Hans and BB stick around, Mad may fancy a fight. That's the knockback. Time to go all out. Hans Summer forced to cleanse. Holding on to that flash for now. Broken Blade in the midst of 4 Mad Lions. Won't be able to find the kill this time around. Caps has been able to respawn and rejoin the fight. KC not going to be taken out just yet. Caps flashes forward. Gets it with the buster shot. W's once again forward into Mad Lions. And Hilly running for his life. G2 melting through the Mad Lions.
Is Hilly dead? He has nowhere to go. Hans is on one side, Caps is on the other.
GG Hilly. The kill secured. The 4th for Caps in a matter of a minute or two. That gold lead is 11,000, 12,000 now. And they're going to start pushing into the inhibitor turrets too. I mean, if they get a good wave to push on, we could get a Dancing Herald.
I mean, look, maybe they shouldn't. I was actually going to joke about it, take the inhibitor, because it might give away Mad Lion's way to come back into it. That was not going to be the case. I think G2 just can do whatever the hell they want, but at this stage, you're going to be able to take this game.
I mean, listen, this is just beautiful play from G2. The draft playing out a little bit of a surprise with that Lissandra. We were ideating if the Maokai could have been one of the flex picks. And then just in-game, every single engage is executed great. I mean, this is 2v4, 2v5 to start it all.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see the flick back coming through on Karzi and Niski as well, both immediately regarding life choices. And then as G2 are coming in here, as soon as Caps shows up, you're like, this is just reset central. Look at how low Mad Lions are across the board, and as soon as he gets one, he's going to be able to follow up on everyone. Yike here, playing frontline, will go down, but sets it up for the great cause that G2 have already set up for this game.
Sometimes it looks like G2's playing with fire when they're so far ahead, taking 2v5s, but eventually it all just works out in the end, and they find kills. Hang on a second, there's a 3-man Baron going on. Now, what'll happen first? Will G2 finish the game, or will Mad Lions get a Baron? Place your
dropped. We're gonna find out. G2's gonna win the game.
Guys, they're heralding your base.
It's not even down to half.
Oh no.
Oh no. The pressure. Nexus star number 1 is taken down. Yike has thrown out the ult. Baron's still standing and teleports and recalls coming in.
Are we gonna get a Dancing Shelly?
Onto Niski. 800 hit points on Shelly. The Nexus is being focused. And if Shelly's gonna die,
don't get rid of Shelly.
Do it. It's G2 with the win.
We got the Dancing Shelly, didn't we? I mean, it was a 15,000 gold lead in 20 minutes. Basically flawless from G2. Nothing to criticize. Even the Dragon Soul was up in a couple of minutes. Worst case if they ever had to find a fallback plan. So, yeah. What are your thoughts on game 1, Negda?
Yikes. Yikes. What do you do? Going back into this, it's like, all right, lads, so the game plan is we take everything we just did and immediately put it in the trash. And then we gotta come back with an entirely new idea.
So listen, on the flip side, right, that game was a complete blowout. So mental reset. Mad Lions will be able to have side selection in game number 2. What do they change? What do they target, you know?
I think this is like, you can look at drafts and say it was a draft issue, because G2 will always play really heavy skirmishing, but you can also just say, well, I think the gameplay needs to be cleaned up a bit. Don't get sucked into the chaos, and maybe just play at certain windows and slow it down.
Stronger early game, maybe a little bit more information. We'll find out what Mad Lions are going to do on the other side of the break.
Tu alma brisa y me hace cantar.
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalusia.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
Reply from Elyoya. Manages to get him at Chasey. Knocked underneath the towers.
Two shots. Chasey's taken down. Well played by Broken Blade. Broken Blade may need to use that flash. Dashes for now. Gets stunned up by Elyoya. It's gone all out. Pulls Chasey underneath the tower, and he does it once more.
Make Shelly dance. Make Shelly dance. Oh my god, bro.
Good job.
Clean game, guys.
At least it was longer than 1647.
That's a win in my book.
Like, what are you supposed to say?
No, I don't know. Look, we were visited by the Top Father. We went to the green room for half a second. You know what he left us on the analyst desk? I don't even know when he had time for this, but he left the pelt of a Mad Lion. There's just not even, I don't know why he would do such a thing, but that's too far.
I mean, it's just, I don't even know what to say. Everyone has been performing so well on G2. I feel like everyone's on point, but it's just everything just went downhill from top lane.
Let's take a okay. We were talking about this in the green room too, right? The fact that we saw K'Sante doing this a lot before. How is this still happening?
The thing is, we've seen this a lot, you know. K'Sante fell out of meta at some point, and I was like, this is stuff that's been happening in like Winter Split, you know, when there was this split where the stats of every top laner, everyone had like 10 solo kills, when previously everyone has like only one, and it's just why? And it's because of stuff like this.
Yeah, because you would just get flipped into the turret at like level 3 every game.
Yes, everyone's just like forgetting that K'Sante can do that, and it's like even this gank, it's okay, sure, killable still, definitely not killable. Now we're gonna queue in, and we're gonna.
Yeah, the fact too that with all of his mobility that Elyoya can't even hit him, like, Broken Blade is healing more than he's taking damage in this fight.
I mean, this is what happens when you don't see champions that are meta kind of fall out of meta, and they have this like niche way of like making plays.
I think maybe, are we at danger of not giving Broken Blade any credit? I put a vote, or I let someone do this for me, put a vote on Discord, in the LEC Discord, if it was an outplay or if it was trolling from the enemy team, and 78% said it was an outplay. Was it a bit of both, maybe?
I think it's an outplay for sure, because the thing is, you need to be able to capitalize and see these opportunities, and sure, Mad Lions created a lot of these opportunities to outplay, but it's mad props to him for taking it, because if you're not punishing people inting, then you're not doing the right things, you know? And sure, his champion has a lot of tools to do this, and they gave it to him a lot this game, but it's still, he could have easily not taken them, you know? So it's like, I think it's just completely outplay. It's just...
Look, it's a modern League of Legends champ. It has a lot of tools of the dashes, the knockouts, and everything, but like how he was moving to like go forward to be able to bring the enemy champion back and then flip them again, like that was very nice played. First kill, that was some light trolling.
I think Jax was crazy there. I mean, you're in front of the tower and he just gets so angry that the wave is there, he decides, well, I'm gonna queue him, and then he just gets flipped in the tower and like, oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, it was crazy. We also have Telestrator in just a second. I think the game went so fast that we weren't able to make everything.
There was a Lissandra
that
support.
needed to be made. There was also a Lissandra bot, but this was entirely crazy. And you're right, you still have to capitalize off it, but it's insane. I'm already thinking Oh no, I just don't want to.
Don't do that.
The series isn't over yet.
Tough.
I'm not thinking anymore. The series is definitely not over yet, but it's kind of one of those defeats, Odoamne, that you're like.
Yeah, you kind of want to just move on and forget about it because I think even with us with Excel, we had many of these throughout this year where the first game of the series is just terrible,
Yeah.
and then you just need to make some slight adaptations. It just sucks, but. Yeah, you can easily bounce back. It's still a 5-game series, You might have just learned. Maybe next game you don't get flipped by Cassant into your tower.
Doesn't look like
it doesn't look so great.
I love the confidence, or I love the perspective. The Telestrator is ready, and we're going to learn about Lissandra as support from GP.
Yay.
Lissandra as well, because that did exist too. There's too much happening in this game. It was hard to only focus on one thing, but this is not anything new from Mickey. It's new on the LEC, but he's been spamming this in solo queue. He's the second most played champion on his main account as well. Now, one of the reasons why it's so oppressive is because it's into the Rakan matchup specifically, and I pulled a few highlights here. It's absolutely impossible for the Rakan to ever get a W in, but before that, let's look at the runes. So it's back to the Aftershock. You're playing down in the bot lane. You still want to have some tanky stuffs, so having a W that proxies is super good for you. The really niche adaptation we see from Mickey as well is that he's going conditioning instead of bone plating. Now, bone plating you often see when you want to fist fight level 2 and just get in there and fight all the time, but this for Mickey means that he's playing more for the mid to late game as well. He's playing more for the other stats. And then perfect timing and cosmic insight. Perfect timing because you're building Sonias. This is value. This lets you have playmaking. It lets you dive, but also cosmic insight because you need flash all the time. Also one of the reasons why you'll see him buy Lucidity boots. But let's get into the gameplay itself, so you can actually see for yourself how annoying it is to be a Rakan. Look at Hilly. Every single time he dashes in, Mickey's just gonna do this, boom. The thing that how Rakan works is that whoever CCs him while he's in the air for his W just gets cancelled. That's why Nautilus can also be a counter to him, but Mickey takes it to the next level with the Lissandra because it's so much easier. You don't even need to hit the hook. You just press W when you see him dash, and his entire champion is dead. Once you reach level 6 as well, Rakan can never engage on you because you will just ult him. And that's a different play we have as well, because they're just gonna straight up go for a 2 versus 3 as well. Hansama knows that the enemy bot lane is still around. He doesn't really know that Elyoya is around, but it don't really matter because you can see right now in the replay, Mickey is only level 5, Hansama is level 8, Kazi's level 7. But what is really pivotal about this play is that they're actually going to hit the minions first, so in a bit, Mickey will reach level 6. Just now he hits it, and that means he can use the W in the beginning on Kazi. They can then connect with the ultimate afterwards on Kazi on the Ezreal, have the stopwatch ready. They still have the Kalista ultimate, so they could have chased on this so much further if they wanted to go for a dive with Yike around the corner. But it just means how oppressive it is this lane. And once again, something that Mickey had ready from solo queue. Don't always want to play what's meta. He creates his own meta. I'm going to toss it back to the analyst desk to break the rest of the game down.
Thank you so much, GB. A lot to break down, Ender. It's cool that I think a lot of people will only be thinking about the top lane. Oh, our MVP's running. Don't make him run. Gosh.
Did the heartbeat
Run
pumping.
it down, maybe, but but there were some things maybe in the beginning of the game that we didn't quite.
Well, really, it's just like the whole first 3 minutes of the game is just like signature vintage G2 that they were playing all the way back in the winter split, and this is why teams just have to be aware of this and beat it. For example, Caps loves to make mid lane as volatile as possible, right? So he starts W, jumps on Niski that was actually spotted on the ward by Raptors, and goes for the all-in because it's all about making that mid lane really flippy. If any jungle intervention can be involved, that'll be important. But also, so consistently, they would always have bot lane 2 versus 2 push. In this game, it manifests because they have the Lissandra, so Mickey can just walk in front of the wave, and it enables Yike to just look for these invades, even though he's on the Maokai. But this is how G2 have been playing all year long, and teams still haven't found a consistent way to beat it.
Yeah, they love having this playstyle where they have a lot of options open, because the thing is, if there's multiple volatile lanes, then enemy team is like, which lane do we cover? Do we need to cover mid lane? Do we need to cover bot lane? Where are they going to make a play? And this is also tied down to Yike's playstyle, where he invades, he gets vision of the enemy jungle, and then it's so easy for G2 to be like, okay, enemy jungler is going away from here, he's going to go into top side, so that means that bot lane is open for a play. And that's why it's really, really hard to match G2, because they always draft these lanes where they have a lot of playmaking early game.
Yeah.
Caps, sure, mid lane matchup is a bit neutral, but he chose to make it volatile just because he knows that bot lane will have this freedom to move around the map. He knows that Yike's game plan is to take 3 camps and start invading and find enemy jungle. They just want to create as much chaos as possible, so it becomes really hard for Mad Lions to anticipate where they will go next.
Yeah, I mean, by the 3rd wave, Caps had Niski down to 150 HP. Like, that's nuts.
Ugh, just one of the things that went wrong for the Mad Lions are going to have to turn it around. What do they have to do? Casters, do you guys know? Let us know.
No, we haven't got a clue, but we're going to find out what Mad Lions decide to do. Welcome back to the Caster Desk for game number 2. Mad Lions are on the blue side, and I think in particular, they do need to find some answers in the early game. We were talking about it last week. Struggled against Excel today, struggling in that first game. The opening minutes, G2 were just everywhere. They roamed, they created those opportunities.
Yeah, it was so difficult for Mad Lions to kind of do anything, especially when you got that early roam coming through from Mickey, and you got the invade coming through from Yike as well. They tried to set themselves up for success, but it was just not meant to be.
So into game 2, what's the plan for Mad Lions? Interesting ban comes through already in the Rumble to try and deny some kind of maybe Rel comp. We'll see if they decide to take Rel as well here, away as well. G2. Mad Lions can target things like the Kalista if they want. The Tristana seems like a pretty high priority pick. I feel like guaranteed mid push with Tristana unlocks AP junglers as well, and it just makes it so G2's comp will always be strong in a lot of stages of the game.
It just sucks though when you're trying to play against G2, because now they've just added another layer to the, hey, we've got a counter for that thing you like to play, right? So you've now got the, well, the Kalista is going to be bad, but it's like, you try to go towards the Rakan, we've got the Lissandra now. If you try to go towards the Renekton, we've got the Kled. If you want to try and go towards like a Kaista, we got it, well, we had the Kalista. Like, even just the fact that you can still go back towards Cogbrom and stuff like this, so if you want to go towards Azaya, like, it makes it so difficult to actually play against this team and draft against this team.
Yeah, and if G2 leave Poppy up, they'll likely play that into the Tristana, but Maokai is still available. I wonder if that's the last ban here for G2, as LeBlanc's going to be taken away from the Mad Lions. Maybe that's their decision of the answer to the Tristana mid from Niski. But we've still got things like the Azir. We saw it last game, very reliable. We haven't seen a Tristana game out of Niski yet, though.
So it's going to be the Jace, leaving that Maokai open, leaving that Poppy open as well. Mad Lions, will they prioritize here?
The Ivern as well.
Mind that Ivern, it was banned away by Mad in game number 1.
Is G2 going to run the Evelyn? Are they going to do it? They did it against BDS. We saw a lot of Karthus into the Ivern as well from Fnatic, or just Karthus in general, and Tristana's up. So if they want to do Tristana AP jungler, they can do it. Do they believe in the Evelyn? Do they want to run it back? Fiddlesticks!
Oh, Fiddlesticks! What?
They found an AP jungler that might work a little bit better. Now this champion is incredibly strong and slightly underrated, I think, at times. Now, it is vulnerable in some stages of the game, but still, the looming threat of Fiddlesticks, insane damage on his ult, fierce, everything you need.
But it's also just a case of you need to be ahead with this champion, right? Because, like, if you start to give up space, you end up falling super far behind. You don't have the opportunity to come in over the walls. So G2 definitely need to get off the bat early.
Why did they blind Renekton? I feel like that just sets up G2 for Kled on 3. Yeah. Their top side already just seems absurdly strong, especially around Herald fights. They can afford to drop bot lane. Zaya's up, Zeri's up, Aphelios. Supports are available, Rakan. So if they're picking mid lane here like Azir or some kind of match into the Tristana, then they go Kled on 3. Is this really a winning top side for Mad Lions?
Maybe they're like, hey, look, we'll take the Renekton, we'll take an AD carry. No, they're actually going to take the Azir and be like, hey, we can ban away one of the two so we get one winning side of the matchup. But yeah, I don't know. This is a weird one.
The only risk with Kled on 3 here is top will be very volatile and Fiddlesticks will want to farm a little bit, and the Ivern has a bit more uptime in the early stages. So if BB doesn't want a super volatile lane, he can pivot something like the Jax. But, or the Yone.
I mean, hold up, Brett. This is the 5th time that we've seen Fiddlesticks in major regions this year. This will be the first time ever for Yike. And with their Kled being locked in, you mentioned a moment ago, Kadril, some windows of opportunity if Mad Lions can play around it. You know, get a bit of an early ball going. The only thing is, we haven't really seen that from Mad. They haven't had the strongest of early games.
No, they definitely haven't. They struggle against XL, but team fights were their bread and butter, and they have a lot of scaling here. They might look at something like the Sivir again, or some kind of a Aphelios, Zeri, team fighter AD carries that G2 will try to deny. Maybe leave counter picks for support on 5 unless they want to go for an early Rakan with Fiddlesticks Kled. That's a lot of engage.
Yeah. The only thing I don't want to see from Mad Lions is going back towards the Ezreal here. I think like getting something that can actually become a late game scaling champion, as you say, like with the Sivir or even the Varus that they played the last time, is going to work out significantly better. But in this situation, it's kind of hard because there's going to be so much go buttons that are coming your way from G2 that you need something that has some sort of self-peel. And with the Zaya gone, maybe it ends up just being a case of, well, we kind of got to sack the bot lane so that then Kai'Sa can actually play the game.
They could ban Nautilus here and play for Rakan on 4 and then pick AD last, or they can just target the Zeri Aphelios. It's going to be Alistar for now, though.
The next question is going to be, what will happen in this bottom lane? Ansama and Mickey have demonstrated a wide variety of duos throughout the course of summer. Technically, we can still see that Tristana move if they want to. Won't obviously expect it with that Azir in the mid lane, and Mad Lion's got one last ban here.
Yeah, I imagine that you're going to actually get something like a Kai'Sa coming out for Hansama here, where you can just go, right, well, we've got a ton of dive. Let me just follow up myself with the ultimate as well, so I have the opportunity to reposition. The Lissandra ban here screams the Mad Lions want to try and go for that Rakan on their next rotation, so maybe you try to just take it away here, but you could end up with the Nautilus coming out as answer for
They
Helios.
could give them Rakan and play Maokai support into it if they pick Kai'Sa here on 4, and I feel like you've like counter-matched them. They're trying to bait Rakan on 4 and playing Nautilus into it. They could give them Rakan and then play something else into it, like the Maokai or Nautilus. All depends what G2 want to do, really. AD here. They can even go Ziggs if they want. Gonna go for the Jinx at the moment, though.
Okay, surprised by that one, or does it sort of fit in here in terms of what we've seen from G2?
I think they're kind of saying, hey, look, there's not really much that you can take here that can match bot lane push if we take the Jinx. And then we're in a position where it's like, okay, we have a very much a go forward button coming through from the Kled with the Fiddlesticks as well. So as long as we can try and keep priority on that bottom side of the map, chances are we'll be able to get Yike into a position where he can farm up and then play for the big Fiddlesticks ults in those later fights.
Gonna go for the Kai'Sa. Is Karsi. Yeah, the Jinx will have a lot of range to match the Azir in a sense, and also resets feel pretty safe and secure with the amount of damage they already have. Is it Kai'Sa Rakan? Is it Kai'Sa? No, I feel like G2 have response to everything. Rakan will get responded by Nautilus Maokai. Maokai and Nautilus will get responded by Braum. And even then, they could still play a Lulu lane into Kai'Sa Rakan. They have a lot of engage already if they just want to put Mickey on a Lulu. So I feel like this blind support here for Hilly is always going to sting. Play for team fights, there's the Nautilus.
Instant Nautilus. Okay, so number of options here from G2 seem to have an answer to everything Mad Lions wanted to do. The thing I want to keep an eye on is how effectively they move around the map again. When you see this composition, they want to get in the face of Mad Lions.
Yeah, I think the only thing is that it's not going to be as explosive as an early game when I kind of look at it. Like, Jinx doesn't really want to be left by her alone in that bot lane, especially against something like Rakan and the Kai'Sa. So I think Mickey will have his work cut out to be as impactful in the early stages, but you still got good control on top, good control on mid, pushing bot. So as long as Yike is in a position to just farm it out, maybe even look for some invades off the push that he has, I think you'll be able to scale, and then you can look for big team fights at objectives.
Track the fiddle. That's what Mad Lions got to do. Even if they track the fiddle, I'm not sure if they have a lot of pushing lanes to be able to punish it. You know, you saw BDS playing Adams Darius just constantly invading Yike and trying to solo kill him on his respawn camps. Don't know if Chasey's going to be able to do that, so not as many tools as what BDS had to shut down this farming AP jungler. And yeah, Fiddlesticks is a little bit less vulnerable than Evelyn, I feel like.
We'll find out how Mad Lions keep a track of Yike, how well they're going to play out this early game. Cannot afford to let G2 get ahead with the composition they put together. Mad Lions were obliterated in game number 1. Let's find out if they can bounce back in game number 2. Let's hit the rift for G2 vs Mad. Okay, let's keep a close eye now on Alioya and Yike and how this early jungling will play out. In game number 1, G2 were able to invade and punish Alioya, taking over that eastern quadrant. Right now, defensive start once again. No shenanigans afoot from either side. Let's see whether or not Yike can actually be held back, whether or not the early kind of phases for this Fiddlestick will be punished.
Yeah, I just don't really see, as Kaija was saying already, like a way for you to really punish this. Yeah. Like, you got pushed pretty much across all 3 lanes. As long as Broken Blade is able to get into a position where he's able to kind of play as we saw. I think it was like, we saw it earlier today, where it was like Broken Blade was ahead of his wave coming in, but just like playing off the back creeps, making sure he could play with Bear Trap and a rope into this matchup. So I think if you can try and get ahead here, which it looks like BB is going to try and do now, you can just zone Chasey off the wave and make it so difficult for him to actually do much in this matchup.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks will lie out of vision so long that even on the HUD, he's just invisible. They need to track where he is. They need to find him at all times. The thing is, in the mid game, if you lose track of that Fiddlesticks for just 1 second and you're sieging a tower, he's just going to ult flash over any wall and the gap close insane. He's playing sudden impact as well, so obviously Fiddlesticks doesn't have a dash, but the blink, of course, on the ult just means that he's going to get so much magic pen.
Just got this horrible feeling that he'll be using that Crow Storm into that bottom lane with Hansama and Nautilus, being played by Mickey. You see that blue buff there from G2. Handlines have put a little ward down, so we'll have some information in the next few minutes. And as this battle towards level 2 is playing out, Hansama and Mickey are going to be able to get there first, I believe. Got a quick glimpse there of Caps and Niski. Same matchup as game number 1, but no early advantage, no early level 1 trade going in favor of Caps this time around.
Yeah, I think this is where you're going to see the problem that happens with Ivern, right? It just, you don't really get an opportunity to try and go for his invades very regularly because you're so reliant on having your smite up. Now you're going to get a Yoya going for a full clear here. Might be able to try and help out in this topside matchup a little bit, but I imagine he's just going to try and swing his way back through, go for the scuttlers.
Ooh, Dredgeline connects. And he finds the knock-up onto Hansama. Small trade between the two of them. Like he's making his way down towards this portion of the map, and so is Elyoya. Keep a close eye on that. While that's going on, Chasey's pushing top, and Caps is pushing mid. Spots out there onto Elyoya.
I'm not sure if we can get a replay of what Yike did on the Krugs. Did we see it on live, the way he cleared it? It was actually really cool to see the Fiddlesticks pathing. Now, you used to be able to do Wolves and Blue at the same time as well, but like doing multi-camps at the same time, you can see he's already full cleared at 3 minutes, and he's basing and going to run topside to avoid Elyoya at all costs. So you can see G2 will play a little bit safer on this bottom side of the map.
Elyoya did walk across that ward, so information was gained. We're not going to be able to find an opportunity for now. Chasey's got 10 CS advantage, pushed all the way.
Yeah.
So Broken Blade forced him to dismount. Keep an eye on the minimap in the river. Multiple champions about to go toe-to-toe, and Kedril, there's your picture-in-picture.
Yeah, look at how he does all the... He does Raptors red at the same time, then he pulls Krugs and does Krugs red at the same time. So you can see after he finishes this, he can just pop E, and then he can get all of the small ones as well. And then he finishes off the red, and 3 minutes, 40 seconds, topside river after a top-to-bot clear. This is insane speed from the Fiddlesticks.
Great call out, Kedril, and thank you, observers, pulling off the magic tricks there. So Yike doing a phenomenal job thus far. Immediately stepping forward. Level 4 for now. He's once again going to place that vision inside Madline's jungle, and Caps and Niski trading dead even for the time being. Both junglers getting closer and closer towards that first engage.
But that's the thing, it's like you're kind of going right, Elyoya. Well, nicely able to spot out the ward immediately, but it's you kind of need to make something happen, right? And it's so difficult to try and do so when Caps is going to be able to jump away. You're not really going to be able to do too much there. You've still got Hansama and Mickey with everything open available on bot side, but you want to try and beat Yike to the punch, because kind of similar to a Nocturne, if he's just able to farm up towards level 6, that's a disaster. But Yike's here to match Elyoya.
Yeah, certainly is. And Yike's going to be close to level 5 as well, so he can level up in this skirmish. And I'm not sure if Mad Lions want this.
He sidesteps the seed, and it's going to be dismounted. Fear's coming out. The Reap is burning through chasing Elyoya's hit points. Broken Blade's a little bit low, waiting for Skull, slowly building up, and both 2v2 just staring down one another.
But that's the thing, for Fiddlesticks at level 4 or level 5, you're just not that threatening, right?
Yep.
You're good at being there for a counter engage. So you're like, hey, look, I can counter gank, so it can be like, I'm going to buy space from a laner. But in terms of damage or any sort of setup, it's not great. So you can kind of see it there. It just gets BB out of harm's way, but he's not able to do too much.
That's exactly his job, though, really, isn't it? It's Fiddlesticks. Just clear as fast as possible and try to match Elyoya where possible so that Broken Blade doesn't fall behind. And if you find jungle for G2, then bot can push out on base and mid can push out on base, and this just frees up the lanes to allow the bridge from early to mid game so much easier. You know, Broken Blade's now safe in this lane. He can remount. He's going to get reganked. You know, Elyoya really wants to snowball this top side, so he's going to have to be careful. But of course, the Fiddlesticks ward is there, and he'll be spotted out. So I think that Yike's clear speed, the fact that he was 2 camps up on that top contest, and also defended his top laner, has been really good so far. But it looks like Mad are going to full commit to this. Chase is going to get level 6 off of this cannon minion. Can they dive the Kled though?
Oh, we're gonna think about it. Is on the Skull for now. Flash still available for Broken Blade. We mentioned that advantage for Yike. He's kind of got an 8 CS advantage over Elyoya. Mickey's now making his way towards this top lane. Hillsang's already there. So if anything happens, it's a 3v2.
Yeah, Mickey's gonna have to be careful on the face check. Oh, Caps.
Emperor's Divide, beautifully done. Cap's able to hop over the wall and escape with his life. Now, Mickey is wandering into trouble. Forces to flash from Hillsang. Here comes Chasey. Dominus still available to him as well. Broken Blade on level 5. Bear Trap connects onto Chasey. Pulls him back for the time being, and Niski's also roaming up, so all of that time invested, nothing to come from it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty volatile matchup, though, between the Kled and the Renekton, so the fact that Chasey's getting this help is great. Mickey
is in so much trouble. Trench lines into the wall. Niski's going to get over himself with that QE. The fear from Yike will allow Mickey once again to dredge line to safety
dead.
or not. Hilly and Chasey pushing deep into the jungle. Kill secured. First blood to Mad Lions, and Chasey's Renekton. While that's going on, Caps now hops on top of Niski's head. Empress Divide is on cooldown. He's still got that flash. Conquering Sands forward, and Hilly steps in as well. So Mad Lions, they finally get a small win in their top lane.
Definitely do. You can see on second Caps is being a bit greedy for that ward, but he's got his rocket jump available in case any problems occur. But you can see there was a line of brushes in between the towers that Mad Lions was zoning BB away. And Mickey had to brute force his way into the lane by flashing over skill shots, because once those skill shots are down, BB can walk up and he's underneath the tower, so he can farm. But yeah, in the long end of the play, greeting for that pink ward was a bit too much.
Okay, Mad Lions, 7.5 minutes in. They're the first one to strike in the top lane. And importantly, Chasey with that blind pick Renekton is the recipient of the kill. Still going to hold on to that small advantage for the time being. However, it does come at the cost of the fact that Hansama is able to pick up the plate and a significant CS advantage over his opposite number.
I'm curious how Mad want to try and continue to play this, although we might be looking
yeah,
for
level 6. Put a ping down. He can go for this.
Level 6, it's time for the Crow Storm! Kazi forced to cleanse and flash away, and Hilly's already dead. Ike is going to step forward once again, throws down the ultimate, gets zapped in the face and shot by Hansama. 2 quick kills for G2 in the bottom lane. Caps goes forward, his Emperor's Divide backwards, and the Sand Soldiers pick it up.
What did Caps just do? He just jumped in. But maybe... What did Caps just do? Anyway, G2 pull off a great bot dive. You can see the bot pressure in isolation for the Jinx. That's the scaling lane. They play top side to cover. They can play aggressive on bot side. Level 6, first ult for Fiddlesticks, 2 kills.
Yeah, I think this is really, really nice from G2, because I was about to say, I think Mad want to try and split the map and pay for Herald, so Yike ends up just immediately going down to bot. You've got the hook that's already in position. The amount of damage that's there is absolutely absurd, so great setup for G2. And the fact that Yoya is here as well means that he's not really able to do too much, but I think for Mad, you need to start playing towards Rift Herald as... Look, I ain't going to ignore this. Like, I don't know what's going on.
Maybe he didn't think he had mana for ult. Maybe he miscalculated the mana from the Azir ult, but still, bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I think here, though, the fact that Mad got Rift Herald is actually really crucial. I think the best way to try and play Fiddlesticks is to get down towers, so then you can shrink the amount of positions that Fiddlesticks can be in and the amount of threat that he offers. And it just means that you can stick wards in places where you expect Fiddle to come over, but if you end up giving over the Rift Heralds, your opportunities to try and play aggressive board towers where Fiddlesticks isn't there is going to be really, really tough. So we'll have to see if Mad can try and start that snowball in their favor.
Big trade there in the top lane. Dominus was dropped by Chasey. Broken Blade's lost his mount. Oh, Yoya just waiting in the wings. Not going to go in just yet. All right, Dragon was secured there by G2. We're dead even on gold. Broken Blade forced to back away. More tower plate's going to fall here in favor of Chasey and the Mad Lions. Accelerating this Renekton even further ahead. He's 1.2k now. With this Rift Herald dropped, I mean, Dag does still play into at least one of the opportunities, although you would have expected that Fiddlesticks to play around the other lanes.
I think these are the repercussions of 2 things. 1, Caps making a mistake and dying, and 2, Yike ulting bot. You know, you got 2 kills, it was fantastic, love it, great play. You don't have ults for the Herald fight on the top side 3v3, which you could theoretically win at this kind of stage in the game, right, with Kled and Tristana, but yeah, they end up losing it. You know, Yike just went towards Drake because of the ult missing. And they lost the tower for it now. So Chasey's ahead, 2,000 gold.
And huge as well. The fact that Niski is still ahead of Caps. He's been able to hold on to that tower, maintain control, punishing that mistake. It's going to be huge for these potential fights. Take a look here. Hansama and Mickey moving into the alcove. No support from the rest of the squad, though. Level 6 for Mickey over the level 5 for Hilly.
I want to see now how Mad Lions can use Chasey's advantage, though, because I think realistically you need to start moving. Hang on.
Oh, what is this? What is this? Emperor's Divide back, flash and W away. Caps is taken out by Daisy and the Sand Soldiers. What was that teleport?
Oh, yeah.
Here comes Coastal into the middle lane. Won't be able to find the Terrifier of the Fear. Trying to strain with the Bountiful Harvest, and that's 2 kills donated. What is going on?
This is the duality of G2. They make such calculated plays one game, and the next game you have no idea what the hell's happening. Caps is TPing into Niski's face.
Dead.
Yoya's there. BB's over pushing a lane. He might have to find a way to ult out here, but Yoya can block it if he wants to. I'm not sure if he'll die. Looks like they'll give up on the play. And then Yike tries to save the play, but he's not in range for the ult flash, so he just doesn't even get the fear.
I don't know what's going on in G2's head at all. Like, that was an absolute disaster. And the fact now as well, the Yike gets a blow. That ultimate means that he's off the map for a little while as well. And you're getting a bunch of kills into Niski, who's now got that Crown of the Shattered Queen completed as well. So, I mean, for Mad Lions, they're going to take everything that they can here, because this is a miracle that they're getting.
If you turned off the nameplates, you would not know it's the same team and the same
I would know this was
5
LEC.
players. Unbelievable. So G2 are now 2,300 gold down. Dragons up in only 2.5 minutes, and Mad Lions, they're going to be emboldened by this. I think the fact that both of their solo lanes are so far ahead is great. But keep in mind, Hansama is 1,000 gold up over Kazi. But it's going to be a little bit harder for him to play if his front line just gets absolutely melted.
Yeah, I think the Azir being ahead is the biggest problem. Can itemize into the crown, has a Rakan and an Ivern next to him to peel, and he's going to dodge away from the hook. And the Kled items, look at BB right now. He's sitting on a Caulfield and a Longsword. Maybe he has a good base timer for buying an item, but he's just so far behind. The Azir is just going to dominate the map. Caps has made too many mistakes in this lane to get any kind of push now, even with the static shiv.
I mean, Thrift saw shopping there for Broken Blade. Into the completed Gore Drinker for Chasey. He's pushed all the way to that inner turret. Doesn't have a lot of vision to work with. Immediately starts to dip into the darkness. Maybe tries to set up some sort of challenge onto this mid tower. Especially with Dragon coming up in a second. Ayoya also around. Daisy's been dropped. Caps just gets the Buster Shot available. W over the wall. Here comes Hilly. The quickness has been dropped. The knockup. The killer instinct from Kazi. Chasey's on a killing spree. And his targets are plenty. Mickey's running away for his life. Gets caught in place. Dredge lines to the wall. And Chasey commits the flash for another kill.
I don't know why you're committing to that as G2, though. You know the BB is completely zoned out from that top side of the map. Yike. Sidesteps that engage.
Slide, glide, Emperor's Divide. And that's immediately set up. Will Crowstorm away for a few seconds of safety. Finally taken down. Niski on a killing spree himself.
I mean, Mad Lions are just punishing G2's mistakes non-stop. The proactivity is there, and G2 aren't respecting it at all. They think they found a pick onto the Ivern by jumping off to the right side there. Caps felt like he was a little bit sandwiched and maybe expecting Mad Lions to be slow on the collapse, but of course they're there. All of them's ready. You know, Killer Instinct's ready to come out, and you can see Caps, what does he do? Does he go backwards here? It's probably the safest play, but he thinks that the Ivern's isolated. But look at the gap close from Niski and Chasey to help join this fight, and Hilly to slow it down. Killer Instinct comes through, all 5 of them are here.
But that's the thing, this is on vision as well. Like, the way Mad Lions walked in, they walked straight past the Fiddlesticks clone as well. So G2 knew that everyone on Mad Lions was there. So I'm kind of shocked that they decided to commit to this, because you can see where BB is. He was never going to try and join this, and then Yike trying to come back for his wolves. Hilly's waiting in the brush. It's just greedy plays getting punished constantly.
Yeah, it's really greedy, trying to get his wolves in their face. Ults over, tries to survive with the drain, but Hilly tanks it up with the Ivern shields. This is a 3-0 Azir, 1.5k gold up, 3k goldie for Chasey. BB hasn't even been part of anything yet. He hasn't ulted once, so haven't found the team fights that G2 want. The ideal fights is just a big Fiddlesticks ult. You know, Tristana and Jinx free hitting for resets, and the Kled just being the main form of engage next to Nautilus, but it's all spread up, it's all spread out. Mad Lions are always first to every play.
And of course, for Mad Lions, the fact that they can push deeper into G2's jungle.
Where's that Gromp going?
It's going to reduce the effectiveness of this Fiddlesticks. Gromp decided to go for a hike of his own. Reset, and finally Mad Lions start to back away. Niski's chipping away at this bottom tower. G2 don't really have any answer for the time being. Dragon is up. Only one secured by G2 thus far, and Olioya is going to start this one off.
Yeah, I think you just need to make sure as Mad that you're getting mid and bot pushed in before you try and start this up. You don't want Yike to be coming out of somewhere with that ultimate that's up in a couple of seconds. In onto this, but they've got control of the waves. They're getting control of the towers. Like, G2, this is really starting to fall apart here.
This game is going to have to be the Hansama show, really. He's got a lot of tools to disrupt the enemy team, and they're not that tanky. They have the Iron Shields and the Redemption, which is the biggest pain, but in terms of like raw stats and health bars, there isn't like a massive tank in his face, just there's a lot of peel.
Ooh, Mickey flashes over the wall. It's the dredge line. Yike starts to channel the Crow Storm. Oh, no, sorry, the Effigy rather. He's going to back away. Mad Lions immediately started backing out, respecting the possibility of that engage. Mad Lions currently in complete control.
I mean, Mad are just going to be able to get the Rift Tower. You can see the G2 are going to back away, but just on your Cage's point there, it's like, yeah, you've got Hansama that's not up against anyone particularly tanky, but it's the same on the opposite side for G2. Like, it's not like you're going Gore Drinker on Broken Blade or like into the Death Stance or Sterix or something along those lines. It's Ravenous Hydra first, so you're not going to be particularly tanky on this Kled. You got a Fiddle who doesn't want to be particularly in your front line either, and then you've got an Nautilus who at this stage of the game is just not going to stand up to the front line or the damage that Mad Lions are putting out.
It's going to be very hard, and of course, you know, we talked a little bit about like the duality of G2. Game 1, complete slobber knocker in G2's favor. Game 2, tons of mistakes being punished. Is this going to be another one? Niski, he's got everything.
Caps.
Level 12 to level 11, waiting.
Hilly's running down
to see what happens here. Once Hilly gets in range, Niski will fancy a shot.
Him, I think.
Sand soldiers are up, Caps down to half, and we'll use that Buster Shot. But I mean, for Mad Lions as well, they do have that ability to perform. We were taking a look at their regular season finishes, third, 7th, second, 8th, 7th. Like, there is a duality to this squad as well, and they've had a pretty good year overall in 23.
Yeah, 23 definitely. Finishing 8th, finishing 7th, still being this competitive. In spring they won the title. In summer they're top 3. Even last year they're finishing 7th in spring. They turn it around and they make worlds, right? So Mad Lions, despite regular season finishes and always making us question how good they are, they always somehow pull it off. And again, game 1, absolute destruction from G2. Game 2, Mad Lions are bouncing back.
I am still questioning how good Mad Lions are, though, because this doesn't feel like a Mad Lions that are the ones setting up the plays and making the plays, right? We've seen Caps leap to his death 3 times. We see Yike try to cover him, Mickey try to cover him, and Mad are there, right? So it feels a little bit kind of handed to them in this one, but they are doing a good job now that they have control to set up on this mid lane, to get this Rift out now. They should get a second tower, and this is again where that Fiddlesticks are just getting less and less space to operate in.
Yeah, there's not a lot of opportunities here for Yike being suffocated across the map. I agree with you, Dagda. I think you're still going to be good enough to catch the throws that are given to you. And now I guess the real test, right? For Mad Lions, how do they press this advantage? It's around 6,000 gold for now. They've got themselves a Dragons, 2 minutes to go for that Baron. They've got a lot of vision pushed deep into G2's jungle.
I don't know what's going on in the Mad Lions team comms, but I'm hearing them randomly shouting words when nothing's happening. They're all just like hysterically laughing at random things. When Caps was potentially a pick, Elio, I could hear him going, "Oh, Niski." So like they're just having a good time. They're just taking it slow, enjoying themselves. Baron will spawn soon. They have Kai'Sa Azir. That's an easy rush down whenever they want to. Chasey's 3k gold up, so they have side push. Niski's 2k gold up, so they have double side push, and it just feels like it's just a waiting game. Can G2 pull off a super team fight where they get an insane Fiddlesticks ult with a wombo combo and get resets for Jinx, or will Mad Lions just shut down every opportunity that they'll have with the Fiddlesticks ult? Level 11 soon for Yike. That'll be their best bet, I think, G2.
Yeah, I think the way Mad Lions need to play this is shove mid, shove top, establish vision on that top side jungle, and then just stay hugging that top side of the lane, because as soon as you give that control over to Yike, you can start to try and play around the lack of vision you have set up. But if you're able to actually stick the vision down there and make it stay around, it's going to make it very hard for Yike to really operate in this game. Has the stopwatch now in his back pocket for Yike, so can play hyper aggressive, but it's just a case of actually getting into a position where he can use that ult.
Well, take a look at Mad Lions littering this northern quadrant with wards, with Baron coming up in a few moments. Pushing that vision line. They've got 2 pretty low towers, top and middle lane, they could play for. G2 maybe trying to defend this top lane. While that's happening, Kazi's pushing in mid. And this tower should fall, I think. Going to go very, very low. Summer steps forward, and Mad Lions decide to back away. Do they force G2's hand? Maybe try pull him towards Baron? I think that might be the call.
Yeah, it's 20 seconds, 15 seconds on the spawn. They really want this mid tier 2 though, so I think they'll stick around, see if they can secure it. Just hold this bush, push G2 back. Only need a couple of auto attacks and then they can start forcing that Baron.
I think it's a little... The only worry I have is that it's literally bang on 20 minutes, right? Yes, they got good damage with the 2 items, but I feel like if you end up trying to rush this, that's when you can give that moment for Yike to come in. So it is a bit of a double-edged sword here for Mad if they want to try and hard force this Baron, because I think that's the one way G2 get back into this.
Alternatively, maybe just try to force G2 to move around. Threaten, bait out the Baron a little bit. They do finally get that inner turret. I was keeping an eye there on Niski. He was pushing the bottom lane. Wave was going all the way forward, and Mad Lions have now reset. So that vision that was set up is now slowly being cleared out. Mad Lions not going to pull that trigger, not going to risk it. Dagda instead go for the safe option, go for that second dragon. And they're sitting pretty. I mean, Mad Lions have got tons of scaling on their side. They're fairly happy with the position that they're in. The only thing they have to avoid in my eyes is just that surprise Fiddlesticks ults.
Yeah, definitely. I think they just took the tower mids. They've all come out of base. The Rakanas, 4 wards ready. They have, again, like 2 options here. Top tier 2 is low. Bot tier 2 can be shifted into with the Azir having the push on side. They can play for these side tier 2s and leave it a couple minutes to force the Baron. They don't have to rush it, and I think they can push them away, but I do think some kind of Baron start would just help the game state for Mad Lions, because cracking these tier 2s is a bit tricky with TPs being up on both sides. So just having Niski reset, run towards top side, try and get Tristana TP, maybe get some deep wards in their top side, because Hilly's still sitting on 4, and just push G2 out here. Don't let them look for these crazy plays onto your Renekton side lane. They need to make sure they keep tempo up top side.
Hopping over the wall with that blast cone. Chasey's going to be able to at least force G2 to run. Not expecting that movement. Niski hops over the wall himself. Time back there from Mickey. Goes Golden, buying some time. LEC's trying to catch members with the quickness. Teleport completed. Mickey gets one. Bear Trap Mono comes out. Crowstorm will find the front line. But Niski with a beautiful ultimate sets up 2 quick kills. The Mad Lions find the fight they were looking for.
It's the chase down, isn't it? G2 are kind of running out of time. They're getting choked out their own jungle. They have to look for a pick. Mad Lions need to make sure they're ready to respond to it, and Niski was there next to LEC, doesn't use the W, baits out the flashes. The turn from G2 was just weak. There was no real damage, no real threat, and Mad Lions, 22 minutes in, will get the Baron.
Yeah, I think they were kind of surprised that Chasey ended up coming over that wall as early as he did. They had no control over mid lane, so there was no real way for Hansama to try and catch up. Mad Lions were able to group so fast on the play, and now Baron going across the Mad Lions. I think that's going to be a massive nail in the coffin now for G2.
Yeah,
I mean, look how quickly G2 turn and run as soon as Chasey hops over, immediately recognizing there's going to be problems.
I mean, you just don't have damage stick to the Chasey. He's 2 items at this stage, the core drinker there as well. And as you said, you already have the control over mid for Mad, so as G2 are trying to run away, Hilly's able to cut off the retreat status and then just following through. And even here, Yike comes in with the ultimate, but there's just no damage. Yeah, there's nothing left on this fiddle. It's just gone past its time.
It really has. There's the shuffle onto Hans, who had to flash away from Hilly. And G2 can never really get the team fights they want or the picks that they're looking for. Now, they're almost 10,000 gold down, so far behind. Mad Lions can start to threaten dives.
It's 4,000 gold lead for Chasey in the top lane, 2,500 for Niski in the mid lane. And after game number 1, definitely think a lot of people are anticipating a very quick 3-0. Mad Lions have clapped back. They punished every mistake that G2 has made, and there have been plenty. And with this Baron empowered push, they're going to at least open up that middle lane. Charge comes forward, and Mad have already backed away. Chasey got their flash, got the Dominus. The rest of Mad continue to push forward. Maybe looking for either the inhib or look, top and bottom lane with teleport for Chasey, just pushing multiple lanes with the Baron.
Yeah, they've got the Azir pushing down on bot side. It's just about creating that pressure. Baron buff as well means that G2 have spent so much time clearing these waves, so they're going to get the bot tower off this push from Niski. You've already got the push there for chasing the top end as well, and the second G2 try to transition across the top end, they lose their mid inhib as well.
So what is the answer now from G2? Gonna need a miracle to try claw this back more realistically to game 3 or to clean it up. Niski's on that bottom turret. Chasey's pushing BB backwards. He's been dismounted. Inhibitor's about to fall, and it's all coming down around G2's ears. This Red Bull Baron power play is fantastic. 3,000 gold up. There's still a minute to go. 1 inhibitor down, a second will fall. It's only 24 minutes into this game. I mean, G2 won game 1 in around 21, 22-ish minutes. Mad Lions reply back after punishing G2. Set themselves up now for that final push.
I think Mad are just going to play on top waves. Look where Karzi's standing. Just going to wait to push out, threaten the triple inhibitor, and eventually G2 will have to engage.
All right, Mickey will catch on Hilly. I don't know if he really wanted it. Damage return from Chasey. Kill secured, though, by Niski, and the rest of G2 are now reeling. Baron's still up for another 30 seconds. There's not a lot of minions to work with. G2 in a numbers disadvantage. Yike stepping back. They will not be able to have a surprise Crowstorm. Mad Lions, they might be looking for this push. Baron's going to time out in 15, continuing to usher these minions forward, chipping away at these Nexus turrets. Mad going to look to even out this series. Yeah, first Nexus turret about to fall in just a moment. A couple shots is all it will need. Still 3 seconds before Mickey's alive. G2, are you going to try to defend? G2, are you going to try to fight? You have to pull that trigger. The base is just being chipped away. He once again finds the trench line. Crowstorm will force the flash in the claims of the Kazi. He's running for his life. Super Mega Death Rocket does not enough. Unfortunately for G2, down 11,000 gold. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the damage. And the final auto is flying all the way across the map.
It's going to hit him.
Will hit him, but will not kill him.
Yeah, there it is. He gets knocked back into the base, but not able to stop it, not able to get the kills. I mean, G2 will hold on to a tower. I think they're hoping they might get a pick and then they can try and contest this next dragon, but all inhibitors down. Like, this is just basically a walkthrough now for Mad Lions in this position.
Is it even a dragon angle? Is it just a 5-man mid with all these inhibitor waves? Hansama can try and farm them up and get to his Lord Dominic as quick as possible, but I think TPs will come in and just run it down. G2 need a hell of a line of defense. No Fiddlesticks ult, no Jinx ult, no Kled ult. It's going to be a victory lap here for Mad Lions.
These first 2 games have been head scratchers of note. G2 dominate game 1, then they make so many mistakes Mad Lions punished. They're looking to close this one out cleanly. Kazi is going to arrive in a moment or two. Last Nexus turret's going to fall. 8 seconds before that Crow Storm is available. Caps' Buster Shot still on cooldown. Turret is currently the focus, is taken down. 1 second for that Crow Storm. I think he's running for his life. Nexus not being chipped away at, but the supers are starting to pour into the base. Multiple waves of double supers. Ridgeline won't find its target. The Crow Storm goes in, and the Mad Lions go out. They've dropped Yike where he stands. Mickey, Broken Blade, all dropping and running for their lives as the Nexus will be the next target. Mad Lions bounce back to even up the series.
Mad Lions managed to turn it around. They pick up so many of those early kills and just able to continue pushing forward. Did a great job in the mid game at securing those early Rift Heralds and just making sure that Yike just never had an opportunity to get rolling on this Fiddlesticks.
I mean, it was just as much as I think G2 made a lot of mistakes. They made so many mistakes. Caps was just making too many crucial mistakes in mid that lost them a lot of mid push, so that I feel like both sides could really start to play the game because Niski was unlocked, and then it's just a case of not throwing it away and not getting caught out by their comp, but they suppressed G2 after those mistakes very well. And G2 need to do a lot of rethinking when it comes to how they're moving around the map, how they're playing it. You know, the Fiddlesticks ult bot was good, they got 2 kills, but they lost Heralds for it. Then they lost top tower, and then Chasey had top push into other lanes. So there's a lot of trade-offs here that I think G2 needs to maybe think about.
Yeah, this game doesn't really help and make me very enthusiastic about Mad. It kind of felt like it was like, okay, well, G2 are just throwing this game entirely, and Mad Lions are like, great, like, we are a professional team. We can take a lead and close out a game rather than anything else. So I think coming into this, I want to see more still from Mad Lions in the early stages, because even though they were getting the wins, they weren't really the team that was setting up those. It was just massive mistakes from G2.
I get it. Reaction as opposed to proactive
I feel like a
play.
disappointed dad.
Well, we're going to find out. 1-1 in the series. We're going to head to the post-match at the analyst desk.
Yeah, I just feel like last game we said that, you know, was it Broken Blade outplaying or happened? And then the consensus was, yes, but if you were given those advantages by the enemy team, congratulations to you for capitalizing on it. We're not paying Mad the same respect then,
Okay,
apparently.
but we also saw Caps do what he did in mid lane, right? He
Yes,
legit just
and
went,
to that point,
Yeah.
kind of what Chasey did in game 1, right? So to that point, you still have to win the game off that. I'm being devil's advocate. I hate when people say that, but that's what I'm doing.
I think Matt did a great game.
Absolutely.
It didn't look flashy, you know, but their fundamentals are on point. I feel like the way they got their leads, you know, from Eloya matching Yike on the first top lane gank, I feel like that was already G2 losing a big win condition, because when the game stabilizes like that, they get to do a lot more. After that, we saw them proxy the top lane and sit between the towers. And given that, they know that at one point jungles can be mismatched. And I think G2 failed a play on the bot lane one time, and everything just went out the window. And yeah, after this is like the proxy will happen here. They get to stay here. They're gonna drag Mickey all the way from bot lane. They get to track the jungle camps when they get to respawn and whatnot. And after that, they can just live in the enemy top side, because once you get a small lead like this on top lane, especially against a pick like Kled, you get to snowball, because Nekton, there's a reason why he's the strong, dominant pick in the top lane.
Yeah, and you know, Dak was asking for proactivity. I will say Eloya was super proactive about that top lane. I think mid lane was where I thought it didn't think. The rest of the map for Mad Lions were simply making plays. You saw the top lane proximity there. In summer, Eloya didn't care about his top lane. At least it felt like that from the gameplay that he had. Coming into the season finals right now, and even against the series against XL, it was at 15. Now in this, the first game was 16. Then in this game, game 2, 39% spent around the top lane. That was literally a game where they said, right, top lane dives didn't work earlier, but we'll try it again, even harder than we did earlier, and we'll make it work this time. And they absolutely shoved BB out of the top lane to the point where he couldn't even play.
And couldn't take over like he did in game 1. And I'm glad we called that out, that it was, you know, great play from Mad Lions to get that top lane in the state they wanted it. But in the same vein, we also have to say Caps mid lane a few times. And there were some thoughts of maybe he thought that Azir was out of mana, whatever. But we've seen this from Caps like a couple of times, I think. And you know, it's hard to control from that point on.
Yeah, because I think this is the mistakes from G2 that you can classify as them giving the opportunity rather than an outplay. Because the rest of the map, I think that Mad Lions they were proactive. They were making the plays. They were cross-mapping when Yike was on the bot side. This TP in the middle of a minion wave where you don't even have vision of the top side of the bush, it's just greedy. That's all I can say.
Yeah, it's a bit too much. That's what tends to happen with Caps. You know, he gets a little bit ahead of himself. He gets too much confidence.
But this is well after on the play that's already lost.
Yeah, I mean, it's
you
just...
gotta press that ult as Fiddle.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Yeah, it was a bit of a silly game. I would love to see in Game 3 when both teams kind of, you know, got the silly game out of the window. Mad Lions in Game 1, G2 in Game 2 right now. I would love to see, you know, because I feel like there was maybe a little bit of disrespect coming through. When you get to storm Game 1 like this, it's easy to get ahead of yourself, even though I don't think they did it that much. But I feel like their draft adaptations could have been a little bit better for this game.
Yeah, but I also think gameplay-wise, this is one of the map movements from Mad Lions that's great. You already got the top lane turret, move Chasey into the mid lane, have the priority where BB is still catching waves. The rest of G2 is not in a position to respond. The bot lane from Mad Lions moved for the G2 bot lane as well. There were really good map movements in this game that allowed them to close out the game with the leads that they got. So yeah, I'm super happy with the way Mad Lions played as soon as they had the gold lead.
Yeah, this is something that I really like from Mad Lions. They have this tendency that they do a lot when they win. They keep the map compact, you know. They never open on 3 lanes anymore. They just kind of, I wouldn't say they dead ball, but since they always open the map on 2 lanes, they have a lot of play options because a lot of times you have numbers advantage, especially because the losing team will usually open on 3 lanes because they need to kind of maximize farm to find a way to get back into the game. And Mad Lions kind of took it away just because of the way they were opening with their map and playing together.
Matt is going to move back to the red side because G2 selected blue as we have to draft up from Game 2. Now, I feel like obviously Mad Lions has a good draft, right? And from G2, I think you're hesitant to say anything because you don't know how maybe they're going to make it work. They didn't. So what are we thinking now?
I want a temperature check on Yike. It's been 2 weeks in a row now where Game 2 he's been allowed to pick a new champion. First one was
that's
Evelyn.
a tendency.
This is one is Fiddlesticks. And you know, next week is he going to do the same? I feel like him picking up a new champion might go down a little bit in terms of priority.
It is a tendency we've seen, yeah. But
I'd love to play devil's advocate here because we say this, but all of a sudden, if he would have popped off with Fiddle this game,
yeah.
Then Mad Lions goes into Game 3 and they're like, okay, Ivan, super strong meta pick. It doesn't work because they have this Fiddle response. What do? We need to create something completely new. We need to find a brand new jungler that is really good because they seem to have answers against everything. So we saw this from Razork as well yesterday. Game 1, sure, it was a draft. It was a bad draft. You know, they had Karthus with 3 losing lanes. But he didn't shy away from it. In Game 2, he came back with the Karthus, he got 5k goal lead, and then everyone talked only about this pick and how good it was, and they even forced the ban. So
you want to see the Fiddlesticks again in this game?
Okay, I would.
First pick on blue.
I would love. Okay, not first pick on blue, but I would love to see the Fiddlesticks again, maybe, but with a little bit more win conditions, because I feel like this game it was make or break by the top lane. Because if Kled gets ahead with having Kled, Nautilus, and Fiddlesticks, you can set up the map a lot easier. But you don't have enough stability. So I feel like if they get to have a draft where the win conditions are a little bit more reliable, I can see Fiddlesticks working. Because also in Rogue, when we were playing with Inspired, he was the only one in the world playing Fiddlesticks, and it was terror.
It was well summarized. So maybe we see it again. But Ender's got an update about the MVP.
A very important update. Now, for some people, winning means everything. For other peoples, it's the shiny things that are a little bit more important, like trophies. Now, we're all familiar with the unofficial World Championship belt, right? Whoever wins Worlds, next team that beats them claims it, and so on and so forth till the end of time. I want to introduce that for the MVP. Of course, Mickey won MVP for the year earlier this week, but who's killed him? Let's run it through, because right now, it has left his hands. Back in game number 1, Elyoya ended up killing Mickey in this little bit of a silly turret dive when the minions ran out and the turret came in clutch. Maybe it actually belongs to the mid lane turret, as a matter of fact. But then Elyoya runs up top lane, and the top father himself steals it away in this insane 1 versus 2 outplay. More on that is Broken Blade didn't die in the rest of game 1. Makes sense. And yet somehow, I think Broken Blade knows that he's the holder of the unofficial MVP trophy because he refuses to die when his entire team falls. He's sitting on his spawn. Like, what is that? It's insane. So right now it belongs to Broken Blade, and I want you to tell me in chat with those spammy little fingers of yours who you think is going to have it by the end of this series. Either of these 2 teams. It could be up in the air for anyone. That's more important than the series, but the rest of the series is to follow.
Level 6, it's time for the Crow Storm! Kazi forced to claims and
Middle is looking told. I don't have any. Okay, let's get more.
Escape.
Okay.
I can go. No need. Just dash.
One more. Tower. Tower and Nash. Well played, Nick.
Thanks, bro.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LEC as G2 and Mad jump into Game 3 picks and bans. G2 have side selection and returned to blue side, 100% picked by teams who are able to do so. And in Game 1, banned away Jace, as well as Poppy and Talia, 2 of the 3 already removed. Do we think any changes happening? In my head, draft isn't the reason that the teams have won their respective games.
I mean, maybe you get rid of Tristana so Caps can't jump in again, but for G2, but outside of that, no, I think it's kind of more about execution in game. I still think having things like the Lissandra, the Kalista, that kind of stuff, still may be an issue for Mad Lions. We'll have to see though what that last ban is going to be. More than likely the Rel. We probably don't want to see that this year.
It's either that or the Maokai, isn't it? I mean, you can try and trade off Rel, Maokai, and ban Tristana as well, but I think it's going to be a Rel ban, unless, like you said, in Game 1, Maokai was annoying. It's going to be Kalista, so they're going to ban something else. In that sense, what they're saying is you can get Maokai, we'll get Rel. You can get Rel, we'll get Maokai. So they're trading off that pick. It's just a case of what Mad Lions pair it with is my question. Is it the Renekton again? Yes, it is. So they think that they found a way to deal with the Kled. Now, the Kled was struggling. Actually going to go for the Sejuani instead of the Maokai.
Oh. But this feels a bit weird to me, because I'm like, okay, but then you can take the Maokai. And also then, I thought you'd have hard...
Swain?
What?
Wait, whoa. So Swain Tristana?
This is a Swain flex. It could be top lane Swain, could be support Swain, could be Tristana bot Swain mid. That's a scary flex that I don't think anyone expected to come out. Now, Sylas would be great, but of course they can just put Tristana mid into it, and that's a horror matchup as much as the Swain ult is nice to take away. So going back to the Azir would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem, is that you don't really know what the story is with the Swain, like where you're going to put it. I thought they'd actually go like, hey, something like an Alistair, you could always take away here for G2, because you're like, well, then we get Rel and Alistair, which is just a really strong combo and takes it away.
I think it's top lane Swain. I'm seeing Broken Blade here. Conqueror, top lane Swain, first item, Rylai's into Leanderies, full tank, bone plating. Yeah, I think that's top lane Swain. Rel's still a flex as well, which is quite annoying for Mad Lions to play up against, They can still play some kind of Rel support lane with Kai'Sa, but it's likely a Rel jungle Swain top, and then I think they have to cover off the Kog'Maw Braum here, Mad Lions. Maybe that's your best bet if you just safe guess the Swain is top.
Well, figuring out whether or not that's going to be one additional answer into this Renekton. Once again, Draven and Xayah banned away from the bottom lane. We saw that Jinx a moment or two ago. What direction will Hans and Kazi go? Of course, we've also seen those support pools being pinched on final picks. It'll be the Maokai, the final one here from Mads.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Alistair gets banned away here by G2. I still think it's just a really good pick. Even if they try and flex the Swain into that bot lane, look, it'll be a bit of annoying for poke, but you can still get a good amount of that engage off into that bot side, and there's not much the Swain can really do about it. So curious to see exactly what the game plan is, but maybe it is just going to be something like a Kai'Sa ban where they get rid of the AD carry. No, going to be the Rakano instead.
Yeah, I mean, you could play Swain AD carry, but I don't think Hans Sama is the kind of person who strikes me as a Swain mage AD carry player. So yeah, what's the pick for Mad Lions here on 4? It could be taking away the Kai'Sa. Could be something like the Ezreal, but then they have the Kai'Sa to pick. Zeri hasn't been touched at all. Hans Sama doesn't really play Zeri. Aphelios could be a safe option, and I think Mad Lions are trying to avoid the G2 clown house of drafts. Not to disregard their draft, but they're going to be doing with some wacky stuff, and Mad Lions want some good, strong team comps to deal with it.
And it's so hard because you've got so many potential options here from G2. We won't know where these champions are going until these final picks are secured. The Aphelios has been locked in for the first time in this series. Once he's got them, we'll figure out what hill he wants to run in that support.
With the Rakan ban, Kog'Maw Braum just feels really safe and easy. I mean, they can play Aphelios Lulu, which might be a pain though.
Yeah, I think I'd like a little bit more engage coming through on G2 side though, is my only thing. It is going to be the Kog'Maw Braum, but it feels like at least with the Azir ults, if you're heavily reliant on Rakan or on the Rel, you take the potential here for an Alistair. Like, I know it sucks into Braum specifically, but at least then you've got disengage for the Rel, and then you're kind of able to play front to back. And you still got decent engage coming through for things like the Sejuani.
I think Melee or Lulu could do work in the range support though. As much as I love Alistar too, it's just engaging into that. Double AD carry Braum with a Swain. Maybe just playing Peel back's good. Zilean is a good pick into Braum. Are they going to play Zilean? Okay, well.
Oh, okay.
Now, there's not a lot of burst on G2, but that can be a revive on a tank for Mad Lions. So they are going to go for the range support option. And it's going to be a speedy Aphelios.
These drafts are wild.
This is great.
This is nuts.
And once again, draft has not been the crucially determining factor for Game 1 or Game 2 thus far this series. Hylissang has got 12 professional games on Zilean with an 84% win ratio. So a lot of historical success. We will finally lock that draft in. What do we make of the Swain into the Renekton?
So I think it's a good matchup in the lane because you're able to get good push. The only thing you have to be careful about is your spacing, because you don't really have a way to immediately stop Renekton if he does slice forward, and then you end up with the CC for Elyoya coming in. Also, the fact that you are going to end up going relatively squishy in the early stages, because you are going like Leandri's, Zonya's, then you're going tank, so it takes a while before you really get that big burst of tankiness. So I think coming into team fights, I think Hans and Mickey are going to have their work cut out for them to a certain extent. Like, there's a lot of Renekton and Sejuani that would love to get into Kog'Maw, but the amount of stuff that can actually block us, I'm a little bit more curious about. It feels like it's just the Braum or the Rel trying to see if you can try and keep them safe.
A lot of execution to be pulled off on the side of G2. The last time we saw a Swain in the top lane was in 2020. Whipper was playing it for Fnatic. It has been 3 long years. Shenanigans continue as we hit the rift for Game 3 between G2 and Mad. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. G2 5-man stacking this bottom lane. Pushing forward, see if they can find a target. Coming into this game, it's just a full reset. Game 1, G2 got a stomping win. Game 2, Mad Lions punished G2 to find a stomp themselves. I mean, Cadril, now you just got to shake off those previous games and come into this one fresh.
Yeah, it's all about a reset. How will G2 perform? Will they make those clumsy mistakes that we saw Mad Lions easily punished? Trying to go for a level 1 here with the Braum, but it's going to be warded off in the river by Carzzy. Sweeper's going to check that, so that's a nice little extra bit of gold. No movement from the top jungle to ward the enemy top side. I feel like Swain will be fun to keep an eye on. Very vulnerable to the Sejuani Renekton early, but will get progressively tankier, and I feel like sometimes deceptively tanky. I feel like there's a few champions in League which are deceptively tanky. Swain is one of them. I think Diana is another one that just comes to mind. But I expect, looking at his builds in solo queue on my screen here, it's going to be something like Rylai's into Leandri's for the Swain, and then maybe something like the Spirit Visage.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest worry for me is just like, you're up against an Aphelios and an Azir, and while you can be deceptively tanky, you're still not going to put out as much as, say, like an Ornn or like a true tank in that top side. And I think that's really what G2 require from Broken Blade. So I think if BB starts to get focused down here in the early stages by Mad Lions and he's not able to get those items, suddenly the front line that you need from G2 just isn't quite there.
Yeah, they really need him to buy enough time for this Kog'Maw to melt through those HP bars once we get to that stage of the game. For now, though, Broken Blade can go toe-to-toe. Chasey, Hansama and Mickey already pushing forward. He gets chunked down. 3 stacks from that passive. And look in the minimap as well. Yike invading onto Elyoya, challenging him on the Gromp. No movement from the bottom lanes yet. Yike has gone down to 210, continuing to fight. And Hilly's making his way
Yike, though, so he wants to reset.
The jungle. Level 1 for Hilly. Got that heal as well. Gromp has reset. Crash down from Yike. Hunt's chipped away at Carzzy's HP bar. Trade continues. G2 getting some level of control in this bottom lane.
Definitely are. Don't know if they can look for a dive, though. Q is going to land. It's going to level up to level 2. A lot of chunk damage, but this is an adaptation from game 1. Yike wanted to do the Maokai clear, 3 camps into bot, and then invade the blue buff. This time around, Yike rather saw the game 1 and said to himself, well, Yoya's probably going to do some kind of buff to buff or try to mark off his bot side before I can invade it and push him out. So I'll do red into his bot side this time around with bot push with the Braum. So good adaptation from Yike, looking at game 1 to make sure that he can really punish the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, you can see as well, immediately Elyoya has to go up towards top side, but take his red. And
stun there onto Hans, holding our breath. I think they're still lingering in the jungle there, Dacta.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to really... Well, actually, maybe they will go for it. Honestly, Carzzy's been taking a lot of damage here.
All right, so flashes and heals still available here in this bottom lane. Yike's level 3, double buffs. Let's try find that crash down. Hilly will bomb and stun up Hansama for now. Not going to be able to find the Q. Flashes away. Carzzy and Hilly staying alive for now. Rooted in place.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
Needs one more shot. This level up and the heal. They find the kill, but immediately lose 2.
The double bomb from Hilly was actually so clutch. It cleared out the majority of the waves, so G2 couldn't get themselves in a position to follow up properly on the dive. They had to rush it, and it came back to bite them.
Did Yike miss the Q? Was it flashed away as well?
No, he missed it, and then the W, I think, was flashed away from. So a lot of things were a bit butchered there when it comes to the actual dive. We'll take a look at it again, but you're right. Double bomb onto the back line. Managed to slow down the wave from coming in. There's the heal. And Yike misses the Q. Carzzy flashes the W. Yike's the one tanking. He flashes out and drops, but the ignite then ticks, so Mickey gets aggro. He dies. Hansama auto-attacks again, realizes he's going to get hit by the tower in that range, so he has to flash forward to get the next one in. because he's dead anyway. So he has to go for the 1-for-1, but the CC layering just wasn't there.
Mad Lions punishing. They get themselves 2 quick kills. Similar to the previous game. It's now Mickey and Caps toe-to-toe with Niski as well as Hillisang.
I think it's funny. Look at the topside vision that Chasey has. He has a line of wards in the river, all the way up from the middle part of the river. 3 red wards. One of them the scuttle, and Yike, we'll see if he gets spotted on them. It's going to go for blue buff into Grump, and big stacking wave bot for Mad Lions. Do they want to fence themselves some kind of dive? Hilly will get rid of the river ward. They know Yike should be on the top side, but Yo-Yo's a bit behind. It's inside level 1, level 2 invade. Needs to make sure he catches up.
Yeah, he's just going to move back up towards this top side. I wasn't sure as well, because you can see Niski actually had push there in mid lane, so maybe there's an opportunity, but they're just going to use that to try and get some deep wards. And as well, with Ayoya moving back up towards top side, Cap's going to respond in kind, just making sure they can spot out where Ayoya is, because Broken Blade hasn't got that push in fully in that top side yet. And you can see Chasey pressing pretty hard to try and keep that bounced off his tower.
Yeah, no real support for either top laner yet. Pretty even as far as that farm is concerned. The fact that Kazi got those kills, he's picked himself up the cull. Both bot laners have got those Berserker's Greaves, and Ayoya snuck his way into the alcove. I don't think he's been spotted as of yet. The minion wave has been trimmed down quite a lot. Let's step forward, waiting to see whether or not the target presents itself. So much CC to combine the Sejuani and the Zillion. No flash for Hansama either.
Oh, Yike.
Here comes Yike to that middle lane, forces the flash out of Niski, so at least that's a small win. Ayoya is still lingering in this bottom lane, will finally push forward. And this thing, in fact, takes so much damage underneath the tower, below 100. One lost onto and Hansama.
No, Yoya's dead.
What was that? 2 quick kills.
Oh,
At least get one in reply, but that was awful.
What the hell are these dives? Stop diving each other. G2 threw it away, now Mad Lions counter throw it. Shutdown goes over to Mickey, yeah, but Hans has 3 kills on the Cogmo.
So confused. I am so confused. Hillisang just gets destroyed, stepping into the tower.
Where's Hilly going? He wants to double bomb the Cogmo, but
yeah,
he doesn't even press it, and then he kind of dies. As he presses it, Yo-Yo flash Qs and misses. Then he's stunned underneath the tower because of the brown passive. Then Karsi's tanking up a ramped up tower. 2 shots will kill him. Yeah, Europeans, we love our dives.
We do indeed. We'll figure out why that happened in a moment or two, and all of a sudden Chasey's looking for the solo onto Broken Blade, holding on to that flash, waiting for the Demonic Ascension to pop. Chasey's continuing to force BB back on the minimap. Ayoya's making his way to this top lane. Look at this, 15 CS advantage, got a plate already. Renekton is taking control of this top lane.
Yeah, you can see Ayoya just making sure that Chasey can clear out this wave as well, so the next wave is going to hit that tower. Broken Blade does have TP to come back up into this top lane though, so should be able to at least catch something, but yeah, I don't know, like this is such a weird setup in this early stages.
It really is. Just quick note, I love the fact Chasey's already picked up that Executioner's Calling only very early on, and both of those tower dives bot lane, conceptually okay, execution not good at all, and both bot lane is sitting at 3 kills already.
You go for a dive like that, you're like, I'm gonna get all this gold. You're like, I'm Scrooge McDuck, and then you come out looking like Donald Duck instead. Like, it was an absolute disaster on that bottom side. But honestly, I think, yeah, Mad Lions just trying to over-aggress. They saw the fact that you had Yike in the mid lane, so like, cool, we can go for it. But 3 kills now into this Kog'Maw. Hansama's in a great little spot.
Mickey takes a little bit of damage. Both bot lanes have got level 6. Continuing to trade. Dead even on that farm. Dead even on gold overall. And both teams now just really need to kind of slow things down just a little bit. Game 2, a lot of execution errors.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just one of those things where it's like the whole series, we're like, who do we praise? Do we praise G2 for stomping? Do we praise Mad Lions for punishing mistakes? Do we criticize G2 for making mistakes? And it's, again, 2 dives. What do we say? You know, it's just, these dives are just so messy. And kills on either side. 80 carries on 2 separated in terms of gold. BB is now stabilized top a little bit, having that TP after the bad trade. Bot lane's been trading really aggressively from G2, but of course their jungler's top side. Herald's up, we'll see if Yike wants to side it.
Seems to be the case for now, Gadriel. Stepping into that pit. Chasey was pushed backwards. He's got the dominance in a few seconds' time. Mad Lions now slowly making their way up. Ayoya will step into that river. There's no real commitment from either side just yet. It's down to 3,000. It's going to be a jungler battle 1-on-1, and it looks to me like Mad may be able to respond first. You can see there Niski's inside the river. Chasey can come down from the north, and Yike may have just gift-wrapped this one. Down to 600.
Ready for the eye.
All of a sudden, 3 members apiece. Yike will pick it up. Manages to get the Magnet Storm down. Here comes Broken Blade. Pulls Mad Lions towards him. The Ascension is demonic. Niski slides in for at least one in reply. Caps flashes over the Emperor's Divide. Looking for the heals, but he's not going to be able to do it. The Golden Meat does so much work. 5.
Just renecting things in that one. Mad Lions. It looks an absolute disaster for them from the get-go. You get Chasey linking up in the with Elyoya, where they get immediately crashed down on. But just the healing that this Renekton has is so obnoxious in the early stages.
How did Chasey live there? I mean, that was a really awkward series of events because Yike gets the Herald, and as he's picking up the buff, you'll see, watch Elyoya and Chasey here as the Herald goes down. They just kind of stand there, watch. And then they just get engaged on it. It looks, well, that's over, isn't it? Double pull back into the Magnus Storm, into the double stun. Where's the damage, though? Caps can't get the kill onto Chasey. He looks for Elyoya, gets him, uses the ult and invests into him, and Niski's just pouring out damage. And now Chasey looks low, so Caps dashes forwards, flashes over the knockback from Niski, but the Q comes back up with the Iron Spike Whip, manages to get the kill. Triumph comes in again, and then Yike has no damage left.
Yeah, I mean, the fact you get the Ultimate Fury coming through consistently there as well to make sure he's getting those empowered Qs for the healing is just nuts. And now BB in a lot of trouble in what was supposed to be a counter matchup for him. I mean, 10 CS down, you're getting kills across this Renekton as well. It's not looking so hot anymore.
It really isn't. Fortunately for G2, they did pick up that Rift Herald. Themselves a couple plates here in this middle lane for Caps, who is currently even with Niski. But in terms of these skirmishes, again, balancing on a knife's edge. I wonder where Yike is going to invest this Rift Herald, because G2 definitely in a little bit of threat, a little bit of trouble. Chasey's Renekton in the previous game was fantastic. He got an advantage early, and Mad Lions were able to snowball that, punishing G2 over and over to eventually pick up that win. Can they do that again? That's what they're going to be looking for. Right now, though, look at this mini-map as Yike making his way towards that top lane, or at least towards Mad Lions jungle.
Yeah, just trying to see what they can try and cover here. I think watching down towards this bot side is going to be super interesting, because I think as Hilly is now hit level 6, it becomes way more... there's way more opportunities now for him to start trying to roam around the map, play hyper aggressive with guys like Elyoya and Niski having that ult available. Maybe even looking for things like the Dragon on this bottom side of the map as well, because if you're able to get Chasey, who has the TP advantage down to that fight, plus having Hilly's ult, it just becomes so difficult for G2 to really contest it.
You saw quickly Hylissang just flew across the river there, using that time warp. If Caps had stuck around, didn't have that ward, could have been a target. Look at the mini-map. 3 members of Mad Lions around mid lane. Yike again just kind of shadowing top for now. He was making his way up there. I don't think they're going to make any moves. And in terms of like sort of the laning phases and the advantage, slower game, one of the slower that we've seen throughout the series. Neither team with a significant advantage.
Yep.
No towers are falling yet either. No dragon's been secured either.
Yeah, I think Hansama wants to take a base to get his Rage Blade. And then I think G2 can start to play a little bit more crazy on this bottom side. 10 kills in 12 minutes, but it, yeah, I agree. Slow in the sense that no one's really found a big lead. There's the TP from Chasey you were talking about.
Hylissang's going to flash away. Hansama's in a little bit of trouble. Mickey's going to be the next target. Elyoya's coming through the jungle as well. So is Niski. Glacial Prison must find its target, waiting to throw it out. Just yet finally catches out onto Mickey. The Emperor's Divine is flashed over from Hansama. Mickey will be the sacrificial support. While that is happening, both top and mid, plates are being secured by G2.
This is actually so worth for G2. With Hansama surviving with some fancy footwork, they're going to get the mid lane tower down. They get plates onto Broken Blade in the top side. You will end up losing Dragon, but honestly, the amount of gold G2 have just picked up off the back more than equals the kill onto Mickey.
It really does. How many platings does Karza get on his bot side? I saw he had green, blue, but yeah, he gets towards the white. Got a couple platings under his belt. 1.2k gold leads to Aphelios now, but that was a game of chicken between Niski and Hansama. Niski is guessing that Hansama will flash when he sees animations come out of the Azir, but Hansama keeps cool. And it looks quite funny for Niski. You know, he just flashes back over the wall when Hansama doesn't get the pushback. So Drake's still up.
So they didn't get the tower, they didn't get the Drake. Gold is still dead even, but the mid tower has dropped. Fortunately for Mad Lions, that Azir can just bring up the Sun Disc. And it actually looks like G2, maybe the first one onto this Dragon. So Dagda, potential advantage growing even more. Let's not forget the fact that Chasey has got himself a couple plates here too, so have to keep a close eye on both these itemizations as well as the total gold.
Yeah, Mad are just trying to see if they can collect their own jungle camps at the moment. They know that Broken Blade has the TP advantage, so more than likely can't really contest for this, because yeah, you'll lose the tower on top side, but you're pretty happy if you end up winning a big old team fight. So at the moment, Mad Lions going to just give this up, back away, and make sure they can just keep on farming.
G2 not going to be challenged for this one. Keep your eyes on Elyoya. No ultimate available for a little while. Still on cooldown. But again, investing time, investing resources into this bottom lane. Mickey and Hans, there's no flash available. The stun connects onto that combo. Here comes Yike as well. All of a sudden, the knock-up is landing onto to Alyoya. Like, we'll find that piercing strike.
The revive.
Chrono Shift comes out to Kazi. Red, white, flashes for the fight. He's got the first. He's looking for the second. But the Unbreakable's blocking so much of Kazi's damage. Mickey and Yak run for their lives. Caps is trying to get another one back. But Alyoya's a Tonki man for now. Caps is going to fall.
The bomb's missed it.
All that needed. The
What's
bombs
going on?
Connect. Finally taken down by the Sand Soldiers, and Mickey will be the next to fall. Mad Lions dominating the bottom lane.
Successful dive!
The dive worked, you're right. It's a 4v4 in the bot side. Mad Lions win. Broken Blade solo killed Chasey, diving him underneath the tier 1. Carsey dished out so much damage. The Braum shield blocked a lot of that damage. The bombs missed because Niski wanted the kills.
Berlin, are you not entertained? What?
That is a word for it.
Are these guys? So while that fight was going on, we didn't catch a glimpse of this
Maybe
one.
dives him, I think. He just full-on commits because it looked like the Renekton was dead underneath the tower. So Chasey's just not got the damage to get the Swain down, and the Rylai's is just slowing Chasey up way too much that BB can flash in and get the finisher. Let's get a replay of that bot 4v4, because what goes on here? Carsey has the red-whites. Yoya looks like he's in trouble, but G2 invests the Braum ultimate to get the kill. In comes the ultimate from the Zillion, and Carsey gets a lot of chakrams.
Yeah, the fact he gets the ultimate there gets him so much. Well, Yoya finds Mickey, though.
We can't watch it because there's another fight happening.
Oh, he got
interrupted. Body block, pulled backwards, and he will fall. The 11th kill for Mad, 17th of the game. A minor 1,500 gold lead here for Mad Lions. I mean, Dagda, the way that it played out, Mickey blocked a lot of damage, but ultimately Mad, they committed more resources. They were first to respond, and they finally pulled off the dive.
They actually managed to get a successful dive, and a bunch of kills onto Niski as well, which is going to give him a lot more control up against Caps. You're now getting the top lane tower down where Broken Blade TP right behind him.
All right, look at the minimap though. There's resources for both sides. Broken Blade's using that demonic ascension. Looking for the demon flare. Yike is now fighting this hell. Caps teleported to the top lane. Chasey is just being burned alive. There is nothing that he can do. Like, is still on that Herald, and Mad have conceded, so they've lost Chasey. And they are trying to take down this mid tower, and they will successfully do so. Niski's pushing the bottom lane, so a lot of cross-map objectives being challenged here.
And this is the thing, remember what we talked about is like, for a lot of what Mad want to do is front-to-back team fights. And look, Chasey's not having the best of times now at the moment against Broken Blade, but when you get to the later fights, 5 kills onto Carsey, 4 kills onto Niski, already going to be working his way up with a 10 stack on that Dark Seal as well. Like, you're in a decent position here as Mad Lions, 3k up. Like, yes, G2 are making some plays, but honestly, coming into just front-to-back brawls, I'm giving it to Mad here.
That 3k gold advantage is all in Kazi's hands. Plus 2.8k, 2 items completed already. And he's on Aphelios as well, so he has all the damage needed.
And he has a Zillion next to him, so he can play as psychotic as he wants in some of these fights, playing frontline AD carry at times. Sometimes when you play Jinx Zillion, for example, not as common these days, but you can speed up the Jinx and she can just play frontline, damage them, dare them to go in, play confident with movement, and always have the ultimate for a revival. Here comes the overload on the side lane. Chasey already used the first E, but the wave's already down. Gonna look to commit to the tower here is G2 to get the 3rd outer tower of the game.
The tower is secured. A couple of members moving through the river, and it's still a minute and 10 seconds before the dragon. And Mad Lions, they're using that time warp, using that speed buff. The prison comes out and manages to connect onto BB. He throws down the ult himself, and Mickey steps forward, waiting for the fissure. Here comes Niski to boot. Niski's knocked up into the air. The target, however, is Alyoya. Unsummon's joining the fray, and Mickey's blocking as much as he can with that Unbreakable. You keep your eyes on Carsey. As long as he's healthy, it's going to be tough.
Why are Mad collapsing like that without Carsey? They're full on engaging without the Aphelios. Maybe they can re-engage here if G2 stays. Chasey's dead.
The target is Chasey. He's getting jumped on and taken out. The ultimate was committed there from Yike. The members of Mad running backwards. The stun will connect. And this time around, G2, they split up. They find their target. They got to be a little bit careful here because Yike is now alone inside the jungle. Mad Lions are not going to chase onto him, however. And 20 seconds to go for the dragon. G2 starting to back away.
Yeah, G2 need to get a reset in so they can go back into this. Leandri's Torment just completed there for BB as well. I mean, it's going to be great, but this is so bizarre here from
Look
Mad.
at the minimap. Look where Aphelios is.
Yeah, there's no damage.
TP's in, yes, but they've already used their CC engage. Mickey's here to block. Both AD carries on there. And he talks about the gold lead, Trevor. It was all on the Aphelios. This is an even 4v4, and you've committed engage before any of your carries are there in terms of Niski. Hilly's on in range for the revival, so it's a little bit too split up for Mad Lions. G2 can easily punish.
But it's even just from the perspective of, like, whatever about a gold lead, it's like, where the hell is your damage supposed to come from that one? It's like a Renekton who's already we've shown can't go 1-to-1 against Broken Blade, and Ayoya is only just there to provide CC, so really strange things coming through here. Mad Lions, though, will be able to turn over towards the Dragon, but again, G2, they're just playing for gold. They're like, hey, look, if we can get these towers, close the gold lead, we're going to be in a better spot.
G2. The previous teamfight as well exemplified the surprising tankiness of that Swain. Just being able to drain tank through everything. And the second Dragon of the game secured there. One apiece for Mad and G2. And with the tower secured, that 1,000 gold lead feels fairly insignificant. I think it's going to be a matter of protect the present. You need to keep Kazi alive. You need to make sure he's with Mad Lions whenever these engages are happening. And then maybe you can burn through that Swain and Rel front line.
I think once you get this Bloodthirster completed for Karzi, though, he's like all set to go. He got the speed ups, he got the revive. You're going to be dealing a ton of damage, especially if you have the red, white, and the healing to boot as well. It feels like it's going to be very, very difficult to keep tabs on that, especially when you look across the hand Sama, right? He has Agwinsus. He still wants to get up towards his like Blade of the Rune King, get a third item, even like a Ruin's Hurricane as well in his back pocket. Like, you need a lot for this Kog'Maw to get rolling, but the goal just hasn't been there for him.
Hasn't. He's sitting on 2,000. He's to back, and Mad Lions starting to move towards the Baron, setting up some vision.
Mickey?
Kazi gets some damage down onto Mickey. Here comes Broken Blade, blocked off by the Zillion bombs. Kazi's holding onto the Gale Force, and the flash. Moonlight Vigil is out, turns his focus, flashes away from Broken Blade, trying to burn through him. The damage from Swain is not enough just yet. Finally, the Chrono Shift comes down from Hilly. He's going to bring Kazi back.
Broken Blade's doing so much work.
Broken Blade, the demon is unleashed, destroying Mad Lions nearly single-handedly.
G2 breathing the biggest sigh of relief. Broken Blade 1 versus 4, the entire backline. Caps manages to deal with Niski as he chases down Hansama, and this all starts with the bot lane of G2 just taking so much damage. Mickey falling.
Yeah, I mean, Karzi does a really good job here in getting Mickey into a position where he goes low, gets the damage down, but because of everyone jumping in onto him here, this is where it starts to go wrong for Karzi.
Niski flashes over, gets Hansama, but uses the ult, then Caps jumps in, but then it's Broken Blade 1v4 in the stopwatch, just draining all the health from these members of Mad who try to finish off. Yike pulls them all in, pops the W, gets the Qs off, and then Caps kites away from Chasey, flashes to get the kill. The turn from the solo lanes of G2 there to turn that entire fight around was exceptional. 7,500 from Broken Blade, who's having an amazing series.
Yeah, you can see the problem. If you don't have Niski and you don't have Karzi, there is not enough damage on the rest of your team to actually take down the bird. So it has to be for Mad Lions, making sure you're protecting Karzi and Niski. Now, Karzi, I think, played fantastically in that fight. We even managing to dodge away from that final engage, but if you just don't have any way to get people off of him when you come out of that stasis, he's going to go down, and then there's just nothing left to do with Broken Blade.
How the hell do you kill him? That's the question. That's what Mad Lions have to figure out.
You know, sometimes we want League of Legends to be clean and precise and the teams to be fighting tooth and nail, but this is just a bar brawl, isn't it? Everyone's just throwing themselves into these mid lane fights. Not even anything to fight over. Mickey just wanted a bush. And now he wants another bush, and Mad Lions are thinking about looking for an engage, but Niski has the TP ready if he needs to join. There's Renan's Hurricane you were talking about onto Hansama. Bloodthirster now ready for Caps, who's found his way into this game. Almost 2,500 gold lead for the Tristana, so they've got side lane push here, G2. The solo lanes are ahead.
I mean, the fact you have that much gold on the Tristana is insane. I mean, you're thinking 5-1 and 2 on the opposite side, but Caps are doing a great job of taking down those side lane turrets, as he's saying, getting that gold, and now G2. They see Niski on bot side, they start up the Baron.
I mean, I think Caps also a recipient of a couple of shutdowns and the triple kill in the previous fight. Accelerated him a huge amount. A couple of shots were fired onto Baron, but it's not going to bait out in teleports just yet. G2 now looking for the fight. They're running for his life. Hilly backing away. No flash for Kazi. Keep your eyes on that. Niski has not pulled the trigger on that teleport yet.
They're going to force Baron, aren't they?
Feels that way, Kadril.
Try and get Niski's TP. See if Niski wants to join.
Ayoya making his way towards the pit. And movement speed from Zillion helping out. Teleport still not being committed. Finally is. Yike is inside the pit alone. G2 now turning, trying to find a target to burn. On the front line is Broken Blade, and Yike finds the stun. But Kazi's got a lot of damage to reply. Chasey's taken out. Broken Blade takes out. Kazi now all of a sudden with him running for his life. There's no damage to follow it up. It's all on G2. They've got themselves the advantage. 2 for 1. And Niski's looking for the Empress to find. Not going to be able to find the target just yet. It's locked in place. The stun was beautiful. Caps, rocket jumps forward. looking for Hilly, who's out of mana. He's got no flash. One lost, he gets him to safety, but that stun was beautiful.
G2's team fighting coming back again, taking down Mad Lions. The ultimate from Hylissang had been burnt on Chasey to keep him alive, so when Karzi got caught, there was nothing to save him.
They have no smite. Yo-Yo's around, the bomb can give vision, so someone's gonna have to do damage over this well. There goes Caps.
Caps hops over, will find himself. The kill actually was Hansama that got the secure. Is being forced away. Baron will be secured, and BB again taking over the fight, finding that key target.
Yeah, he got the pull onto Karzi with no flash. The Zillion ult was already down, so we'll see it here again because everyone focuses down Chasey, and Chasey dying and being revived. In that window, Mad Lions need to push G2 away, and Karzi tries his best onto Yike. Manages to get really low HP with the ultimate, but it's here. Watch Broken Blade with this E. Just on the back half of killing, the Renekton pulls him in, and I think that's the team fight winning play there for G2. Nisqy tries to save the team fight, but gets stunned up.
And it would have been so close as well. I mean, if you end up getting the green gun gone, red-white starts to come out from Karzi, he's able to opt in towards the red Q as well. Like, he's popping off in that fight. The fact that you end up in a position where you're not able to do much means a lot. Now G2 setting up in front of the Dragon. It's already been started. Mad Lions are backing away.
Yeah, they don't want this fight right now, down 3,000 gold, and I think that advantage for Caps, plus 3k himself, I think the important one for me as well, an extended range on that Tristana, keep himself a little bit backed away, a little further from the dive buddies of that Renekton and Sejuani. And G2, they've got Baron, they've got the second Dragon, starting to push both middle and this bottom lane. Teleport's available for both of the solo laners as well, so options available to them. Broken Blade on the front line, gets stunned up, the ult is available, throws it down, man on the retreat, double stun is good. Prevents any follow-up, but nobody dies. However, in the mid lane, Cap's able to take out tower.
They got the bot wave, but now they're losing mid inhibitor, so they need to retreat and come back towards this tower, and then they're going to lose the bot tower anyway when this wave comes in, you have to imagine. Maybe Karzi can clear it out with his blue gun as Caps runs towards the top side, and Broken Blade has to take a base, so they just traded a lot of engage for 2 towers. Really want to defend this bot tier 2.
Yeah, I think they were trying to see if they could utilize the fact that they had this ward just in the back of their pit, but that's now gone. That's taken out. They could TP in behind if they could get the chase on towards G2, but it's not really in a great position. Now Mad going in blind here.
G2 are hunting.
They're
just
around.
as the vision was turned off, multiple members looking for the flank. Mickey's got his ultimate on cooldown, not available. Yike stepping forward. Magnet Storm is up. Follow Karzi. Flash is available for him, and Yike not going to be able to hold anybody in place. Nisqy's now joined the fray, and I think Mad Lions, they've managed to survive for now. Nisqy staring into Yike. Magnet Storm was already used. Nisqy's right behind multiple members, but what is the plan? The tower has fallen. They'll find themselves a kill, but they will lose that tower, and G2 on the retreats.
And now G2 just going to be caught out. Yoy wants to go right the way in behind. They're going to try and reset Hilly. That's a big stun if you can do it.
Hilly's the target, forced to flash over the wall. Keep your eyes on the minimap. Mad Lions are trying to corral them, trying to group them up.
They could put a ward down for a Renekton TP if they want, but they're gone.
No, Empowered
play.
Recall, everybody gets out alive. G2 escape. They lose just that one.
Yeah, I mean, Nisqy was pushing mid though, so I don't know if that was really a fight that they wanted to take in that. It still would have been a 4 versus 4, and with Mad coming in on multiple different angles, it may not have been the best of opportunities.
Hexgate to fight. Hexgate to fight. Come on. No, okay, not this time around.
Not this time around.
Well, you can see on the bottom
They were
of your
thinking
screen.
about it.
By the way, super quick, obviously both of these teams going to Montpellier next week. The loser plays Fnatic on Saturday. Quick reminder to everybody that there will be 1 hour-long ready checks both of those days. And for everybody watching the EMEA Masters, that will be played on Friday as well, live in the venue. So we've got great games coming up. Right now, though, G2, they've taken control. They've managed to get this gold lead. They've got control of the Rift. And it's starting to feel like they are strangling Mad out of this game.
I also just want to say, I think that this 2.4k gold lead on Aphelios is fake. As much as he is 2.4k gold up, these items that I'm looking at, I think Kog'Maw is just as strong at this point. Maybe when he finishes the Lord Dominic's, the Aphelios will be able to do a lot. But with Kog'Maw and the draft around him, with things like the Braum and the Rel, up against things like Renekton, Sejuani, he's just going to melt through them with that 3-item spike.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you got to deal with Broken Blade, Hansama as well, it just feels like for Mad, it's going to be so difficult now. G2 as well, trying to see if they can coax Mad Lions out into their own jungle and maybe pick Hilly here.
To see. I mean, G2 have been trying to create opportunities. Karzi will use that Gale Force, just hop away to safety. Nisqy once again waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Needs to be very, very careful. And G2, they've just pushed all the way to the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, that Gale Force now has 2 minutes cooldown, so that's a long one. Mickey's ult, look at the left hand of your screen, you see Mickey's ult's already almost up, so I don't think he minds using that for the Gale Force.
Follow Yike. Flash and Magnet Storm is there. 5v5 in the front line. Broken Blade caught out, and Mickey will jump in to save the day. Broken Blade's held onto that ult though, so if the fight breaks out, he can just regen up.
Yeah, Merc Thread's doing work there. You can see how quickly he's able to get out of it. Doesn't have to worry about popping the ultis. He's just able to walk away with Mickey supporting him. So for G2, they kind of got what they wanted. They got to shove in all the waves, make sure that Mad are going to be stuck in their own base. And now you got Dragon in a minute, Baron in a minute, and Mad just haven't really got position on the map to to contest both objectives. So you're either going to get a third Dragon come through for G2, or more than likely just find a fight in those close corridors in the top side of jungle, Mad.
G2 are ahead, but I still think Mad have a really good chance with the Azir Aphelios. They're getting to some really huge items. It's a shame Niski won't be able to get a Void Staff for the next fight because, you know, Broken Blade's building towards that Spirit Visage. They've got a little bit of healing reduction with the Putrefier and the Executioners on Chasey, but yeah, I think if they can get uptime, if a Sejuani ult hits with a double bomb onto the Zillion as much as he has tenacity, and Carzzy and Niski can hit for a couple of seconds, they can really shred through him. So G2 needs to be careful to avoid some of these skill shots.
I think the best thing for G2 is trying to find fights onto Mad before they can really get positioned in River like this, but Mad actually doing a good job of now controlling it, because if you can try and get Broken Blade into a choke point, it becomes very hard for Mad to try and play through him with things like the Sejuani and the Renekton, and Niski won't really be able to do much damage because there's going to be a Zhonya's onto the Broken Blade.
Carzzy's Gale Force is almost up. He really wants to play with that Gale Force. Blue and red.
You can feel the tension yet. Mad Lion's trying to force G2's hand. Baiting around the Baron. A couple wards there just behind them and stepping forward. Mickey's committed the flash and Carzzy's already running for his life. Prison is down. Here comes Yike. Magnet Storm has been dropped. Carzzy drops on the right visual. Not enough to kill Hans Summer. However, Chase has been dropped. Niski's the next target. Multiple members of G2 chasing him. Caps finds the double kill. He's got that W available if he wants to continue the chase. Looking to push Carzzy and Ayoya away. Niski running for his life. And Caps is inside the base, uncontested and alone.
Caps managed to get the kill onto Chasey and then leaping into the backline again to cause so many issues for Mad. Now Niski, he's out of the equation.
3 members running him down. Emperor's Divide buys time. The sliding glide to safety. Re-engage from Ayoya. Carzzy goes low, drop down. Cap stays alive. Niski still leading G2 on a wild goose chase. Will finally be taken down in a moment or two as Yike and Broken Blade push forward. Caps solo killing the Nexus turrets. 7-2 and 7. 5,000 gold in the lead. And G2 will take down Mad Lions. After a couple more kills, a few more shots onto the Nexus. And G2 will be 1 win away from the season finals.
Caps was an absolute raid boss in that last fight. Just one-shotted and tore through everyone that was in range. And then just pressured the base so hard, Niski couldn't get the reset off. That was a very back-and-forth game from both sides. Exciting to watch. I mean, 39 kills, 31 minutes. Bit of a bloodbath. That's what we wanted.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time for this Swain to get going, but once it did, Mad Lions weren't able to deal with them at all. And then it opened up positioning for guys like Caps, for Hans Sama as well in these fights to just pop the hell off. So G2 once more, they're cooking, but it seems to be coming out all right.
After the first 10 minutes, I was not very sold on that Swain, but every single skirmish after 1 or 2 items, Broken Blade completely dominated.
Yeah, it just felt like once he got the Rylays, it was impossible for Chasey to play. Yeah. Because he popped the ultimate and there's just nowhere for the Renekton to go.
I hear that the analyst desk is ready, so we're going to head over to them to break down that game. In a second.
Maybe.
Maybe so. We're ready. Let's get the draft up. A very back and forth game. Indeed, it didn't look like G2 was going to bring this to match point, especially not after the first 10 minutes. But you were talking about the Renekton test, which I was not familiar with in terms of like picking your top lane champion.
Yeah, so back in the day, there was this, can it top lane? And the test was just, can it lane against Renekton? If it could lane against and survive an all-in against Renekton, you are allowed to play the pick top lane. If it could not survive the Renekton all-in, then you shouldn't play top lane. Initially, it looked like the Swain failed the Renekton test.
It did.
And then he got Rylai's, and then it didn't matter anymore.
Yeah, but it's technically failed lane, so
Look,
this game was not supposed to happen.
Look, it failed the Renekton test, but it won the 1 versus 5 test.
Okay, yeah,
in that one team fight in mid lane. That was insane. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it ramp up. Once he got the Rylai, it was. I was actually sitting back. Yeah, it was like a bye. It was literally a bye-bye. Renekton did not seem like he was having a great time after that because he just can't move. But the highlight of the Swain pick is just this mid fight right here, because I feel like Carzzy is popping off really hard in this fight, and then the Swain comes in. And I was about to say that, you know, Mad is just winning this fight super hard, but let's look at the...
Well, there's no
Swain
damage,
fight.
right? Because Carzzy ends up going into the revive. Meanwhile, Niski was over on the other side going for an assassination and then gets nuked by Caps. So there's actually nothing to kill Broken Blade. The Zilean revive doesn't matter in this teamfight situation because nothing can actually get the Swain off of that Aphelios. He does 7.5 thousand damage. Like, yes, Carzzy played a really good fight, but that just goes to show, like, if Niski isn't involved in the team fight and the Zilean ult has to be used on Carzzy, I don't think that's ever a winning fight.
And I think G2 leveraged this Swain pick very, very well because in mid-game is the time where he spikes the most, had this 2-item spike. He is near unkillable, and it was kind of like a bridge for this mid-game to see the Tristana, because for me Tristana was the real hero as we got into the later stages of this game, because I think Caps was up maybe 4,000 gold at some point, and then...
Yeah, towards the end there.
And that's only because the Swain was so dominant in the mid-game that he could help everyone and help Caps the most to buy him as much time as possible to get to this stage where he's just 1v5ing fights with the space that the Swain brings.
I think before that fight, Caps was up like 500 gold, then gets the big shutdown to Niski, and then he's up 2.2k after that, and then he rolls over.
Just zooming in on Carzzy doing this, even though they lost the game.
He was insane, though. I genuinely
he was.
I genuinely feel like Carzzy in this series has just been probably the most consistent member in terms of the playstyle we've seen so far from them.
But the bot lane. We need to talk about the bot lane. I mean, we're sending both these teams to Worlds, guys.
And we're happy about it.
Don't worry about it.
Let's take a look at it.
We just really are good at outplaying when we're being tower dove, is the moral of the story.
Listen, Carzzy and Sama, pace, you're not ready for them. That's all I'm saying.
True.
You know,
they're definitely not ready.
We live this, okay? They're just quickly going to experience it and not know what's hitting them.
Look, all those international teams, they're lucky that Worlds isn't happening in Europe because our turrets are built different, right? They just do more damage, clearly.
For me, it's just funny because I look at both of these bot lanes and they're like, oh, we want to scale into the game. We have Brom on one side, is good, you know, it's great. And then we have Zilean on the other side, and then everyone's like, let's dive.
We got it, let's go.
We have a wave, our jungler's here. Send it, boys, we have to. And then it was really funny because G2 fails the dive, and then Mad is like, oh, I guess it's our turn to fail a dive.
Yeah, this is very G2 versus Mad gold graph, indeed. It's weird because, I mean, Kate will put it into words well. You have both teams doing good things. You have both teams doing a lot of bad things, but it still feels close, but because of some games and how they've ended, it doesn't. I don't know what reality is anymore.
I don't know.
Are they good?
No.
Any of these teams?
It's good, it's bad, it's just like heavy fighting, because I feel like even when we look back to sort of like modern era G2, which was like 2019 roughly, right? Like whenever they were playing against sort of like the second best team, like Fnatic back then, or Mad Lions in more recent years, I felt like the games in best of fives almost always played out that way. It was like super scrappy, both sides are like hard looking for fights, and the gold would be like very volatile. So I don't know, it's sometimes hard to make sense of.
To be fair, Dylan has said, you know, in relation to gearing up for international play and stuff, he said we don't want to rely on just getting gold leads anymore. We want to build more things into our comps to win. So yeah.
So they dove to set themselves behind for the challenge.
That's the cope
I mean,
take.
so I think like is these two teams good? I still think they are. The problem why they seem. Even on an international stage at times with some of the games they had, like if you just saw the first game of G2 isolated, everyone on social media was saying, this is great, this team can actually battle. And, you know,
and
then
if
you
people
see
on social media are saying it.
Exactly, then it must be true. And then we see game 2. And then it goes back and forth. I think the consistency in lacking. And that's the big aspect in terms of they're not consistently good. And that's why you're worried, because you know the ceiling of the teams are high, but they're not consistently doing it. And that's what worries them. And yeah, that game we just saw right now, that was not good game quality. Like the dives that we saw were not what we would like to see on a consistent basis.
Exactly. You don't want to be doomer though, but I do hope both of these teams clean it up going into Montpellier. But of course, we'll see who goes straight to the grand finals. But Ender, updates about the unofficial MVP.
Right, of course. Going into this match, of course, BB held it. Niski killed BB to claim it, but then Caps killed Niski in that mid lane fight that sort of swung the game back. So even though BB carried the game, the MVP, it's Caps. We know it to be true.
Okay, cool.
Now Mickey needs to kill Caps, and then he can get it back.
Yes. By some tower dive, and he...
Yeah.
Wait, so if the tower kills Caps in a tower dive that Caps is involved in to help Mickey and Hansama, But Caps dies to the tower.
Renata on enemy team ults
Yes.
him, he kills Caps.
Yes.
That counts.
Yes, that counts. Anyways, game 4. Predictions.
following any of
G2
this?
closing
I'm
it out. They are, with all those shenanigans, we might forget that they are just one step away from the grand finals. But you know very well, because last year you ran the lower bracket to beat them in the finals. So maybe they don't want to be there.
Yeah, I mean, last year I was in Mad Lions' position. I think we were the team that lost to G2 in the upper bracket finals, like they are right now, and then they made the run through the lower bracket. So it depends pretty much on how the team is on the day, because I think for us last year it benefited us a lot that we got an extra series to kind of like warm up for the G2 series. And I don't know, some teams just function a lot better with just, you know, keeping fresh, because some teams do warm up, some teams just don't. They just want to go in blind. So it's both a blessing and a curse for this one.
Okay. GB, who's winning game 4?
I mean, I genuinely can't say out of the games we've just seen so far. It'd be a shot in the dark, I'll be honest.
Okay. Fine.
The
We'll
turrets.
go to a break and we'll see what happens. If it's going to be G2 straight to the grand finals, or if Mad bring us the silver scrapes. I think that's the one.
Not going to be able to find the Q. Flashes away. Cards in here. He's staying alive for now. Rooted in. Plays
it's a
Hunt. Needs
nightmare.
one more shot. This overlock and the heal. They find the kill, but immediately lose 2. And this thing, in fact, takes so
What
much
is he
damage
doing?
underneath the tower. Below 100. One lost onto an Hunt. Summer
No,
picks
Yo-Yo's
it up.
dead.
What was that? 2 quick kills. Towards Summer. Cards at least gets one in reply, but that was awful.
What the hell are these dives? Stop diving each other.
Top lane. He flash. Killing is gonna ult him, okay? Yeah, doesn't matter. Kill him again after. I'll try to help you. I'm dead.
Look at this.
I'm mega huge! Nice. Right top flashed.
It's fine.
Nice, boys. Good job, baby.
I see a
Thanks,
flash.
everyone.
Danke, Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
going to be covering picks and bans here at the analyst desk before we head into game number 4. So with that in mind, and with Mad Lions choosing to go back over to the blue side, I want to pull up that game 2 draft so we can talk it through now. The interesting thing I saw was that in game 2, this is where the Ivern and the Fiddlesticks came through, whereas when G2 were on blue side, it was just tank v tank matchup. So Goldborg, do you think G2 are going to allow this situation again?
I mean, for me, the Ivern is such an OP that you just shouldn't let through. I was a bit curious about the Rumble ban in general. I think that's one you can totally throw out the window. It's not like Chase has been playing it a lot. And even when he has been playing it, that's when he's been underperforming a bit on it in that regard. So I'm sure that BB would be able to play that matchup. I also think that the Fiddlestick that came in game 2 here is much like the Carthus, where it's like you just want to match the full clear, hit 6, and then start making plays. But I don't think that's the approach you want to take into it. It just becomes so much easier to play the Ivern, especially with Daisy around the first objectives.
For sure. And then for you, Odo, like, what do you see coming into this draft? We're going to be jumping into Champ Select right this second.
My main adaptation, I think, would be to ban the Ivern instead of the Rumble or instead of the Jace. But we've seen the trend of banning Jace for the whole series, given the high Tristana priority that G2 has. So I expect the Rumble to be open, or maybe even create a better scenario where you give up the Ivern but you get more OP picks. But I feel like the most natural response would be to just ban the Ivern and trade everything else.
Yeah, Rel maintains here the Nico as well. Something that's interesting is like it seems like bot lane picks, especially like support, has been going pretty late. Like in that game 2 draft, Mickey ended up getting counter pick. So if there's some variations there, if G2 wanted to go for something like the Draven in the first rotation,
yeah, there we go, the Ivern
maybe
ban.
They have some ideas, but there you go. Rel, Ivern taken off.
Yeah, I don't think that any of the Mad Lions blue side bans is going to change though. I think they're still going to continue to ban at LeBlanc here. They quite often want to get a seer themselves, and even if Tristana is coming up, maybe that's the only one that you do want to substitute it with in that regard if you're anticipating a Jace ban. But let's see what Mad Lions have got.
I'm curious what G2 does now. I mean, Tristana is out now, so now there's a situation where LeBlanc is open and also Jace is open. And from what Mad Lions have been doing in their previous series, they will always prioritize the LeBlanc as a high prio blue side first pick. So I'm curious what G2 responds to here because Jace has not been a good matchup into LeBlanc, and given that prior, I'm not sure if it's worth for them to ban the Jace. I would maybe ban the LeBlanc and try to opt to play into the Jace with maybe an Azir or something. Rakan ban, it's interesting. Nautilus prior should be going a lot higher now because Rel is also out. So let's see with what Mad Lions chooses to go for here.
Yeah, Maokai still available, Jace up as well. If you can secure Maokai, then Jace would look good as well, but I can only imagine that G2 would take that away from themselves too. Kai'Sa first pick would be very interesting because now you're giving over a Maokai Jace rotation to G2 Esports, and there's no
That's not something you usually want to give a G2.
No, especially not on red side.
I think it's okay because I think from their previous BO series, this split, they didn't really like Jace so much. I think against us we left Jace open a lot of time, and he only played it when it was absolutely necessary. But we might see it come out now.
Would you be expecting to see like dipping into like the LeBlanc? Because they even played like the LeBlanc Camille versus you and played a really like spread out game. That was
that was Mad Lions, so I might look for it. But yeah, look, G2 doesn't even go for the Jace because just this whole playoffs run, Caps hasn't been playing a lot of Jace. Let's see what Mad Lions goes for here. I would expect the Sejuani here because you need some sort of front line to match the Maokai, and they have similar roles in the team comp. The thing I'm curious about the most is what mid lane pick. Will it be here, or will they put a Kai'Sa mid?
Yeah, because it's probably not going to be that Jace that you were talking about, just because of the fact that LeBlanc's perfectly happy with that matchup as well. But we were talking about the Rakan ban and the priority on Nautilus that would go up if that came through, and yeah, there you have it. Could also just be a Braum on 3 now instead, to just slam that instantly as a counter and force them to ban the Kokmo and some of the other champions. It would probably make the most sense for G2.
Yeah, so support picks sort of skyrocketing in prio a little bit in the second phase with the Rakan ban. I think that's a fair thing to point out. Now, if you're sitting in Broken Blade's spot here and you're expecting like Rumble on the top side, like what are the picks you're trying to take into a champion like that?
My main priors would be something like Ornn that he's shown in the past, but also one of the picks that I think he hasn't pulled out yet is the Yone.
Ooh.
It's one of the better matchups into Rumble. Whenever I play Rumble, I feel like that's one of the only carries that has a chance of winning the lane against Rumble. And I think it pairs well with Maokai and LeBlanc as well. So we might get to see that depending on what Mad Lions looks to ban here, because I think Mad Lions also needs to find a good engaged jungler. I'm surprised if G2 leaves Sejuani open here.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that sentiment as well. I understand that they want to mitigate as much pressure as they can from the bot side, keeping the flex alive from that Kai'Sa. But just mitigating the champions you can get out of the jungle right now would be so easy on these two. Like, Iron's already off the table. You have Maokai yourself. You take away Sejuani. That's already the best three for facilitating junglers as well, but it's going to be the Poppy instead.
Do you think like Hans could be looking for something maybe like a Xayah here to sort of play wave clear into the Kai'Sa if that does end up going bot side, and then be able to dodge away from some more of the engages to like Nautilus and stuff? It can have some nice interactions into that.
I think Xayah is a good pick here. It goes well into Rumble and Nautilus. You can dodge a lot of the AoE stuff that is going to be flying at you, so that's kind of like the premier pick that I would think. K'Sante ban is quite interesting. I mean, it's a decent
They don't want to deal with it again.
I mean, given what happened game one, it makes a lot of sense, but the matchup is okay. I think it's a great ban into Rumble, but I'm curious now what G2 looks for on 4 pick here.
I don't know. I feel like Xayah is just so good to get away in this scenario. You can just self-peel for Hans Sama. It pairs off nicely with Braum as well. You can wait to see the full draft before you go in for a top lane as well. Like, sure.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have like sort of Yone and LeBlanc that I feel like kind of want to be doing a little bit of their own thing sometimes in team fights, like diving in and diving back. Like having a backline of Braum, Maokai, Xayah, that's like a really heavy peel backline with your solo laners having a little bit more agency to look for their angles to enter a fight. I would really like that look for G2, but now we've got the Nilah. What do you think of this, GB?
Yeah, that's the Water Samira right there. That's what I'm telling you. But Nilah is one of these champions that's been super good to accelerate it. Usually, once they have an enchanter or someone with shields or heals around them, that's not really the case. You can still go for some of the all-in, but you certainly lose some of the value that we would usually see out of the kit. But we've been seeing this a ton in the European Masters as well, and it's been absolutely popping off. But G2 Esports still have that last 80 carry pick for themselves, that they can set them up for the best matchup possible in that regard. And I think they're picking J4 preemptively here, knowing that Xayah might come through as well, and J4 pairs well into Xayah because she can't ult out of the ultimate.
Yeah, there's not a lot of mobility left on the ADC options for G2 here. The Nilah pick, I think, is great because if we look at G2's comp, they don't have a lot of interrupt. The only snap interrupt that they have for the Nilah going in is the Maokai Q, and it's probably not going to be so reliable. So I think the Nilah pick is very, very smart, synergizes very, very well with the Rumble Nautilus Jarvan picks, and as you guys said, it is the Xayah.
Yeah, it is a great call out though on the Jarvan, because like even though Xayah can dodge away some of the damage for a little bit, like she will be absolutely locked inside that. So this is not just a free like we can disengage in the back line. Still spacing, Hans Sama needs to be on top of things when it comes to that. But I feel like this bot lane, I mean, honestly, Elyoya has a couple of different lanes he can play through, because I think top side could also get pretty volatile.
Yeah, I do wonder how much they're looking to skirmish from Matt Line's side in the early game towards his bot lane. Nilah, of course, has the luxury of the fact that auto attacks can't affect her when the W's goes live, and that also counts with the Braum passive, which gives you a lot of space to play around with what is usually scary when you're playing against the Braum. So I am curious to see if Elyoya is just going to flip it with a red side into level 2 gank, and then just see if they can get the bot lane ahead with this.
Odo, what's your take here? Mad Lions, they need to win this to force a game 5. Like, what's the main idea they need to make work with this comp?
I think they need to make sure that the Rumble gets ahead, that the Yone doesn't get any sort of lead, because if they get any small lead, then the Yone will take over this lane. So I'm expecting just as much attention as was paid in the previous games to keep going on top, and I think the Nilah has a good matchup to scale by herself.
I like it. The Nilah down on the bot side is going to be fun, and honestly, the attention around top lane has been completely different. Chasey getting so much support now with the Rumble on the cards as well. But we are on match point for G2 in what could be the final game in the Berlin studio here. Let's jump in for game number 4.
Game of the 2023 season if G2 pick up the win. And straight out the gate, 4-man stack pushing forward, gonna get the flash from Chasey. Showing that flash ignite in the top lane. I'm quick shot joined by Dagda and Kadril. And straight out the gate, G2 with a small advantage.
Yeah, we just heard the Des talking about how the priority on top side is going to be massive to try and control and dictate the pace of this game. Well, immediately getting that flash burnt on Chasey, I think Yike has a lane that he wants to visit in the early stages.
Yeah, he gets some big pace up there. Can look for 3 camps into top side. That ward will spot him out on the Raptor start or the red Raptors. There's one on his Wolves as well. That helps out to see where the Maokai will be, but Chasey will need jungle tracked in this early stage.
Of course, 4-man Lions go forward, get that hot pot burning, and see whether or not you can force those team fights. See what Broken Blade's going to do in this Yone. As we were watching the draft, Dagda called it super early on. Broken Blade has played this champion 7 times in the past. He has 5 wins under his belt, and he's been really the standout player for G2 this entire series. Has had huge impact across all the previous games. We'll look to do the same, especially because his opposite number is flashless.
Yeah, I mean, already you're going to see Chasey will get a good amount of poking, just trying to use this Arcane Comet as much as possible to try and, 1, push the wave, but also 2, just try and land that harass. The good news about having this Yone is that you are able to get a good amount of distance closed when the time is right to try and punish the fact that cooldowns are available on Chasey's side.
So let's watch Yike. Raptors into red, into Krugs. He can run top straight after that. Broken Blade's not pushing. Chasey needs to make sure he's safe up against this because Yoya might do Raptors into bot side or try to play more towards bot side because this wave's pushing into Broken Blade. He's happy to just let it sit there. I mean, the Maokai will flash W, the Yone will Q3. Chasey is probably playing very far back right now. That's the only window that G2 have right in this early stage of the game.
Now level 2 advantage. As Hennessang will find that dredge line. Hansama's still only level 1. He's got the wall up, blocking that damage. And Ozzy's running the Nila. The last time we saw that was actually in Hansama's hands back in spring. Just got a quick glimpse there. Different mid lane matchup for the first time this series. Yike, if he waits a little longer, we'll have some company. Yoya's coming up through the river. Sapling's inside that bush already. Yoya is going to throw down the standard. And Yike's going to back away, holding my breath to see whether or not the engages happen. This time around, it fizzles.
They covered off the 3 camps into top gank. Chasey respected very heavily, and Yoyo just making sure that it's not going to happen. Yike's now going to have to... It's a bit awkward, because Yike kind of wants to stay topside, but he's going to have to clear his bot camps.
Ooh, Water Whip comes out. He gets tagged up, but not a lot more damage to follow with.
Yeah, I'm still watching Yike. What's he going to do? Going to go through mid, but then he leaves his top laner in isolation, and I think the wave is not great for Broken Blade right now. He could be susceptible to an easy gank, but he's going to look for Niski.
Niski's got that flash available. Rooted up, knocked back. Chase some damage in reply. Caps' passive is popped, and Niski will look like he's just going to get run down here. Wants to clear out the minions as best as possible, and first blood to Caps, easily done.
Yeah, nice transitional gank for Yike. You can even see how Yoya was trying to spot him out there with the blooming ward or whatever, but Broken Blade now might be in trouble. Keep my eyes on where Yoya is.
Ooh, a little bit of damage there. Using an unbound soul to dash back, and Chasey feeling a little bit comfortable.
Yeah, you can see what Cage was saying. This wave is in a horrible spot for Broken Blade, but they know still that Yoya is on this top side, going to take the crab. Might look to try and wrap in around here behind Broken Blade and see if he can pick him off. But Yike moving up here to try and cover as well.
I want to keep my eyes on Niski as well on this Kai'Sa. First ever professional game on the champion. That time around got a little bit caught out. Wasn't able to get the distance on the flash, so didn't waste it, which I did appreciate. He's down just a little bit as Yike right now clearing out the chickens, and Yoya not going to be able to find an opportunity. We'll spot him though with that Scry's Blue.
But that's what I was going to say, is that Yoya seeing Yike on the Krugs or on the Raptors means that he knows that Yike has him back. So in a 2v2 on this top side, he will have the advantage. Yoya now trying to wrap around will know that Yike is not going up towards his top side.
He's going to lose his Krugs for this, I think. Yike realized, you know, he can go towards his bot side camps, yes, but he's going to lose his top side if he does. Here comes the top dive. I'm not sure if this is doable. The wave's already dead.
Chasey's already taken a couple of tower shots, and Yoya is forced to use that flag and drag to safety. Chasey just getting tagged up a little early, and those Krugs will now be the focus. No reply yet, so Kadril called it. It will be the only victory here for Yoya.
See where Yike goes after this, because he's on his blue. I think bot crab is up. Wants to ideally pick that one up, but yeah, bot push for Mad Lions moving towards mid, helping Niski get this wave out. Has the flash up still, but he's very vulnerable to those ganks. You know, flash forwards with a chain, he's dead. Mickey's here to just cover, to contest the wave itself, and I think Yike should be happy picking up that crab in front of Carzzy.
Ooh, Carzzy will get tagged up. Winter's Bite. Sapling thrown over the wall. Dash back to safety. Not going to be able to secure him. Backs away. Pretty early roam for the time being. Hansama left alone in lane. Small CS advantage.
Yeah, Carzzy will try and go down to... Well, most of this wave will actually die before he gets down here, which is why you're seeing a bit of a CS lead for Hansama. Also, just a nice timing window here for Hansama to reset with the cannon wave coming in. So you end up with a good bit here for Yike and the rest of the crew here, just off of Mad trying to contest Scuttle, not getting it, and then trying to contest mid-push, but also not being able to crack that.
Just looking at top lane quickly, because Chasey's flash just came back up. Level 6 Rumble, stacking wave, Sorcerer's Shoes. He has a lot of damage, and if Yoya can pay a visit up here, they can look for a dive in the stacking wave. BB is close to 6, but he's making sure that none of the minions die. Here comes the counterplay from G2 on the bot side. Let's see how the jungler of Mad Lions reacts to this, because he has to be quick.
Minions to work through. Trenchline gets Hilly to safety for now. Flash is still up for Carzzy, and he may be the sacrifice. Yeah, Carzzy's going to be able to escape for now. Throws out that whip. Aljoya is now just about to arrive, but another kill for G2.
Yeah, he looked a little bit frustrated on the player cam there because he realizes he's too late to help out bot. He's going to get his base stopped and the top wave just crashed. So if bot lane was safe, he could have been diving top right now, but he backtracked back down to try and save or at least salvage the play.
And G2 should be able to get Dragon off of this as well. You've now got pushing bot, pushing mid, and how do you respond as Mad? Well, Aljoya can kind of just wait and watch as his red buff needs to spawn, and he can't even really go to the top side here.
It stings when you're a jungler and you're on the same side as the enemy jungler and they make a winning play on that lane that you're around. You just have to back away and just kind of play the cinema game and just watch them take objectives. Hilly's back though.
Do Mad want to challenge this?
And Hilly's gone.
Stepping forward. Dragon is now slowly going to reset. Kazi's going to be able to come in from the south. And Lions, do they fancy the fight? Dragon's still alive, 1,200 hit points. Dredgeline will pull Mickey back. Kazi's trying to force Hansama away from the fight. Beautiful from Aljoya. Dragon secured by G2, but the kill already on Mad Lions. Hansama running for his life, taken down by Niski. Caps should be able to get the replies. Yike is being focused down by Hilly and Kazi. Niski dropped this time around. And all of a sudden, Caps is now the target of Aljoya. Scattered fight across the jungle. Dragon goes to G2, 2 kills to Mad.
G2 get a good play in bot, but then they stick around for Dragon. Respawn timers are quite short. Hilly's back. Karzi comes out of base, and they just collapse on G2 there. Karzi's getting out of plating. Niski just got 2 kills, and he has a static shift now to match up against Caps, so just overstaying their welcome a bit.
Yeah, you can see here, they're all kind of committed to the pit, and because Dragon's so low, they're not really able to leave it at this stage, so Mickey ends up getting caught down. A great flash on Aljoya with the flag and drag, extends the range of that and gets onto Hansama, which sets up Niski very nicely to pick up a second kill for himself in this fight. And then at this stage, they're just all over the place. G2 so separated as they're just trying to run for the hills, and that separation gives Mad Lions the chance to pounce.
Definitely does. Caps just gets away with the W, but again, look at the items in mid. No static shift for Caps. Niski has it. No flash on Niski though, and no ultimate. Yikes flashes back up. The flash W on the Maokai is so powerful for early ganks. Not level 6 yet on the Maokai, and Aljoya should take over on that Gromp. I think Yike might get it from the Crab. I think he's just a little bit too far away. We'll see. Anyway, the Herald's up, and there might be a fight on the top side.
I'm curious if they're going to fight for the Rift Child. The big one, though, is obviously with Neela being in the game. Hilly should hit level 6 before he gets up towards this top side of the map, whereas you can look at Mickey not even halfway towards his level 6. Broken Blade, though, finds Chasey.
A lot of damage there from that Flame Spitter. Yike is sitting on the Herald. BB starts to back away. Cap's already in the river. So back up his top duo. So the Herald looks like it will be secured safely. The rest of G2 grouping in the mid lane as well. Kazi left alone in the bottom.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a mistake from Hilly. He goes bot lane to help Karzi push in that wave. I think if he'd gone mid, hit level 6 off the pushing wave with Niski, maybe you could have tried to contest with Mad Lions having the ultimate from Chasey as well, but Mickey not really in a position to do that now.
Well, Hilly may be able to make up for that. And just to catch on to Mickey for now, level 6 as well. Kazi and Aljoya coming forward. Is the Cataclysm going to get dropped? They hold trigger for now. Start to back away. Dead even on gold. 3 to 3 in kills. 2 kills apiece for the mid lane. 1 kill apiece for our bot laners. Yike, however, was able to pick up that Rift Herald. So where will he drop it? As Kazi and Hilly will return to this lane. So pretty even-ish start thus far. And despite the potential, Chasey on this Rumble hasn't had an opportunity
Look at Caps.
to use that ult. And he may be the recipient of some love here. Caps and Broken Blade looking to seal his fate. Starts to overheat and will just get easily run down in the top lane.
Nice job by Caps with the roam up to the top side. And I mean, with the fate sealed coming through and then the 2 chains from Caps, there was just nowhere to move. Chasey doesn't even try and get out of there. He knows he's done for. And Caps now able to TP back to mid. Mad, though, will respond to the bot side.
Look at this. Couple plates secured already. Can stick around. Minion wave with that cannon. Lost a very long time. Aljoya engages and gets the knockup onto Mickey. Another kill secured, this time to Kazi. 2.5, maybe 3 plates secured. Top lane is under siege as both Yike and Broken Blade are looking to trade. They drop the Herald as well, and Caps is in the mid lane. So similar to the previous game, multiple points of engagement across the map.
Yeah, it's trades-offs across the map. You know, Chasey died, Mickey died. They're trading platings, but the Herald helps out a lot. But still, Karzi's getting a lot of chunk out of this tower. The benefit is Caps got a plate in mid. So overall, looks like neither side will crack that first turret open. Caps going to trade onto Niski here. Very similar items coming out from both these mid laners. 400 gold lead over to Caps with an extra kill. And Yike trying to secure this Gromp. Chasey has the flash. Yoya is behind Hansama.
Oh, here he comes. Drops down that Cataclysm. Hansama pulls the feathers back. He's got a lot of damage onto Aljoya. No flash available to him. Mickey saves the day, keeping Hansama alive. The Mad Lions are forced to retreat. Niski, can he land that W? Not going to fire just yet. Minion making its way forward, but Mickey right in the nick of time.
With Niski missing, though, means that Hansama can't collect this way bot lane. Caps will be able to respond by taking it, so I imagine we'll see Hansama drift towards the mid lane. But overall, still a nice attempt from Mad Lions to try and get in, but Mickey with the hero play.
Very nicely done, and still G2 with that minor advantage. 1,000 gold up. Mind the winner of this goes to the final next weekend. And just very quickly, while we do have a small pause, just to remind everybody how many times players have made finals. Helium 10, Caps 10. A lot of experience across every single one of these players. The winner here goes straight to the final in Montpellier.
Next Dragon in 18 seconds, though, and Caps on this bottom side, Hilly will end up spotting Mickey.
Mickey cancels the recall. Niski is there too. No other support, so support in mid lane is battling while the ADs are in the mid.
Yeah, Mad want to try and make a pick here because they've now got no Jarvan for the upcoming fight. They could try and move Chasey down, but he also, taking the Ignite, pushed in on top side, means that Broken Blade has roam. So this is a bit of a precarious spot for Mad Lions where they would like to try and contest, but I just don't think they're really in a position to do so.
See how the pushing lanes go. Looks like Mad Lions overstacking mid. Caps can W over the wall and try to push out bot. BB doesn't have a TP up just yet. Chasey's grouping with the Ignite. Yike's trying to get some poke damage down with the saplings. Mad Lions will start it up. There's no cross map available for G2, so I feel like fighting might just be the best option. They're going to poke their heads in and see what's happening, but the Jarvan Rumble combo is ready. I think this Dragon might just be gone.
Available. The Cataclysm has just come off cooldown, and G2 sniffing around. The fact that they were relatively close means Yike is forced to flash away from that dredge line. Caps is going to distort forwards. Niski chases with that killer instinct. Look for those Void Seekers if he can. Going to be able to find the target, and Caps forced to retreat for his life. So the Dragon was picked up by Mad. Still a 2,000 gold lead in favor of G2. And they are able to at least respond thus far.
Mad Lions are waiting for, the Nashers on the Kai'Sa, the Navori, on the Nila. Need something like the Collector as well. So just components right now. There's the Navori coming through. Recurve Bow slowly building towards those items. Still no Mythic yet on Chasey. So they're waiting for those big breakpoints. Hansama still not finished that Kraken Slayer. And now that the Dragons are down, it's a bit of a topside fight. Interesting that Niski TP's bot here. I think his team's...
Ooh, Broken Blade commits the ult, gets the flash out. Ayoya is nearby, Cataclysm's available, and Broken Blade forced to run for his life.
Whoa.
Not going to be able to get burned down just yet, but here comes Yoya, Cataclysm on his head. Kill secured, Mad get one back.
Broken Blade was trying to set up for the rotation from G2 to the top side, but the damage from Chasey and Yoya beating Yike to the punch means that he's able to get the turnaround kill. Now, Chasey will get to push in this top side, and Niski on the bot. It's two towers that Mad could potentially get some good damage down onto.
Yeah, small gold deficit for Mad Lions, but this game state is really, really good for them at the moment with these pushing lanes. Chasey's recovering a little bit now with that kill, and that flash blown on Broken Blade makes life slightly easier. Niski's gonna get that tower like you just highlighted, and the Kai'Sa is just ramping up on side lanes. Caps on this LeBlanc spilling towards the Ludens. Very strong at the moment, but not able to get himself involved in fights yet. But Herald's up in 40 seconds. I think G2 will look to take a fight around that area.
Yeah, moving Broken Blade down to this bot side, they know he has TP available, so trying to get him to at least cause a ruckus on this opposite side of the map. But honestly, I think if you're Mad Lions, it could be a case of, hey, we're just going to drop that bottom side tower and just try and look for the fights. I think especially since you don't have the TP for Chasey, taking the Ignite, trying to look for these big fights and utilize the fact you just hit Gore Drinker and a lot of these mythics on your first items, I think could be a point of contention here for Mad.
A point of contention in the mid lane. Lisang gets jumped on by Caps. A little bit of a trade. He's forced to throw that Hex Flash to the left. Mad Lions still pressing forward. No Cataclysm, no Equalizer. And you buy some time.
Yeah.
We're on the retreat.
And that stings because Broken Blade's pushing bots. They really want to take a fight with ultimates here, Mad Lions, but they're forced to start this Herald because of the pushing the bot side by the Yone. Where is he going to TP here, Broken Blade? There's our wards scattered around the blue buff.
Cataclysm 7 seconds, no Equalizer yet. Herald down to 2,000 is secured. All of a sudden, that fish has dropped down. Teleport into the river. Ayoya's on the retreat. Kazi being shut down by Hansama. Throws forward with the killer instinct. The damage is simply too much from Niski. He manages to get one. Broken Blade tries to do something, but simply cannot connect with enough. And now G2 are on the retreat. Mad Lions are able to get away with their lives. The Cataclysm dropped down. Forces the flash out. Dredge line connecting on the left as well. As Yike is dropped by Ayoya. Caps is dropped by Niski. And Mad Lions win the fight.
Mad Lions are able to catch them, but they get more. Another flash. And Hansama goes down.
Ayoya connecting after the flag and drag flash, and Broken Blade forced to run for his life. their eye, the kills, the win, the lead for Mad.
What a scrappy fight. Karti gets a really nice ult. Niski dashes in to reposition, and a lot of backline damage coming out of Mad Lions. There's no layering of CC from either side, you know. The Yone ult just gets flashed away from. The Rumble ult wasn't up until later on in the fight. The Jarvan ult was there just to secure a kill onto Hans after getting his flash, but Niski might have overstayed on the top side. Caps is TPing in. I think he's just going to have to go down here.
Yeah, there's no tower available to fall back to. Mickey's going to block as much as he can, and kill will be secured by Caps. The 9 kills to 6, dead even in gold. The Mad Lions playing this team fight beautifully.
Yeah, Mad end up all grouping up onto this top side, but you can see the TP coming through here. A lot of G2 members chase after Hillisang, but the rest of Mad are able to group onto this bot side. So while Caps and Broken Blade are separated from the fight, you have all 5 members, or at least 4 members of Mad that are all weighing onto G2. And as the rest of G2 show up, well, the front line's already kind of disappeared, so they're forced to back away. And that means that Mad with Oyoya, that chase potential of the Jarvan really starts to shine.
Yeah, Nortra's ult onto the LeBlanc. It's just such a oppressive lockdown. Niski gets a 600 gold shutdown onto Caps, and then we saw that beautiful EQ flash coming out from Oyoya to finish off Hans Sama. And yeah, no flash on this Xayah. It just means up against Jarvan Rumble, you can't really be on the same screen as the enemy team, let alone the poke from the Kai'Sa, and then the re-engage that comes out of this Nila when, you know, G2 overcommit, gets a nice 3-man ult there on that Herald fight to force out the Xayah ult early on. Broken Blade's eventually going to push in and try and get the spot tier 1, but Mad Lions are ready to collapse Dragon in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and they're already, as you say, in position. I think Caps needs to stick around, because I don't think you want to try and contest this as G2. It's happened, it's gone wrong too many times, and Caps doesn't have TP, so again, Mad get to set up position in this river area. They have Loya just ticking over to level 11. They're in such a good spot if G2 try to contest.
So G2 have actually changed the game plan. I'm not sure if this was the game plan coming in, but in this game state, they're going to go Hullbreaker Yone. Now, this is a thing that's been popping up a lot in solo queue in terms of having a lot of side lane pressure, and they have the LeBlanc as well, who should be able to get pressure into the Kai'Sa. So I think G2's plan here is avoid Dragon fights, play 1-3-1.
But I think that's why they should have kept Caps on top side. Like, yes, it's nice he goes back to get his Luden's Echo, but there's now no pressure on the map as the Dragon gets taken. Mad Lions get to now reset and go towards mid lane with the Rift Herald there as well. So even you can see Broken Blade, now he's resetting. As this Rift Herald is going to go down in mid lane, he needs to try and come in and help mid, because Caps is on bot side with no TP either. So Mad are kind of just chasing them around, and now Hilly looking for the pick.
Yeah, 2 uncontested objectives. The Dragon, the mid tower. Caps will be the target, and the teleport is committed. Ultimate drop there from Nautilus and caught in place. Niski comes in with that killer instinct, and the Cataclysm thrown in for good measure. Yes, a lot was invested. They maintain control, they get themselves that kill, and as long as they can defend this mid tower, and they are still in a commanding position.
So Mad will always group up, push out mid, collapse on sides. G2 will always push on sides and collapse on mid. We'll see that happen shortly when Caps respawns, but it's just a case of Mad Lions' team fight is just way too strong. I don't think G2 can match it.
It's also, I think, just G2 not really in a position to get their wave set up in the manner that they want to, right? They're overextending on side lanes because it's like, okay, well, if we can get Caps to shove this into the tier 2, it'll bounce back, and we're in a position where both top and bot side will be in a similar spot. But with you then overextended after the mid push, you always expect that Mad Lions are going to go, as you say, collapse onto the bottom side of the map. Your Broken Blade is just reset, so he's not in a position to try and cross map. So it feels like Mad Lions are getting a lot of like 1, 2, and 3 plays off with no real response from G2.
Kills are good for Mad, the collapses are good, the team fights are good. It hasn't broken the game yet, though, I think. The gold's pretty even. There's only 1 Dragon lead. The solo lanes, which is the core component of these G2 comp, are in even or ahead state. And so the pressure will be mounted on these sides. And so Mad need to find picks like this.
Well, looking for Mickey. He's going to hop back to Broken Blade. He's still got that ult available. Forces the flash out of Mickey. He's caught in a tri-bush. It's all unbound, and BB's on retreat. Kill secured again for Mad Lions.
So they just force Baron here, try and pull Caps away from bot lane. You know, they're out of vision here. G2 don't have vision on the Baron, so they are guessing that maybe there's a Baron start. So that's why Caps is fully rotated. Now they realize there is no Baron start. Mad Lions will go back towards these lanes, maybe try and look for a top tower.
Looking for collapse, yeah. Mad Lions trying to apply pressure. The mini wave has been cleaned out, though. And G2 have got some reinforcements coming up for Broken Blade. Chasey will stare down Yike and start to burn him. That Flame Spitter does a ton of damage on that Flame Spitter. And Yoya engages as well. Chasey forced to run for his life as Hans Sama is firing over the wall. Cataclysm is dropped. Broken Blade is looking for Kazi. Forced to run back to his tower as Hans Sama is now in retreat. Another kill for Mad Lions. Caps is still in that middle lane. The tower was still standing.
Mad would love to start up Baron with the Yike being dead, but Chasey's so low, can't really go for that position. So LeBlanc just going to push out mid, and Mad just going to try and use this time to get top lane turn instead.
Good picks again. They managed to get this top tier 1 in the end, it looks like. These are the leads that they need to find here, Mad Lions. They need to continuously force around mid or when Mickey wants to put vision down so that they can't be under threat of these side lane pushes.
I mean, Mad are doing such a good job of just playing off of mid and like a singular lane. Essentially, they're like, look, we can drop bot lane there because Caps isn't under any pressure on the bottom side to actually take a tier 2. So we're like, Grant, we shove mid, immediately turn up to top side, and they're just catching G2 every time they're trying to establish these side lanes. Like you can see once here, right? Broken Blade again is coming in onto this bottom side, but Caps hasn't even started hitting that top wave. So you get to group mid as Mad Lions, you get to push in the mid wave as it's coming through, and then again just start to lean into these side lanes and cause so many issues for G2 as they're trying to play the map.
I mean, G2 need to find a way to get Broken Blade's 2,000 gold lead advantage to have this impact. That hull break is secured. Won't be able to get to a tower very easily. Gonna push all the way to that inner turret. On the flip side, Kazi's Neela has been stealing up a storm here. 305, 2,000 gold in the lead. And then Collector as well. And once again, Mad Lions are back towards this Baron pit. TPs are available for both solo laners of G2, but Caps is here with the rest of the squad. And Mad, they're hunting. Equalizer is up. Cataclysm is up. If G2 can buy enough time, Broken Blade can make this Yone work. Tower's dropping very, very low, and Mad, now they're turning back to the pit. I think they're going to solve this Baron.
They have to force this. They have to start it up and get this Yone TP. They have to group up and force constantly.
How low is this Baron? Down to 8,000. Can burn through fairly quickly. Couple of flanks on the side. Cap steps forward. Baron has now been peeled away from. Broken Blade gets into the river. Fate is sealed! Beautiful connection! The most fed member of G2 sets up 2-3 quick kills, and it's G2 turning for Baron.
It's the same with Mickey. The Braum ult interrupted the engage from Elyoya. The flag and drag was gone, and G2 were able to turn on that beautifully.
These are the mistakes that G2's comms force. It's the side lane pressure. You have to start a Baron there to get the Yone TP, but by the time they're running, they all have the Nash debuff, they're all getting knocked up, they're all a little bit chunked, and Caps gets a nice static shiv onto them. They're all grouped up as well, so the positioning just sucks. They're being sandwiched, they have to go in one direction, but by the time they try and EQ in one, like you said, the Braum ult stops the Jarvan, then Broken Blade lands a great ult to the Karzi. One carry's already gone, Niski forced the Caps, and yeah, that's the exact window that G2 needed to stop Mad Lions from continuously forcing.
And G2 did a really good job of like peeling back when they were in the jungle. Like Mad knew they were under pressure because they were like, we have to engage on this as a 5-man unit because Broken Blade is down on that bot side. But because they're not able to find that with G2 successfully kind of disengaging, when now G2 get Baron, they get the Dragon, which was a massive win con for Mad Lions. And now they can start to just punish even further with this Hullbreaker Yone.
It's going to get even worse. Infinity Edge ready for Broken Blade soon. 2-level lead, 3,000 gold lead. Caps is ahead, Lichbane complete. So it's only going to get worse. And now grouping up and fighting doesn't really become an option anymore for Mad because you're going to lose more on sides now. It was a case where you could go even on sides if you find picks, but now if you group up, you're just going to lose double inhib on side lane if you overforce in mid. So now they just have to try and weather the storm of this Baron siege.
And so crucial as well, you see Broken Blade being supported, landing that ultimate, obviously with the help of both Maokai and Braum. In comparison to all the previous skirmishes, Mad Lions are able to dip around and avoid it. Melisang has been somewhat caught out. She's Yike is taking a lot more damage. Nature's Grasp is thrown out. Broken Blade steps forward, channels the ult, and flashed away from once again. Broken Blade escapes with his life, but Caps has got the kill onto the support. They've got the Baron-empowered minions, and they're continuing to apply this pressure. Managing to punish the engage. Do they fancy another fight here? No, just pushing the wave top, catching it mid as well.
Yeah, G2 just want to try and keep this wave as pushed as possible mid. As Zaya gets the push in top side, then they can start to rotate up with Mickey and Yike. And you can see exactly where Mad are positioned. They're down on this bottom side. They're just going to give up this tier 2. They know they can't really defend it against this Baron push.
And Sama is going to be pushing in this top tower. Equalizer drop to try and clear the wave out. And Caps distorts to safety. Broken Blade's on the bottom lane. He's got no teleport available to him. Well timed there from Caps, just Wing over the wall as soon as Niski was flying in. Tower secured in the top lane, and they kept Mad Lions at bay long enough that Broken Blade may be able to push this wave even further towards that inhibitor turret. And Cadril, G2 are now using the power of this sort of 1-3-1 with Baron beautifully.
Yeah, you can use it as a 3-1-1. You can see Caps is mid. He should be safe enough against the Jarvan, though. He's just using himself as a distraction, you know. You can 1-3-1, you can 3-1-1, you can do whatever you want. Caps is soaking the pressure, and he is too slippery to lock down.
Broken Blade now on this bottom side as well, pushing Niski right the way back, making sure that he can get value out of it, but has realized, hang on a second, there's nobody showing on that mid wave, so I need to back away as Mad were attempting to pick onto the bot lane. But again, G2, they're only position on top with Hansama.
Baron's going to time out in just a few seconds. Hansama's chipping away that inhibitor turret, and Broken Blade making his way towards that bottom lane. All right, mid inner turret is dropped. 6 towers to 3. G2 will be content with the lead that they've accrued, plus 6,000 this game. And it's the first time all game that one of the squads has a significant advantage. So how do Mad Lions stave off this pressure? How do they get themselves back into it? Feels to me like they have to have that fight or find that pick.
I mean, I think it has to kind of come down to a big wombo combo team fight, because at this stage, you're cresting the point where you're falling out of damage. Like Karzi has just 3 items now completed, but when you're going this kind of collector style build, you're going to end up falling off of damage as the later this goes. Neela isn't like a late game carry. Same when you look at Chasey as well. He's been put fairly far behind in comparison to Broken Blade. So I think you need to try and find your moment at this next Dragon, but it's so difficult to do. As long as G2 continue to play sides with Caps, with Broken Blade as well, you need to find some way to try and break that. Mad have pushing mid. Maybe they can collapse onto a side here, but it's not the best of timing.
They need to full send. They really just need to send it. They tried to there with the hook. Just group up and fight. There's no objective though, so what's G2 really going to worry about if you're controlling mid and controlling a little bit of the bot side river? Look where Broken Blade's standing. Just wait for Caps to push. When Caps pushes, Mad Lions have to answer, and then he can start pushing out himself. So it's just G2 just looking at Mad Lions in the face saying, we're not giving you a fight. It's not going to happen.
Broken Blade, highest level in the game at 16 plus 2 over his opposite number. Infinity Edge picked up as well, and has that teleport. Caps is a little while away from having his TP up and available, but he's pushing all the way to the inhibitor turret. Lissan gets caught out by BB. Not able to find the kill just yet, but if they can keep Mad Lions busy, they'll be able to open up the base. Blast going over the wall. The bite will land. Kazi coming in from the side, and Hansama's got himself the first of the fight. In the 3v3, the next to fall is Chasey, running back away, and Hansama will be dropped in reply. Caps, however, continues the pressure with the help of Yike. Inhibitor will be dropping as well. Niski almost blown up. Needed that shield from the ultimate just to stay alive. Broken Blade jumping onto Karthus. Kazi will be taken out as well. The base is open up. G2 have got a 4 versus 2. They're turning their attention to the Nexus turret. Now Yoi's doing what he can to slow them down. The turret damage is working though, and all of a sudden Caps is drop low. His passive is popped. The first Nexus turret has fallen, and Niski's the last man standing. He's dropped. He's aced. Mad Lions are down, and G2 Esports will make it to their 14th final in the LEC. Out of 18 possible finals, this will be their 14th. And G2 looking to win the 2023 season finals in Montpellier.
The road there may not have been the expected one, but G2 making it to finals again. The destination always remains the same. This team feels inevitable when it comes to that final spot.
They just feels like sometimes they're just on a different level when it comes to the way they play the game and just the way they approach the game too. You know, Dylan talks about how they really decided at the start of the year, let's just be a really aggressive team and let's just find a formula that fits aggression. And I think that their formula comes from drafting creativity, and it comes from, you know, the crazy scientist style of just picking random things or picking crazy things they try in scrims. It works, and then how do you deal with it? The second you find a way to deal with that, they find something else that's just kind of non-meta and different. It started with things like the Kog'Maw Braum. It's slowly going into Lissandra supports and Swains. How deep is this pool of just non-stop crazy picks that you're not sure how to deal with?
But I think it's the fact that they're so capable of, as you say, like playing with them as well. Like we see the team fighting style where we got BB on a Swain. Then we get a Yone coming through. We're like, oh, but we can try and play for this split push style as well and make sure that we're TPing into positions to find the picks and overextend the Mad Lions to make sure we can bring it back into the game. Like, it's how good they are at so many different styles that then facilitates them as well, being able to bring this plethora of different champions to the table.
And even then just execution as well. I mean, you think back to Yike's Fiddlesticks, just how well he was farming, how the approach just to understanding the champion and its intricacies works out. G2 have got a wealth of champions to pick from. They have a willingness to play those styles and be proactive with it. And they are once again standing in the finals in Montpellier next Sunday. Fnatic will take on Mad on Saturday. Before we get to that, player of the series at LEC on X. Broken Blade, Caps, or Hansama. I will say though, a little bit of a sobering series as well. A number of mistakes.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what
across the series.
I was going to bring up. I think G2, as much as it's a 3-1, some of those games were just a bit abysmal sometimes when it comes to mistakes and misplays. So they definitely have a couple things to still clean up. It wasn't like an incredible dominant series from G2. Definitely very creative, definitely very flashy. I think Broken Blade, man of the hour when it comes to those games. 3 of those wins, I think he had a great performance.
I was just going to laugh saying, thank God they're not going to the World Qualifying Series. They just go into Swiss. They have more chances.
I will say there's still a lot of nerves around when you see how these teams are playing. Of course, 2 of these squads are going to be in the Swiss. We'll figure out what their seeding is going to be next week. But for G2, I like the fact that they are continuing to be creative, and I want to see whether or not Fnatic or Mad can figure out some answers to them, because I don't think you can beat them in the draft, right? So you have to then figure out how to out-hands them or play around the map better, because we saw it today. Drafts wasn't necessarily the deciding factor.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of it is going to be a case of, right, how do we try and set up for objectives better than them, and then maybe we can look for picks in that way.
Well, we're going to have to find out. Congratulations to G2. For now, we're going to head on stage where Law is standing by with Yike.
The rookie of the season. Yike, thank you so much for joining me after your game. Congrats on taking down Mad Lions, making it to finals. You will be playing in Montpellier, but we'll touch on that a bit later. Last time I talked to G2, there were this joke around the 4 fun games that you have sometimes, and content games, as we call them. Is it how you would describe game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same as 2 weeks ago when I played the Evelyn game. It was also game 2, so I was a bit sketched with game 2 being the fiddle game, but it happens. It was a sad game.
Okay, I would not doubt that you had something in mind when you played Evelyn, but I think Fiddlesticks against Ivern makes a lot of sense. I know that a lot of people have been waiting for this champion to be played. Maybe a bit hard to play when the solo laners don't play to the expectations, I would say. How would you describe this game, and how is it supposed to go theoretically, especially with Kled top lane?
Yeah, I mean, we showed a Kled before into Renekton, and I think it's a good pick. I think we can actually fight 2v2 top. Maybe it was a bit harder now with the Fiddle Kled, because we didn't lose it, but we didn't win it as well. And his lane got a bit hard after that. And yeah, I mean, the solo lanes got maybe a bit behind, and it happens. I'm not blaming anyone. I played a bit bad. My ultimate was bad that game, but I got a good ultimate bot lane, so I was happy with that. But overall, the Fiddle game was a failure.
Live and learn, Saj, and maybe new champions that you guys are training for next week. Don't give in too much, but do you have other stuff ready?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Maybe, yeah.
All right, looking forward to this, of course. I want to touch on the rookie of the season that you got earlier this week. Congratulations on this.
Thank you.
Did you expect it? Thank you, Berlin. Did you expect this one?
Yeah, I mean, in some way I could have maybe expected it, because I also play in G2 and we won everything kinda. The only thing we lost was the spring split, but overall I think we won the All-Star, all 5 of us. We got the MVP on Mickey, the coaching staff, everything. So I guess maybe it was a bit expected, but I'm still very thankful, and yeah, I mean, I'm very happy.
I mean, we saw what happened in the LCK when KT Rolster got the All-Pro team. Anything to say about this, given that G2 got the same treatment here?
Yeah, it was a big curse on KT. I saw that, and it's a bit scary, but I also saw that in 2019 with the G2 roster. They also got All-Star, all 5 of them, and they kind of did pretty good.
No jinx and curses, it's just teams playing bad at the end of the day. But following up on the rookie award that you got, what was your resolution when you joined G2 at the beginning of the year? What were you looking to prove personally?
Yeah, I mean, when I joined G2, I had to fill the shoes of Jankus, which in my opinion is like the GOAT of Western youngsters. So it was very scary for me. I was very nervous in the beginning, but I think the more we played, from winter to spring to Messiah and all of that, I think I just improved much more all the time, and my team really helped me a lot to just become the player that I am, and I feel like I became good. So I'm thankful for my team helping me so much, and yeah.
You became amazing. Yeah, credits where it's due. Honestly, where do you see the improvements? Outside of the game and in the game as well?
I mean, the thing I really like with this team is that we do a lot of stuff together outside of the game. We just watch stuff together, like anything. We watch Game of Thrones, as maybe people know, and we're watching other stuff right now. So I think doing this kind of stuff, team activities, is like very good for us. And then in game, I think my laners are just insane. I mean, I can play around anyone. We can dive, maybe not like the Rel game, but we can dive a lot of lanes, and we can just punish.
That's the way you play, honestly. I'm looking forward to seeing how you can do next week on stage. But before that, someone is in the audience, came for you today. An impromptu visit from what I heard from Romain. Your dad is in the audience. Anything you would like to tell him? Next to Cap's dad, actually. It's just dad all around today.
Yeah, my dad saw that I got Rookie of the Year, and he was very happy to me. I think he chats to me every single day, and I'm very, very thankful for him being supportive of me every day, and I really love him. Thank you so much, Dad.
We love supporting parents, and amazing that he came to see you win today. Next step, though, Montpellier. What is your resolution for this game? What are you looking forward to the most? You come from the LFL, you're going to go back there to play in France. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I can say that I'm used to playing on stage in France. I played like 3 times last year, maybe 4 times, and it was very fun. I think the French crowd is very loud and very, it's really fun to play for them. And it's going to be very fun to go to the finals, play on a big stage. The only time I did it this year was MSI. So, yeah, I'm so excited. I think it's going to be so fun.
It's going to be a banger for sure. Yeah, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Pleasure having you on stage as always. And we're going to toss back to the last segment of the day, post-game lobby with Odo and Broken Blade and Sharks, of course. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Wonderful interview. I know you're feeling a bit under the weather, Laura, but you did an amazing job. Can you hear me? Yes. Welcome, everyone, to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm joined by Odo Wamna and Broken Blade, and to be completely honest, I don't even think I need to be here with these two. Like,
yeah, I mean,
take it away.
We can meme a lot. I mean, I love the picks. It looks like you're profiling it today, and you're kind of styling on some fools today. It was nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, once the real opponent's Excel was eliminated, I could just for fun it,
Oh,
in
that's
this tournament.
True. That is true.
It's real.
Yeah. I mean, all jokes aside, I think those picks were obviously practice, right?
Sure.
So I didn't just for fun it. I mean, it didn't look like I for fun it, right? With the mechanics I was showing.
Well, that was crazy, yeah.
Right?
True. Press R, swing.
Yeah. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. But yeah, it was a very fun series for me, especially.
And when you got the highlight, it was really fun. It was very interactive. You just press R, and then the crocodile can't move.
Yeah, he was also trying to counter me with the executioner's calling. But it didn't counter
Nobody
me.
picked up. Oh, funny enough. We're going to take a look at a few of the highlights. Overall, though, it was really hard for everyone who was watching to, after that game 1, it was like, oh, you guys played so well, right? And then game 2 is like, well, Matt played really well, question mark. Also, G2 threw a little bit. So where does it land? Where do you think the level is of the two teams?
Honestly, I expected Matt to play worse.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they've shown a lot of shaky performances throughout the season, I guess. So they were actually playing pretty well, I think. I think Elioya was pressuring a lot, especially top in second game. But yeah, I mean, that they can stomp us in the game shows how good they can be, right? I think they still need to be more consistent with how they play the game. I think they do fundamentally wrong stuff with like how they move on the map and stuff like that. And this game, like this last game, for example, the Rumble has no TP. And I know, for example, Odo always takes the TP on the Rumble. He got behind because we put a lot of resources on him, right? So for me, it was really easy to pressure the side lane, especially after I bought the Hull Breaker. And I told my team, hey, let's just go push side until he shows, and then we can play the game. And they really tried to force and overforce all the time. And if you don't die to that, the game is very, very simple. So until that point, it's just like a patient game. So if you're patient, we're gonna win. And if you're not impatient, we're gonna probably lose.
Yeah, I know that Dylan a lot talked about how you and as a team also talked about the fact that you want to be this team that is deeper than we get a gold lane or a gold advantage, so we win, and you want to like build comps that are able to, even in the late game, do something, taking inspiration from some of the more the Asian teams, so to say. My question is, was this an example where you like fell behind but then carried as Swain because you were scaling and the Trist was scaling, or is that not really planned?
I mean, it's never planned to like carry a game, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know your strength, right? You know your weaknesses of the comp. We failed the dive bot, and then they failed the dive bot. Both teams just failing the dives, right? If either goes well, I think the game looks very, very different. It could have been a very hard storm from our side, very hard storm from their side. But if they play a lot of melees against a champion that is good against melees, which is Swain, for example, then he will carry, right?
Yeah. What I find really impressive is that even though it's been the same patch, you know, and especially for top lane, the meta the way it is right now, pretty much being Renekton and the counter to Renekton, and then if that's out, you know, maybe some tanky boys. I think it's really impressive that you guys managed to find this creativity in the draft, and it also you guys kind of have the edge because no one really plays against Swain or Yone so much and stuff like this. Even Cassante, because Cassante everyone was playing in winter, you know? And now all of a sudden Cassante becomes the new pocket because no one is playing against it anymore.
Can we talk about that for a sec? That first game, and like the first time it's like probably Chasey's like, oh, I remember now. If Cassante can flip me into the tower. But it happened another 2 times. Or you were just outplaying?
The other 2 times I outplayed
You
them.
were outplaying, yeah.
Like I was just in a way too good of a situation already for the lane. I had total control of the lane. I was too tanky for the ganks, for example, here.
Oh, here, yeah.
I was fully aware of like what is happening because I have flash here, they don't have flash.
But the Jack's also kind of running in circles on the same pixel, so like you're CC'd for a second and then you still get to flip him, so...
That is true. But like nonetheless, I would have escaped, right?
Yeah.
Still. But this matchup, he for sure forgot how to play this game. Like I was mind blown what happened level 4.
Yeah, so was I.
But yeah, I mean, I was very excited actually this game. After play, I think I got 4 solo kills.
Yeah.
And like my heart was beating really fast because I was doing like crazy plays. So I had to calm myself down a little bit, you know?
Yeah, you were on fire that game.
And it was the MasterCard play of the day, so extra good.
Oh, the one with the 1v2?
Yeah, that was it.
Oh, yeah.
That was it.
Yeah,
It's extra good, yeah.
It was crazy. It was crazy play.
Are you familiar with the Renekton test?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so the theory was this. Back in, like, I don't know, season 5 or 6, it's actually, I think Dylan has this meme as well. For sure, I think if you talk to him backstage, he knows it, but there used to be this thing where if you suggest a top laner and you need to figure out if it's good or not, it needs to pass the Renekton test. If the champion can lane into the Renekton and not get one shot in an all-in, then it passes the Renekton test. So the thing is, it was funny because the Swain didn't pass the Renekton test for a while, but then it completely crushed it. So it was really funny.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually really funny because like I thought I knew how to play this matchup, and then Chasey suddenly started like one-shotting me, and I was like, oh my god, what is happening? Because this didn't happen before, and I'm like, okay. I really need my jungler. Like I was down in lane, even after a counter pick him, right? Like usually you don't want to be down in CS.
No.
But yeah, I got a lot of help, so I could farm safely. And once I hit that Renekton test borderline, right, so I couldn't get one shot. And I think he failed his TP bot, or like he didn't get much when he TP bot.
Oh yeah, he got a lot from that play.
And then I got like 2 plays, 2 waves, and then I got the Rileys into solo kill once again. The series, I forgot how to.
Is this you reminding us that we need to check how many solo kills you made? Okay, we're gonna look it up.
Solo kills we have.
We're gonna look it up right now.
Yeah, thank you. Would be great.
Must have had like 6 or 7. I think
at least 5.
That's kind of nuts, actually. In a series.
That is,
I think 6 or 7 around
kind of funny, yeah.
Yeah.
Some top laners don't get that in a season.
I got 12.
Yeah, I know.
Impressive.
It was a nice try. Yeah, it's very impressive. I know.
I don't know what's like the average. Maybe we can get that stat as well.
Yeah, we're working on it.
But yeah, until then we can maybe talk about something else. If you have a question to me, or no.
Okay, you had 5 during this series alone. He had 12 during the whole year. So.
I mean, the thing is, my whole year, if you think about it, the first couple of months were
no
18
hard
games.
feelings on that.
It happens, you know.
I'm just saying the stats. I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, times were rough a little bit. You know?
You have made it to the grand final. Last year, though, you also made it to the grand final, and this guy came from the bottom rope or whatever.
I mean, he
from
did
the
say
lower bracket,
Excel, the
and
real
he was
opponent
like,
is out, you know. So
yes.
So
now I don't have to face Odo.
Yeah.
I think the last year when I faced Odo in that series, I think the whole Rogue back then were actually outperforming us in every role. So now that there's no Odo against me up in the top lane, I don't know who I play against yet. It's either Fnatic or Mad, right?
Yeah, so it'd be Chasey or allegedly
Wonder.
Allegedly Wonder. Well, yeah.
So I'll have to prepare against 3 top laners, just in case.
Just in case. Does it change a lot?
Yeah, I mean, it changes a lot, obviously. I think the thing about Wonder is that he didn't play for a while, so he doesn't play a lot of champs. But you still need to respect it, right? Wonder is a top laner that is just good, right? Very good. So you can't just go on stage and disrespect him. Or what happened yesterday is going to happen, right?
Yeah. An interesting thing, or like, it would be nice to pick your brain, because last year in Malmo, when we played each other, for me and for Rogue, it felt really good that we got to play the series before, you know, because we got to warm up to the stage and everything. And now you guys are back in exactly the same scenario where you guys come from like the upper bracket. You get to see your opponents play the day before, but you kind of don't get this warm up on stage. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like you're one of those players or those teams that it feels really good to have this way of warming up on a big stage before a game like that?
It's a good point. I think every player reacts to it differently. For me, I think I really like the when you go on stage for the first time and there's so many like people cheering. I like it a lot. It gives you a lot of pressure. It makes you a bit like nervous, you know. It makes your heart beat a bit faster. And I think that feeling is very, very nice, you know, like you know it, right? I think obviously it's very nice to have like a warm-up kind of thing, like a momentum. I think that can be very dangerous. And I think it's especially worse if you guys win the very first game after, right? Because that just shows how much momentum you guys have.
Yeah.
Because I think the series before that, you guys did a 3-1.
Yeah, we lost the first game against Fnatic, and then we won.
So you guys came from like a mega big winning streak into winning, and then that gives you guys a lot of confidence, right? And for us, I remember back then, the series we had, we didn't take the losses very well back then, and you guys just crushed us that time, and hopefully the people like me and Caps, I guess, are the ones remaining.
Yeah.
But we have our coaching staff still who can also help, you know, with the, like, I think mental state in a series is very, very important. Whether it goes very, very good or very, very bad, because if you're way too happy, you can run it down really fast, right? And if you're like way too sad, then you're not going to call for things you need to call for and stuff like that. So I think we have really good staff members to take care of that, you know.
Yeah, amazing. That's good. That's the adaptation that's going to have to be made because you're in the same position. And also, I think it's kind of ultra special because as a competitor, I'm sure that we've been in the studio and you've won your amazing titles here, but this is completely different. You're going into Montpellier now where that's what it's all about for you guys as players, right? So I'm super excited to see you all on stage there. It will be Fnatic versus Mad Lions on the Saturday. And then whoever wins versus G2. Give me a prediction, Odo.
I mean, given from everything we've seen, I mean, Fnatic has been doing some weird stuff with how they're winning, because even yesterday I didn't expect them to win, especially with Wonder being kind of plug and play.
Yeah.
But there is some weird factor, some X factor there, because everyone keeps doubting them in some way. But for me, it's like G2 has been showing a lot of really, really good things for the entirety of this, you know, year, I would say. But especially this season finals, they've been ramping up very, very well. So for me, my favorite is G2 to take it all and BB winning.
Thank you.
You love to see BB winning, don't you?
I mean, it's fun. Even though I'm like, you know, salty that I don't get to play there and play against BB and all of this. I mean, BB is very likable, you know. So
it's true.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind to see BB win.
Yeah, top laners generally pretty likable, I think.
Really?
Sample size.
I kind of hate everyone except BB. So.
And yourself.
Yeah.
Probably.
BB is really funny, so.
Okay, I see. You hear it. Anyways, before we talk about who else Odo Amne hates, we're going to sign off. We're going to take a picture, and then we're going to go to Montpellier. Yes, the very last one. Last show, actually, for the whole year in the studio. So that's kind of crazy. Whoa. Okay.
Oh.
Yay. Awesome. But yeah, as said, last show here in the studio for the entire year. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, production. Smurfing it all year, as always. And then next week, we'll tie it all up in a nice bow over in Montpellier. There we have the finals of the EMEA Masters final, of course, between Karma and Core and Movistar Riders on Friday. LEC Saturday, Fnatic versus Mad Lions. Whoever wins that versus G2 and this guy to become the 2023 season champion. We'll see you in France. Au revoir.
Reply from Alyoya. Manages to get him out. Chasey knocked underneath the tower.
Two tower shots. Chasey's taken down. Dashes for now. Gets stunned up by Alyoya. It's gone all out. Pulls Chasey underneath the tower, and he does it once more. Level 6. Level 6. Level 6. It's time for the Crow Storm. Kazi forced to cleanse and flash away, and Hilly's already dead.
Well. It's fine, guys. 2 item much. That's That's the thing, we can't do much. No cleanse.
He flashed. Sinley's gonna ult him, okay?
Yeah, doesn't matter. Kill him again after.
I'll try to help you. I'm dead. I'm mega huge! Nice. Renekton flashed.
It's fine.
Nice, boys. Good job, baby. Everyone.
Not going to be able to find the Q. Flashes away. Kazi, he's staying alive for now. Rooted in place. Hunt needs one more shot. There's another one and the heal. They find the kill, but immediately lose two. Lisang, in fact, takes so much damage underneath the tower. Below 100. One lost onto and Hunt Summer picks it up. What was that? Two quick kills for Hunt Summer. Kazi at least gets one in reply, but that was awful.
What the hell are these dives? Stop diving each other.
Yoya is nearby. Cataclysm's available, and Broken Blade forced to run for his life. Not gonna be able to get burned down just yet, but here comes Yoya. Cataclysm on his head. Kill secured.
Zan ult. I ult. Can someone push top? I think Sam push top. Okay, look LeBlanc. Look LeBlanc. You have hook. LeBlanc is gonna die. Okay, nice, huge.
Good ult. I think it's very good.
We're killing everyone.
Yeah, nice.
Nice. This is how we do it. Good job. Alive.
And G2 Esports will make it to their 14th final in the LEC. And G2 looking to win the 2023